Section 1 of the Heroines of History. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 1. Publisher's Note and Dedicatory Epistle. Publisher's Note. Mr. Jenkins, whose name remains on the title page of this volume, was prevented from finishing the work for a long time by sickness, and finally by death. The first chapter is from his pen, and the rest has been written according to his instructions by one whom he selected, and who has had access to works rare in this country, such as Monstrelet's Chronicles, Tooke's Life of Catherine II, Madame Roland's Appeal, etc. Acknowledgment is due to P.J. Forbes, Esquire, of the New York Society Library, for much polite aid in ascertaining the sources of information. Dedicatory Epistle. To S. Sheldon Norton, Esquire. My dear Norton, I do not inscribe this volume to you merely because of the long and uninterrupted personal friendship existing between us, though I would fain have you regard it as a memorial of the intimacy which that friendship has sweetened and hallowed. I find other motives to influence me in our mutual admiration of female heroism, and in the interest with which, in common with myself, you have traced out the varied fortunes and studied the characters of the heroines of history, whose lives I have attempted to sketch in the following pages. They were not perfect women, and where did such ever exist, unless in the dreamy conceptions, half poetic, half philosophic, of the pure and simple-minded, though almost too unworldly, bard of Riedelmont. I have not considered them as examples of female excellence, without spot or blemish, nor have I represented them in that light. They were famous women, and so lifted above mortality, and as such I have endeavored to portray them. The title is suggestive of the character of the book. It has not been my aim to give detailed biographies of the several personages introduced, so much as to present pictures of them, in the shading and coloring of which, while I may have gone beyond the letter of history, I have not done violence to its spirit, nor disregarded its facts. You will readily discover that the characters have not been selected in pursuance of any particular plan. Some have been taken from the classic days, those mothers of romance, that roused a nation for a woman's glance, and others from a period full of interest indeed, and abounding in great names and great deeds, but separated from our own times by a very narrow interval. Believing that you will be interested in the perusal of these pages, and hoping that the public may find nothing in them worthy of censure, I am their servant, and most truly your friend, the author. Auburn, New York, August, 1851. End of Section 1. Recording by David Lawrence, in Brampton, Ontario, July 2010.
Section 2 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 2. Cleopatra, Part 1. Por Cleopatra o Egipto ful vencido. Mascarenas. Whatever might have been the character of the person occupying the throne of the Ptolemies during the time of the Caesars and the Triumvirate, it may well be doubted whether the independence of Egypt, under any other circumstances than those which attended the complete subjection of that kingdom to the Roman sway, could have been longer maintained, in opposition to the colossal power whose victorious standards were planted on the rocky shores of the Atlantic, or fanned by the soft breezes of the Orient. And perhaps it was rather the misfortune than the fault of the fair but frail descendant of a long line of illustrious princes, that she was the last of her dynasty and race who ruled in the home of her ancestors. Nay, is it not certain that the charms which captivated Caesar and enthralled the heart of Antony, though powerless to save her country from the doom that awaited it, put far off the evil day of its undoing? The Egyptian kings had long been the mere allies of Rome, and such vassalage was almost sure to be the precursor of entire subjugation. Yet it is for the very reason offered by the Portuguese poet in her condemnation, that for, or on account of her, Egypt was vanquished, that the name of Cleopatra is so famous in history. The poet who has dwelt with delight on her charms and her follies, and the historian whose periods have grown eloquent as he depicted her graces and lamented the weakness with which they were allied, have referred to them more as the causes which produced the downfall of the Egyptian monarchy, than as the effects of that national degeneracy which preceded it. As the beauty and the shame of Helen are first in the thought of the traveller who pauses beside the yellow waters of the Scamander and looks around him but in vain for the memorials of ancient Ilium, so he who gazes on the humble promontory that breaks the waters of the Ionian Sea, forgets that the crescent of the Moslem is reflected in the blue waters that sparkle beneath it. Time rolls back the events which she has numbered. The proud galleys of Egypt's queen and her doting lover pass in review before him, and he remembers only that here was lost a world for woman, lovely, harmless thing. But the story of the false bride of Menelaus is all a fable, and thus too may it be said, that historic truth does not warrant the conclusion that Egypt was overthrown for the sake of Cleopatra. It is enough that she presided, as it were, over the catastrophe which she could not avert, to invest it with the attractions of romance. The seeds of disillusion were not, in fact, planted by her hand; she but neglected to check their growth. Under her auspices, the last days of the monarchy were spent in the soft dalliance of love, in excess and voluptuousness, instead of the misery and confusion of a hopeless and protracted warfare. One after another of the Roman generals who designed to wrest from her the kingdom she had inherited, was made captive by her beauty, and in her embraces forgot the high ambition which had before been his mistress. And it was only when that beauty had faded and could no longer ensnare, that the Egypt whose glory and splendor had once been unrivaled was humbled in the dust. The beauty and the love of Cleopatra had preserved for a season, but they did not secure, the independence of her country, and the same hour that witnessed the overthrow of the one beheld the failure of the other. Cleopatra was born about the year 68 B.C. Her father, Ptolemy Auletes, had ascended the throne of Egypt under the patronage of the Roman Senate. His predecessor, Alexander Ptolemy III, having bequeathed his kingdom to the Romans, although, as he had been banished by his subjects, it was a matter of some doubt whether he was capable of making such a disposition of his crown. Auletes was a shrewd and politic prince. With the sum of 6,000 talents, he purchased the favor and friendship of Julius Caesar and Pompey, and through their influence secured the alliance of Rome. His people, indignant at his conduct, revolted from his authority and drove him into exile. But they were compelled again to receive and recognize him as their king by the presence of a Roman army. Subsequent to this reestablishment of his power, the peace of the realm was not disturbed, and until his death he continued in the uninterrupted possession of his kingdom. Auletes had 2 sons and 3 daughters, but 2 of his daughters survived him. The eldest, whose name was Berenice, was put to death by her father, because she had worn the crown and assumed the royal authority during his exile. By his will, therefore, he left the government of Egypt to his eldest son and his second daughter, the latter being the renowned Cleopatra. He also directed, in accordance with the usage of the Alexandrian court, that they should marry together and reign jointly. As both were minors, they were placed under the guardianship of the Roman Senate, by whom Pompey was selected to fulfill the duties of the office. At the time of her father's death, Cleopatra had nearly reached her 17th year, that season of poetry and love. She stood just upon the threshold of womanhood, the faultless outlines of the girl wanting but the filling up to perfect a form unmatched among Egyptian maidens for symmetry and grace. She was tall of stature and queenly in gait and appearance. Her features were regular, and every limb finely molded, though yet lacking the round and voluptuous fullness of her ripened beauty. The warm sun of that southern clime had tinged her cheek with a hue of brown, but her complexion was clear and pure as the serene sky that smiled above her head, and distinctly traced beneath it were the delicate veins, filled with the rich blood that danced so wildly when inflamed with hate or heated with desire. Her eyes and hair were like jet, and glossy as the raven's plume. The former were large, and, as was characteristic of her race, apparently half shut and slightly turned up at the outer angles, thus adding a great deal to the naturally arch expression of her countenance. But they were full, too, of brilliancy and fire. Her silken ringlets fell in long flowing masses down the stately neck, and over the snowy throat, and the polished shoulders, and the wavy bosom where love delighted to make his pillow. Both nose and chin were small, but fashioned as with all the nicety of the sculptor's art, and her pearly teeth nestled lovingly between the coral lips whose kisses were sweet as honey from the hives of Hybla. But her beauty was not all mere comeliness of form and feature. To the witchery of Venus she added something of the dignity of Juno. Beside the personal charms that might arouse the slumbering passions of an anchorite, she possessed the most exquisite mental gifts. Her countenance was expressive, and her dark sparkling eyes beamed with intelligence. With a fondness for philosophy, she united a love of letters as rare as it was attractive, and in the companionship of scholars and poets her mind expanded as she added to its priceless store of wealth. She was not only familiar with the heroic tales and traditions, with the poetic myths and chronicles, and the religious legends of ancient Chemia, but she was well versed, too, in the literature and science of Phoenicia and Chaldea, of Greece and Rome. Of both the Greek and the Latin tongue she was a complete mistress, and with the swarthy Ethiop and the fierce Bedouin of the desert, with the Jew and the Syrian, the Mede and the Persian, she could converse without an interpreter. Delighting, as she indeed did, in the love songs of Anacreon, she often turned with interest to the dark volumes of papyrus containing the historic fragments of Manetho and Eratosthenes. Much as she admired Homer and Pindar, they were not more her favorites than Euclid or Archimedes, than Anaxagoras or Aristotle, and Apollonius of Perga occupied as high a place in her regard as his namesake the Rhodian. She was skilled also in metallurgy and chemistry, and a proficient in astronomy, and the other sciences cultivated in the age in which she lived. In the lighter accomplishments she was not deficient. She possessed a fine taste, which had been highly cultivated. The female graces for which Miletus was so widely famed beautified and adorned her character. Her skill in music found none to equal it. Her voice itself was perfect melody, and when breathed through the soft tibia, fell upon the listening ear with a magic power, and bathed the drooping spirits in delight beyond the bliss of dreams. Touched by her fingers, the cithern seemed instinct with life, and from its strings there rolled a gushing flood of glorious symphonies. She was eloquent and imaginative, witty and animated. Her conversation, therefore, was charming, and if she exhibited caprice, which she sometimes did, it was forgotten in the inimitable grace of her manner. Had she not been fond of pleasure, she would have constituted an exception to the times. Yet she was no Sybarite, but like Aspasia, or to find her parallel in a later age, Like Margaret of Valois, she loved to mingle the intellectual with the sensual. There had been a reaction in the social condition of the Egyptian people. The sacerdotal power was diminished. The influence of their strange religion was weakened. The prejudice of caste was not felt to the same extent as formerly. Refinement had taken the place of austerity, and licentiousness that of gloomy formalism. This change commenced with her father's reign, and her character was formed by the circumstances that surrounded her. Her vices were those of the age. Her virtues, few though they may have been, were cherished in spite of it. She was superstitious, but superstition was then religion. She was cruel, but cruelty was the besetting sin of nations and individuals. She was selfish. Why should she not have been selfish, with enemies plotting and conspiring against her at her father's court, and seeking in every way to compass her destruction? She was ambitious, but when were the sons or daughters of kings and princes without ambition? She possessed strong and ardent passions, which she rarely attempted to control, but they were the only feelings she was at liberty to gratify. She was formed to love and be loved in return, but both the law and her religion forbade the indulgence of an honest affection. Such was the youthful queen of Egypt when she ascended the throne of her father, not as sole mistress, but enjoying a divided empire, and coupled too with a condition, that of her marriage with her brother, who was still younger than herself, from which she revolted, not from principle indeed, than for the reason that its fulfillment was abhorrent to her inclinations. A mutual dislike seems to have been early formed between them, and the flame was industriously fanned by the designing counselors and favorites of young Ptolemy. Not less ambitious than his sister and wife, but her inferior in talents, in accomplishments, and in every attribute necessary to maintain the dignity appropriate to his position, he was but the tool and creature of abler and more designing men. The strong aversion conceived for each other by the royal pair was soon changed to the most rancorous hate. The Egyptian people were by no means favorable to the rule of a female sovereign, and this national prejudice contributed a great deal to strengthen the influence of the king's advisers. While the joint power remained in the hands of Cleopatra, they could do nothing. She was too intelligent to be a dupe, too ambitious to acknowledge a superior, and therefore it became their aim and object to deprive her of her share in the sovereignty. Their plans for the time were successful. Acting under the influence of Vatinus, his tutor, of Achillas, the general of his army, and Theodotus, the rhetorician, Ptolemy refused to allow her to participate in the administration of his government. It was not in the nature of Cleopatra to submit to so great an indignity. She claimed her rights with a boldness and spirit which, among any other people, would have aroused a general and irrepressible feeling of enthusiasm in her favor. But the prejudices of the populace were stimulated and aroused by the artful ministers, and they too joined in the cry against her. Too proud to compromise her dignity by a surrender of her authority, she was nevertheless forced to yield to the tide of popular fury. But the heroic heart that beat in her bosom was unsubdued. Obliged to fly from Egypt, she hastened to Palestine and Syria, to collect an army that might enable her to recover the heritage of which she had been deprived. Just at this juncture, the fate of Rome and the world was decided on the plains of Pharsalia. Pompey fled to Egypt, but was treacherously murdered by the cruel Ptolemy and his ministers. The victorious Caesar followed close upon his track, with an army too small for conquest, but having in its leader a host. He was then at the zenith of his power, and brave men trembled when his name was uttered. The murder of his great enemy did not secure his friendship, as the counselors of Ptolemy had anticipated. He treated them with coldness, and demanded the prompt payment of a sum of money due to him from Auletes. Anarchy now reigned in Egypt. Altercations and disputes between the respective adherents of Cleopatra and her brother were of daily occurrence. Assassinations were frequent. violence usurped the place of justice, and crime went unpunished. While this state of things existed, Caesar could not expect that his claim would be satisfied, for the turbulent state of the country afforded abundant excuses or pretenses for postponing its consideration, or evading it altogether. Accordingly, it was his policy to promote the early restoration of order and quiet, and to that end he proposed, as the representative of the Roman Senate and nation, to hear and determine the dispute between Cleopatra and her brother. In the meantime, the fair refugee had nearly completed her preparations, and was about to return to Egypt to maintain her right to the throne by force of arms. Having received the summons of Caesar to appoint some person to plead her cause before him, she determined to obey it, but to be her own advocate. And fearing that the arbiter might be prejudiced against her by Ptolemy and his ministers, she resolved to seek a private interview with him without delay. Lest her approach should be suspected, and means be taken to prevent any communication with the Roman general, she sailed from Syria in a frail skiff, attended but by a single friend, Apollodorus, a Sicilian Greek. Caesar himself had not dared to venture out to sea, on account of the prevalence of the fierce Etesian winds. But nothing daunted her buoyant soul. It was a high stake in peril, her crown and kingdom, everything to her. Each moment was pregnant with danger, and the dark waters of the Mediterranean frowned gloomily upon her. Yet she knew not what it was to fear, for wind and wave seemed but to throb in unison with the wild, fierce passions that sustained her. Arrived off the harbor of Alexandria, she found that it would be impossible to effect a landing in safety, and to avoid the spies and elude the vigilance of Photinus and Achillas, except by stratagem. Her woman's wit and cunning now served her well. Having procured some cloths and other fabrics, such as were brought for sale by foreign merchants, she spread them out, and laid herself at full length upon them. Following her directions, her faithful attendant Apollodorus wound them about her person, and then tied the bundle with a thong, in the same manner as packages of goods were secured. Thus hidden from all stranger eyes, she was conveyed in the dusk of evening to the quarters of the Roman commander, her companion sustaining for the nonce the character of a merchant, and bearing the load of beauty on his shoulders as if it were but common merchandise. In answer to all inquiries, he said he bore a present for Caesar. That was true, though not in the sense in which he was understood, but the reply was sufficient, and he pursued his way unmolested through crowds of citizens and soldiers, and past all the lines of guards, till he reached the presence of the illustrious Roman, and deposited the fair burden at his feet. Then he unloosed the package, and instead of Tyrian purples, of scarves from Sidon glistening with their splendid saffron dyes, or shawls of Babylon enriched with stripes of gold, or sprinkled with woven flowers, there sprang forth, like Venus from the waves of ocean, a woman robed in beauty such as poet never dreamed, nor sculptor's art could fashion. The matchless Queen of Egypt stood before him, her disordered apparel but half concealing the matured charms of 20 summers, her unbound tresses floating to her feet, her short-sleeved tunic leaving the white arms uncovered which outshone the armillae of pearls that clasped them, her olive-brown cheek tinged with blushes, and her dark eyes beaming with anxiety and hope. She came, she saw and conquered. Though always addicted to sensual indulgences, Caesar had now passed his 50th year, and the hot blood of youth no longer warmed his veins. Yet passion was not wholly dead within him. He was unprepared for so much loveliness, and it filled him with surprise. Her charming conversation, her sparkling vivacity and wit increased the fascinating influence whose spell was on him, and he yielded, without an effort of resistance, to its power. His Roman wife was forgotten, and in the arms of Cleopatra he promised that her will in Egypt should be second to his own. It was nothing strange that the attachment should be reciprocated by the Egyptian queen. Not strange that, escaping from an incestuous connection, she should indulge an unlawful passion. Not strange that, flying from the imbecile husband provided for her, she should find a refuge in a hero's love. There was much in the character of the Roman statesman and warrior that was calculated to inspire her regard. His person was not displeasing to her, and his renown, his soldierly skill and daring, his intelligence and his manly independence, all combined to attract her to him. She loved him, no doubt, sincerely, and manifested her affection by an intimacy which, though outraging decency and virtue, was but in keeping with the customs and manners of the time. She could not be his wife, and therefore became his mistress. On the day following this strange interview, Caesar sent for young Ptolemy, and advised him to become reconciled with Cleopatra, to take her as his wife, and share with her the regal power. The suspicions of the young monarch were at once aroused, and when he learned, as he soon did, that his sister was at that moment in the apartments of Caesar, his anger rose beyond control. Rushing from the palace into the open street, he tore the kingly diadem from off his head and trampled it beneath his feet. To the people who crowded around him, he said that he had been betrayed, and called upon them to avenge him. For his dishonor, if he knew it then, he cared but little, as he had before sought to compass the death of Cleopatra. But that she was under the protection and enjoyed the confidence of Caesar seemed ominous of ill. His story excited the sympathy of the populace, and placing himself at their head, he returned to the palace for the purpose of attacking Caesar. But his ungovernable rage only led him into further difficulty. He was seized by the Roman soldiers, and forced to acquiesce in the arrangement which Caesar had indicated. An assembly of the Egyptian people was held, by order of the Roman commander, at which he announced his decision, as guardian and arbiter, that Ptolemy and Cleopatra should reign together jointly in Egypt, according to the will of their father, and that Ptolemy, their younger brother, and Arsinoe, the younger sister, should exercise joint rule in Cyprus, then a Roman possession, but formerly one of the dependencies of Egypt, and now restored by Caesar. In this decree, both Ptolemy and Cleopatra, who were present when it was pronounced, concurred without hesitation, and their example was followed by all the principal dignitaries in the kingdom. But the peace thus concluded was a hollow one. The decision of Caesar was fatal to the ambitious design of Pothinus, and at his instigation Achillas refused to give his assent, and marched with the Egyptian army upon Alexandria. Ptolemy, too, only waited for an opportunity to manifest his disinclination to abide by an arrangement which had been forced upon him. While in the capital he was but the mere prisoner of Caesar, and he desired to be released from the unwelcome surveillance. Professing the sincerest attachment to the Roman general, he deceived him so far that he was permitted to go to the Egyptian camp, in order, as he said, to prevail upon his friends to submit to the decree. Once there, he threw off all disguise and prepared for hostilities. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins, Section 3. Cleopatra, Part 2. The Alexandrian War now succeeded. Various fortune attended the movements and operations of the rival parties. At one time, the little Roman army seemed doomed to be overwhelmed by the superior force of the Egyptians, but the good genius of Caesar did not desert him. He manfully supported the cause of Cleopatra, which he had espoused, and by repeated exposures of his own person to danger and peril for her sake, awakened in her bosom still more powerful feelings of affection and regard. At length, being seconded by the Roman troops from Syria and Cilicia, Caesar prosecuted the war with his accustomed vigor, and it finally ended in the complete overthrow and death of Ptolemy and the general recognition of the authority of Cleopatra. During the series of contests that took place in the vicinity of Alexandria, a large portion of the city was destroyed by fire, including its chiefest ornament, the noble library founded by the Ptolemies. At one time all seemed lost, but through the gathering gloom, the star of Caesar shone with a luster as of old. Midst the ashes and ruins of the Capitol, his banners floated proudly in triumph or in defiance. From street to street the enemy were driven by his victorious arms until the beleaguered city was relieved. Indifferent to peril, he shared every risk, and each day the heart of Cleopatra warmed toward him, as she beheld him fearlessly encountering danger for her sake. Before, she had but loved him; now gratitude turned her love into devotion. The war being ended, Cleopatra was proclaimed anew the Queen of Egypt, and in order to gratify the disaffected partisans of Ptolemy, and to allay the prejudices of the people, Caesar decreed that she should marry her younger brother, and that he should be associated with her in the government. This marriage, however, was one of mere form, as the younger Ptolemy was then but 11 years of age, and Cleopatra continued to share the counsels and the bed of Caesar. Having thus put down all opposition and restored peace and tranquillity to the kingdom, Caesar and Cleopatra made a royal progress through the valley of the Nile, accompanied by his Roman guards, by a large retinue of friends, and by troops of servants and attendants. Slowly and leisurely they ascended the great river, whose banks were yellow with the ripening harvest, in barges with poops of burnished gold, the oars inlaid with silver, keeping time with the measured tones of sweetest music, and the carved prows cleaving the waters softly, like mermaids in their merry sports. Reclining beneath silken awnings spangled with stars and flowers, upon carpets that yielded to the slightest pressure, and in whose woof the velvet foliage of the amaranth was blended with eastern roses and the azure flowers of the sacred lotus, the Egyptian queen and her noble lover passed the day in slumber, lulled by the mellow strains of barbiton and pipe, and fanned by the scented gales of Araby the Blessed. At the fall of even, the tents were pitched upon the shore, and summoned, as it were, by magic, long files of slaves came forth, bearing the vessels of gold and silver for the feast. The board was spread with fish and sesamum, with soup of alica, with olives, cakes, and sweetmeats, and the luscious fruits of Yemen. Wines made from the palm and grape, cooled in the vases of Coptos, or sparkled in the golden craters wrought by Argive artists with exquisite skill, and lamps of perfumed oil and censers filled with burning incense scattered their rich odors through the groves of date palms and acacias. The night was spent in merriment and feasting, and when the morrow came, it but renewed the scenes of yesterday. In revelry like this, in love's soft dalliance, the winged hours flew swiftly by. Though his presence was no longer needed, Caesar still lingered at the Alexandrian court. Cleopatra became the mother of a son, named after his father Caesarion. Thus there was another tie between them, and it was difficult to separate. At last the revolt of Pharnaces obliged him to break loose from the sweet thraldom which had detained him, and hastening forthwith to Syria, he defeated the rebel prince and drove him out of the kingdom of Pontus. Meanwhile, his enemies at home, not without cause, had brought discredit on his name, and even his warmest and most faithful friends did not withhold their censures, for that he had not resisted the blandishments of the Egyptian Circe. Leaving a sufficient number of his troops with Cleopatra to enable her to suppress any outbreak that might occur, he now returned to Rome, taking with him her sister, the young Arsinoe, who had fallen into his hands as a prisoner on the defeat of Ptolemy, to grace the triumph decreed him by the Roman Senate. From this time, and until the death of Caesar, the reign of Cleopatra was not disturbed by foreign war or internal commotions. Her power was firmly established, and no one disputed her authority. During the minority of her brother, she administered the government alone, with a skill and ability not unworthy of the race from which she sprung. Though too much devoted to pleasure and gaiety, she was not without ambition. She conciliated the favor of her subjects by her attention to their interests, by the encouragement of commerce and the arts, and by the restoration of the capital to its former splendor. Under the powerful protection of the first man in Rome, none dared to molest her. Kings and princes courted her alliance, and stood in awe of her name. It was, perhaps, a frail tenure, the will of Caesar, by which she held the scepter, but it was also the sole alternative of absolute submission to the Roman rule. Egypt was already doomed. Nature had made her the granary of the world, and she was far too valuable a prize to be either overlooked or forgotten. It had been the original intention of Caesar to bring Cleopatra to Rome, and there to marry her. For that purpose, he had solicited a friend to propose a law to the people, allowing a Roman citizen to marry as many wives as he thought fit. His friend acceded to the request, but nothing had been done when he returned to Rome. Opposition to his project being anticipated, no further steps were taken, though he continued as deeply enamored with her as ever, and many tender messages were wont to pass between them. Had he lived and attained the imperial power, it is not improbable that she would have become his wife, and certainly in one respect, as the two most conspicuous personages in the world, they would have been fitly mated. She the bride of Caesar, Caesar Emperor of Rome. What might have been the fate of both? What the destiny of the Niobe of nations? Events now followed each other in rapid succession. Cleopatra did not soon forget her love for Caesar. She visited him at Rome, became an inmate of his palace, and usurped the place which his wife should have occupied. But her hopes of an alliance with him, in which he probably shared, were suddenly frustrated by his assassination. The Roman people did not regard her with favor, and she returned forthwith to Egypt. Disappointed in the darling object of her heart, she resolved to reign alone, and was not disposed to share her throne with a husband forced upon her acceptance. When her younger brother, therefore, having reached the age of 14 years, claimed his share of the regal power, she removed him by poison, and was thenceforth sole mistress of the realm. Her court, like that of her father, was distinguished alike for its refinement and its voluptuousness. She was the patron both of learning and of love. The fame of her wit and beauty were noised abroad, and Alexandria became a favorite resort of travelers. To all she gave a cordial welcome, whether philosophers and men of letters, or gay gallants in quest of pleasure. It would seem that Cleopatra hesitated at first whether to ally herself with the triumvirate or with the party of Brutus and Cassius. Her sympathies were unquestionably with the friends of Caesar, but while it remained in doubt which was the stronger faction, the safety of her kingdom and herself appeared to require that she should not give offense to either. Her hesitation, however, was not of long continuance. Foreseeing the ultimate triumph of the powerful party headed by Antony, Lepidus, and Octavius Caesar, she refused her aid to Cassius, which he had earnestly solicited, and shortly after sailed with a numerous fleet to join the forces of the triumvirate. In consequence of a violent storm, in which many of her ships were destroyed or disabled, she was obliged to return to Egypt, where she remained till the question was decided by the utter discomfiture and overthrow of the republican faction in the battle of Philippi. After the defeat of Brutus and Cassius, and the firm establishment in Greece of the authority of his colleagues and himself, Mark Antony crossed over into Asia to secure and strengthen their interests in that quarter of the world. The prestige of his name was all powerful. His progress was one continued triumph, not such as best became a conqueror, but dishonored by the most shameful debauchery and excess. Kings bent before him in humble obeisance and laid their hoarded treasures at his feet. Queens, rejoicing in youth and beauty, sought his presence eagerly, and yielded every favor that he asked. Never was the gross sensualism of his character more glaringly exhibited. The wealth of Croesus filled his coffers, but it was needed to furnish new pleasures for his jaded appetite. Sycophants and flatterers shared his gold, and partook with him in every vice and folly. Dancers and buffoons were his companions and attendants, the creatures of his bounty, and the ministers to his passions. Rumors of the sports and revelry, the rioting and feasting in which he delighted, went before him. Cities sent forth their entire population to greet his coming. His followers called him Bacchus, a name that pleased him, and men and boys disguised as Pans and Satyrs, and women dressed as Bacchanals in loose Asiatic robes, with vine wreaths about their heads and fawn skins on their shoulders, ran before him, swinging their thyrsi crowned with acanthus leaves and the foliage and berries of the ivy, beating their drums and cymbals and shouting, "Io Bacche! Io Bacche!" This was Antony, brave but effeminate, talented and eloquent but coarse by nature, generous in disposition but often cruel and unforgiving, sometimes abandoned, as it seemed, to the very lowest vices, and then, breaking loose from his degradation, exhibiting his character radiant with its old light. This was the Antony who, history tells us, was ruined by the arts of Cleopatra, as if he were an unwilling victim, and she were wrong, judged by the standard of her time, in adopting the only means that could save her country from impending ruin. Antony had cast a longing eye on Egypt, and he wanted but a pretext, whether reasonable or unreasonable, to occupy it with his troops, abolish its government and laws, and seat a Roman governor on the throne of Cleopatra. He had been informed that the governor of Phoenicia, then an Egyptian province, had aided Cassius, and he now summoned her before him to answer for the conduct of her subordinate. His lieutenant, Dellius, was charged with his commands to her to meet him at Tarsus, the capital of Cilicia. To disobey this summons was to incur the displeasure of Antony, with Lepidus and Octavius, joint ruler of the world, and to arm the whole power of Rome against her feeble kingdom. She determined, therefore, to comply, but that it might seem like condescension, rather than enforced submission, she did not hasten the preparations for her journey. From Dellius she learned the weak points of Antony. She knew his character and felt assured that he would prove an easy conquest. He was fond of money, not so much for its own sake as for the pleasures and amusements it could purchase. So, from her affluence, she provided herself with the richest presents and an ample store of gold and silver. He was vain, and relished display and pomp. So she caused a barge to be built, whose magnificence had never yet been equaled, and its accompaniments and her own habits and ornaments were suited to her dignity and wealth, and in keeping with the show and splendor with which she intended to dazzle the eyes of all beholders, and to charm and captivate the Roman general. But more than all, he was the courteous Antony, whom ne'er the word of no woman heard speak. And so she brought herself. And Cleopatra was not now the young and inexperienced girl who gave her love to Caesar. She was in her 26th year, and every charm was perfected, every grace was finished. With both mind and person fully developed, winning in her address, fascinating in conversation, possessing a vivacity in whose presence melancholy was changed to mirthfulness, and skilled in every art of wantonness and coquetry, she was peerless and irresistible. None knew it better than herself, none felt it more than Antony. Though she received many pressing letters from Antony and his friends, urging her to expedite her movements, she affected to treat them with disdain, and lingered long at every place she visited upon the way. No thought of haste appeared to animate her, but she travelled slowly, as if intent on pleasure, or delighting to provoke the impatience of those who waited for her arrival. At last her fleet was moored within the entrance of the Silver Cydnus, and then, in the splendid galley brought across the sea, followed by a long line of smaller barges, she ascended the river to Tarsus. It was a glorious pageant. The richest carvings adorned her barge, which fairly blazed with gold and splendor. Its sails of brightest purple swelled gracefully with the soft south wind that strained its silken cordage. Its oars, both blade and handle tipped and bound with silver, moved in harmony with the voluptuous music of the flute, the pipe, and cithern. Above it floated the mystic ensign of the Egyptian monarchs, and from the burning censers on its prow, clouds of odorous perfume were wafted to the shore. Upon its deck was raised a lofty canopy of cloth of gold, beneath which, on a cushioned couch, with ivory and tortoise-shell inlaid, reclined the dark-eyed Queen of Egypt. She was robed like Venus, in a purple mantle, glittering with diamonds, and its border ornamented with threads of gold and silver intertwined. Roses and myrtles were wreathed about her brows. Her ears were pierced with rings of orichalcum, a necklace of precious stones encircled her swan-like throat, the golden cestus clasped her waist, and golden sandals encased her tiny feet. Beautiful boys, disguised as Cupids, stood beside her and fanned her with their wings. Damsels, among the fairest at her court, whose hour'd beauty could not be surpassed, were habited as Nereids and Graces, in loose transparent robes, and waited to do her bidding, or managed the helm and sails with great dexterity and skill. The tackling silk, the streamers waved with gold, the gentle winds were lodged in purple sails. Her nymphs, like Nereids, round her couch were placed, where she, another sea-born Venus, lay. She lay and leaned her cheek upon her hand, and cast a look so languishingly sweet, as if, secure of all beholders' hearts, neglecting she could take them. Boys like Cupids stood fanning with their painted wings the winds that played about her face. But if she smiled, a darting glory seemed to blaze abroad that man's desiring eyes were never wearied, but hung upon the object. To soft flutes the silver oars kept time, and while they played, the hearing gave new pleasures to the sight, and both to thought. 'Twas heaven, or somewhat more, for she so charmed all hearts that gazing crowds stood panting on the shore, and wanted breath to give their welcome voice. Dryden's All for Love, Act III. The shore was lined with people who watched the barge laden with so much beauty, with straining eyes. As it moved along, the cry was raised that Venus had come to feast with Bacchus. From mouth to mouth it passed until it reached the marketplace in Tarsus. All hastened forth to witness her approach, all save Antony, who, deserted by suitors and attendants, remained alone on the tribunal where he was seated. Immediately upon her landing, he sent an officer to her with his greeting, coupled with the request that she should come and sup with him. "Go, tell your master," was her reply, "that it is more fitting that he should come and sup with me." This assumption of social superiority put an end at once to all the dignity which Antony proposed to assume. He accepted the invitation of Cleopatra, and thus, at the very outset, exhibited a deference toward her by which she did not fail to profit. For luxurious magnificence and costly and profuse extravagance, the entertainment provided by Cleopatra had never yet been equaled. Her tents and pavilions, hung with cloth of gold or silken tapestry from the looms of Tyre and Sidon, were pitched beside the sparkling water of the Cydnus, in a noble grove of spreading plane trees and stately laurels. Lamps of bronze and gold, suspended by gilt chains or supported by lofty candelabra, arranged in squares and circles, and raised or depressed at pleasure, shed their perfumed light around. Blazing censers filled with choicest spices loaded the air with fragrance. There were long rows of marble tables and silver tripods, covered with tureens and urns and vases of gold and silver, fashioned with elegance and taste. Large silver lances or chargers, splendidly embossed, contained the juicy meats, the fish, the hares, the pheasants. The bread and fruited cake were brought in silver baskets. Bronze dishes, with ornaments inlaid, were filled with eggs and rows of fishes, with oysters from the Hellespont, with fresh and pickled olives, with frumenty and radishes, with dried dates and raisins, mulberries newly gathered, and almonds and confections. Banqueting cups of most exquisite workmanship were wreathed with garlands and poured brimming full with the rich juice of Chios or the produce of the Egyptian soil, not the mild wines of Thebes and Coptos, but the light, fragrant Marioticum and the oily and aromatic Tenioticum. Upon the ornamented seats and couches reclined the guests, with chaplets of violets and roses, myrtle, ivy, and philyra bound about their temples. Their ears were charmed with the soft strains of music, and buffoons amused them with their droll tricks and pleasantries. Attending servants cooled them with fans of peacock feathers, while they listened to the mythological love stories which the pantomimes related, or watched the dancing girls, who, clad in the gossamer robes of Koa, with golden bangles upon their feet and emerald brooches upon their arms and shoulders, moved with airy steps before them. The sparkling eyes and flashing ornaments, the white arms and the raven hair, the braids and bracelets, swan-like bosoms, the thin robes floating like light. High above them all was Cleopatra, and Antony reclining near her. Upon her head the diadem of Egypt, with the asp, the symbol of divinity, upon it, flashed with rarest gems. Her tunic glittered with all the colors of the East, and was overspread with rich embroidery. A Babylonian shawl of finest tissue was thrown around her shoulders, and at her side there gleamed a Persian dagger, whose hilt was pearls and diamonds. Cushions of crimson damask rose invitingly about her swelling limbs. Her full lips parted but to utter honeyed words. The glow of satisfaction was on her cheek, and in her eye the light of triumph. Joy and merriment everywhere prevailed. The guests pledged each other in wine cups brimming full. Honey and spices were brought and mingled in the wine, and with the fragrant compound they drank the health of Cleopatra. The Roman guards without the tent were also served with sumptuous fare, and instead of Pascha, filled their rhytons with the barley wine of Egypt. End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 4. Cleopatra, Part 3. Antony was in raptures with everything he saw and heard. His expectations were far exceeded. His wildest imaginings had not dwelt upon such splendor and magnificence. The following day he returned the compliment, but his entertainment was so mean compared with hers, that he was obliged to acknowledge himself outdone. He had boasted that Cleopatra should pay him tribute or resign her kingdom, but now he yielded all to her, and even caused her sister, Arsinoe, who had taken refuge in Diana's temple at Miletus, to be put to death, at her request that there should be no rival to contest her throne. She encouraged all his follies, humored every caprice, and laughed at every whim. His coarseness she returned with interest, and with infinite wit and grace. He sought her love with warmest protestations, but she yielded with coy submission. "Nay, swear that you love me," she said. "Swear by the holy Osiris." "I swear," he said. Thenceforth she called herself the wife of Antony, though no rite nor ceremony had sanctioned their illicit love. Day after day was given to feasting, each entertainment surpassing in elegance that which preceded it. Antony was astonished at the wealth so lavishly displayed by Cleopatra. She only sneered at what she called his parsimony. At a banquet given by her, he expressed his wonder at the great number of golden cups, enriched with jewels and beautifully wrought, that adorned the tables. She said they were but trifles, and gave them to him. The next day she provided a still more costly entertainment. Antony, as was his custom, brought with him all his officers of rank, and when the feast was ended, she bestowed on each guest the vessels of gold and silver he had used. At another of her banquets, she wore in her earrings 2 pearls of immense value, and having made a wager with Antony that she could spend more than 10,000 sestertia upon a single entertainment, the value of the different dishes was estimated, but falling short of that sum, she declared that she could lay out so much upon herself, and calling for a cup of vinegar, dissolved in it one of the pearls, and then drank off the costly draught. She was about to do the same with the other pearl, but the umpire stopped her, and decided the wager in her favor. Forgetful alike of public duties and private ties and obligations, Antony lingered away the time at Tarsus in revelry and dalliance. Affairs in Syria demanded his attention, in consequence of the warlike demonstrations of Parthia, yet they were neglected. At Rome, his individual interests were suffering by reason of his continued absence, but his spirited and ambitious wife, Fulvia, in vain besought him to hasten his return. A spell was thrown around him which he had not the desire, if he possessed the power, to break. The tighter his chains were drawn, the closer he hugged them, the more he loved the beautiful tyrant whose willing slave he was. From Tarsus, Antony and Cleopatra proceeded to Tyre, at which place she was to embark for Alexandria. Here he designed to separate from her, in order to lead the Roman army against the Parthian forces then preparing to enter Syria. But this was not her intention. She had lost Caesar, as she thought, mainly through her own neglect to render her influence over him secure. It was her ambition now to become the acknowledged wife of Antony. His prospects were as fair, if not prematurely blighted, as those of the younger Caesar, whose superior he was in age, in experience, and perhaps in popularity. As his wife, then, she would not only remain the queen of Egypt, but she might be empress of Rome and of the world. To suffer him to leave her, therefore, till the fulfillment of these hopes, which, once buried in the grave of Caesar, had now revived again, would be to ruin them forever. Her arts and blandishments proved irresistible. Home, country, duty, and ambition, all were forgotten by Antony. Instead of leading his soldiers to new victories and planting the Roman eagles in triumph on the banks of the Euphrates, he accompanied Cleopatra to Alexandria. In the Egyptian capital, the scenes at Tarsus were renewed. He gave himself up to all the wild, fierce passions of his nature, and reveled in debauchery and excess. She did not once make the attempt to restrain him, but gave encouragement to every folly, and rejoiced whenever she was able to provide some new pleasure for his entertainment. This was the secret of her power, and she did not hesitate to use it. She was with him day and night. They gamed and feasted and drank together. They fished and hunted in each other's company, and she attended him when he reviewed his troops. Disguised as slaves, they rambled through the city in the dusk of evening, making themselves merry with the faults and frailties of the inhabitants, jesting rudely with those they met, and playing tricks upon them, and often becoming involved in serious brawls and difficulties. They called their mode of life inimitable, and it was so, for it was characterized by unrestrained indulgence and extravagance unbounded. But, while she thus encouraged and ministered to his vices, she neglected no opportunity to impress him and those who were about them with the notion that she possessed superior tact and sagacity. She treated his opinions with levity, and exacted a large share of deference for her own. Even their amusements furnished occasions for triumph over him, which she failed not to improve. One day, when they were fishing, he was deeply chagrined at his ill success, and ordered one of the fishermen to dive under the water secretly and fasten some of the larger fishes that had been taken upon his hook, so that the raillery of the queen might not be provoked. She discovered the trick at once, but affected not to perceive it, and on the following day invited a still more numerous company to witness similar sport. But she privately instructed an experienced diver in her service to procure a salted fish from the market, and when a favorable opportunity offered, to attach it to Antony's hook. This was done, and he drew up the fish amid the laughter and merriment of the whole party. "Go, general," she exclaimed, "leave fishing to us, petty princes of Pharos and Canopus. Your game is cities, kingdoms, and provinces." At length Antony was aroused from his folly and inaction by the intelligence that the Parthian army had been repeatedly victorious in Syria, and that his presence was absolutely necessary to prevent fresh disasters. The news from Rome, too, was far from pleasing to him. His wife and brother, more watchful of his interests than himself, had raised an army to check the ambitious designs of Octavius, but they had been overpowered and were forced to flee from Italy. He proceeded to Phoenicia, however, but the letters of Fulvia finally induced him to turn his course toward Rome. She died at Sicyon, on her way to meet him, and he was afterward reconciled to young Caesar, and married his sister Octavia. Her gentle virtues did not fail to win upon his better nature, but the marriage had been based upon political considerations solely, and he soon began to tire of the restraints it imposed. Memory often dwelt upon the fascinating charms of the fair Egyptian, and he longed to return to her again, but durst not hazard a rupture with his brother-in-law and co-triumvir. Years passed by. The world had been divided between the triumvirs, and Antony had received for his portion the countries lying east of the Ionian Sea. Important matters of state, and the active duties of his life, diverted his mind from Cleopatra, yet she was not forgotten. The condition of affairs in Syria once more demanded his attention, and leaving Octavia behind him at Rome, he revisited the scenes around which clustered so many pleasant but guilty recollections. There Cleopatra joined him again, upon his earnest solicitation, though she did not attempt to conceal her anger because he had deserted her and married Octavia. She was still ambitious, and still claimed the name and station of his wife. She loved him also, it may be, and was jealous of her Roman rival. To appease her, therefore, he gave her the provinces of Phoenicia, the Lower Syria, the Isle of Cyprus, and a great part of Cilicia, with the balm-producing portion of Judea and a large and fertile tract of Arabia. Upon the twin children, Alexander and Cleopatra, which she had borne him, he bestowed the surnames of the Sun and Moon. After spending several months with him, Cleopatra returned to Egypt, and he proceeded against the Parthians with a powerful and well-appointed army. But the unwise delay was fatal to the expedition, which was wholly unsuccessful, and when he returned to Phoenicia, It was with the mere remnant of the proud array he had led across the sandy plains of Syria. The timely arrival of Cleopatra at Sidon, where he awaited her, with supplies of clothing and provisions, alone saved his army from utter destruction. Henceforth, the wiles of the charming queen were far more powerful with Antony than all other influences combined. Now that he was restored to her, she resolved not to lose sight of him again. Separated from him, she was but the sovereign of a petty kingdom. With him, a ruler of the world, she was not only the companion of his pleasures, but she governed and controlled him. Accordingly, all her arts were employed to retain him near her, and they were not employed in vain. Octavia came as far as Athens to meet her lord and husband, but he sent her back to Rome with bitter words. This was Cleopatra's triumph, but she rued it bitterly in the hour of her humiliation. She saved Egypt from the Romans' grasp, but sacrificed herself. Antony became her veriest slave. For her sake he heaped indignities upon his lawful wife, and added to them the last and foulest one of all, repudiation. She conquered but unmanned him. The pride and daring of the soldier were not, indeed, altogether subdued in the effeminacy of the lover and the weakness of the debauchee. After spending another winter at the Egyptian capital, wearied and sated with pleasures, he took the field again the following spring. Armenia was conquered, and its captive monarch dragged through Alexandria, where he celebrated his triumph, at his chariot wheels, laden with chains of gold, and thus presented to the lovely siren who was the victor's victor. Again the banquet and the feast filled up the time, and sport and revelry and dalliance made Antony the wreck of what he was. But his return to Rome was thus prevented, and it was that she ardently desired. Her charms were fading now. In a few years their influence would be no longer felt, and it would seem that she hoped to retain her power by ministering to his coarser passions and desires. Once more he prepared to lead his soldiers against the Parthian. Cleopatra had promised to accompany him to the Euphrates, and she had pictured to herself bright scenes of future glory and conquest. But before they set out upon the expedition, the ceremony of the coronation of herself and children was performed. In the palace court, a throne of solid gold, with steps of silver, was ordered to be placed. Seated upon this, and clad in a robe of gorgeous purple embroidered with gold and fastened with diamonds, was Antony himself, with a golden scepter in his hand, at his side a Persian scimitar, and on his head the diadem of the Persian kings. On his right hand was Cleopatra, in the robes of Isis made of costly asbeston, the lotus twined about the diadem upon her head, and in her hand the rattling sistrum. Beneath them sat Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, and Alexander and Ptolemy, the sons of Antony and Cleopatra. At Antony's command, the heralds proclaimed Cleopatra Queen of Egypt, Cyprus, Libya, and Lower Syria, and named her son Caesarion as her colleague. The other princes were then proclaimed kings of kings, and the kingdoms and provinces of the East were divided between them. Thus ended the pageant, and it was all but empty show. Cleopatra accompanied Antony in his expedition, for they were now inseparable. They proceeded as far as the Araxes, but alarming news from Rome recalled them. They then directed their course to Greece. At Ephesus, at Samos, and at Athens, spending weeks and months in revelry and feasting, which, profitably employed, would have made them masters of Rome, and thus realized the glorious dreams of her proud ambition. Never was woman so self-deceived. She anticipated an easy victory over the stripling Caesar when Antony declared war against him. Her jealous pride rose high with the thought that Octavia would be humbled, that Antony would be the world's great master, and she its mistress. The delusion was not a strange one, and from it she never woke till, from her galley's deck at Actium, she saw that all was lost. Had Antony pushed on to Rome, he could scarcely have failed of victory. It was not his wish that Cleopatra should remain with him, but, fearing, with very good reason, that a reconciliation would take place between Octavius and Antony if she returned to Egypt, she bribed one of the counselors of the latter, in whom he placed great confidence, to advise that she should continue at his side. Antony lingered away most precious time, and when at last he ventured to risk an engagement, he listened to the advice of Cleopatra, instead of following his own better judgment, and offered battle at sea. The hostile fleets encountered each other before the promontory of Actium. Foreseeing certain defeat, on account of the imbecility and want of skill displayed by Antony, Cleopatra determined to secure her own personal safety, and left the scene of the engagement with her 50 galleys. Antony might still have made a noble stand, but his courageous spirit seemed to have forsaken him. He gave up everything, without a struggle worthy of his name and character, and followed the flying Cleopatra. Having been received into her galley, they hastened with all speed to Alexandria, not to make a noble stand in defense of what was left to them, but to forget their folly in the wildest excesses, or in the intervals of dissipation, to load each other with reproaches. It is as two jealous lovers, not bound together by the sacred tendrils of an honest affection, but united by an unholy passion, that Antony and Cleopatra are from this time to be regarded. They loved and hated one another by turns. They doubted and deceived each other. One day she spent in feasting with him as in former days, and on the next refused to see him. She feared, as had been the case before so often, that Antony would make his peace with Caesar, and so she resolved to provide for her own security by secretly dispatching friendly messages to the conqueror. Upon the arrival of Octavius with his army before the walls of Alexandria, the warrior heart of Antony aroused itself once more. He made a gallant sally, and drove back the advancing legions. But the advantage he received was but temporary, and on the following day the fleet of Cleopatra was surrendered by her command to Caesar. Antony sought the queen forthwith to charge her with her treachery, but she had now immured herself, with all her most valuable treasures, in a lofty tomb which she had caused to be erected beside the temple of Isis. In reply to the inquiries of Antony, from whose ungovernable rage the worst consequences were feared in case they saw each other then, it was told him that she had killed herself. His love for her at once returned, and shutting himself up in his apartment, he fell upon his sword. At this moment an officer came to inform him that Cleopatra was still alive, and at his request he was carried to the tomb, and there he died, folded in her arms, those arms whose fascinating embraces had brought him to this strait. By stratagem, the officers of Octavius obtained admission into the tomb, whereupon she attempted to stab herself with a dagger, but her design was frustrated by their interference. Octavius himself now came to see her. She appeared before him clothed in a simple under tunic, thinking, perhaps, the charms displayed so freely might move him, but he did not deign to notice them. The deadly sorrow charactered in her face had robbed her of her former beauty. She then urged him with tears to spare her children and herself, and leave them undisturbed in Egypt. He promised fairly, but she doubted him, and she determined to die by her own hand rather than be led in triumph, like the humblest slave, before the car of the Roman conqueror. This degradation she had always feared. Her high soul revolted at the prospect which she saw before her, and sooner than be young Caesar's captive, she resolved to perish nobly. Although unqueened, yet like a queen. With the effect of different poisons she had made herself perfectly familiar, and either by this means, or, as was commonly believed, by the bite of an asp secretly introduced into the tomb, her life was ended. Such was the fate of Cleopatra. Faults and vices she exhibited which, revolting as they were, need not be excused in her, for they were characteristic of her age. Though her virtues were mental only, they deserve to be remembered. It should not be forgotten also that history, all partial to the Roman as it is, has scarcely done her justice. She loved Caesar, and to her it seemed not guilty. She was ambitious too, not only desiring to save her throne and kingdom, but to reign in Rome. In her intercourse with Antony, she was prompted not by sensual motives only, but chiefly by policy and ambition. She was indeed mistaken as to the effect of the means and arts which she employed to win him to her. Judged by the times in which she lived, this was her error. End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 5. Isabella of Castile. She had all the royal makings of a queen. Shakespeare. Isabella of Spain, the Catholic, as she was called, stands before the world as a model of queenly and womanly excellence. In her, the energy of manhood, the wisdom of the statesman, the devout rectitude of a saint, and the tenderness and grace of woman, were more perfectly combined than in any female sovereign whose name adorns the pages of history. Far as the East is from the West, and distant as their several periods, is the character of this renowned Castilian from that of the passionate and cunning Cleopatra. The beautiful conscientiousness of the former, her firm adherence to conviction, her delicacy and mercy and sweet humility, are a proof of the moral superiority resulting from the prevalence of truth, however perverted or obscure it be, in the place of utter delusion, whatever of classic attraction it may have. Oblivion has veiled her faults, if any belong to her intrinsic being. She is left perfect to the eye of posterity, except it be in her almost inevitable failure to assert at all times her own manifest and better instincts over those influences in her life and time which go far to excuse the few blamable acts that may be charged upon her. And such a picture of character, fair as her own lovely countenance, is framed in the most picturesque era of modern history. The scenery and romantic associations of Spain, the conquest of the splendid Moorish kingdom of Granada, the gorgeous evening of the day of chivalry, and the morning of great discoveries heralded by Columbus, were the fit setting for the jewel of queens, or rather an appropriate scene for the display of her noble qualities. The disappointments she endured in the latter part of her life, the cruelties of which she was the unwitting or unwilling abettor, the bigotry that took advantage of her piety, and the despotism established by her husband, the artful Ferdinand, are the clouds that darken the narrative of a reign else bright and beautiful. Spain was originally divided into 4 kingdoms: Castile, Aragon, Navarre, and the Moorish possessions, the latter comprising the most luxuriant districts and the most important strongholds upon the coast. Castile and Aragon were nearly alike, both governments being monarchical, yet in spirit republican. The king had little power, separate from the assembly or parliament, consisting of the grandees, nobles of the second class, representatives of towns and cities, and deputies of the clergy. This was evident in the oath of allegiance, taken in this form: "We, who are each of us as good as you, and altogether more powerful than you, promise obedience to your government, if you maintain our rights and liberties, but not otherwise." Many of the nobles were in fact petty kings, owning vast and populous territories, which yielded them richer revenues and larger armies than the monarch himself could command. The continual jealousies and feuds existing among them kept the kingdom in constant turmoil, and thus originated the confusion, revolts, and successive tragedies that darkened the chronicles of Castile and Aragon, previous to the succession of Ferdinand and Isabella. While John II. Occupied the Castilian throne, his subjects laid aside for a time the ferocious and warlike spirit that had previously marked the national character, and imitated the refined taste of their sovereign, whose love of letters and utter disinclination for business induced him to neglect even the most important affairs of the kingdom, leaving all in the hands of favorites, and often signing documents at their option, without taking the trouble to examine the contents. The nobles finally became disgusted with their poetizing king, and jealous of the arrogant favorites who, raised from an humble origin, assumed the dignity and magnificence of royalty, and presumed to direct the affairs of the kingdom. A revolt ensued, and Henry, the young son of the king, was placed at the head of the disaffected party. This storm was quelled at the accession of a new queen, a woman of strong and resolute character, who obtained such ascendency over the ease-loving monarch as to cause the downfall and final execution of the principal and most obnoxious favorite, Alvaro de Luna. John's regret for this step induced a melancholy that aggravated the disease which terminated his life soon after. He left, by his first wife, one child, Henry, whom he appointed his successor and guardian of the two younger children by his second wife, Alfonso, then an infant, and Isabella, afterwards Queen of Castile, who was born April 22nd, 1451, at Madrigal. She was but 4 years old at the time of her father's death, and was soon after removed, with her mother, to the little town of Aravello. Henry IV. Was welcomed to the throne amidst unfeigned expressions of joy from a people wearied with the long and glorious reign of his father. They hoped for a vigorous government, and the prosecution of the war against the Moors, which for years had been in contemplation. It required but a short time, however, to unfold the worthless character of the new king, who, without a corresponding taste for intellectual pursuits, inherited all his father's aversion to business. At once indolent, profligate, and imbecile, he gathered about him courtiers who, like himself, sought only frivolous or debasing amusements, till, without shame, they indulged in open vice, boldly boasting of their exploits. The low state of morals was not improved after the arrival of Joanna of Portugal, whom Henry espoused, having repudiated his first wife, Blanche of Aragon, after a union of 12 years. The new queen was accompanied by a brilliant suite, and her arrival was signalized by the festivities and pageant due to royalty in those days of chivalry. Being young, beautiful, and vivacious, she fascinated the Castilians, and by her wit and raillery overcame the punctilious etiquette observed at court. Her freedom of manner soon gave rise to gross suspicions. Beltran de la Cueva, one of the handsomest and most accomplished cavaliers of his time, was designated her favorite, and notwithstanding her undisguised preference, the king, so far from resenting it, continued to heap favors upon the man, who previously had gained such ascendency over him as to guide the affairs of the kingdom to suit his own views and interests. To this polluted, licentious court, Isabella, in her 16th year, and her brother Alfonso, were brought after the birth of the ill-fated Princess Joanna. This was a matter of policy, as the king required the oath of allegiance to the infant Joanna as his successor, without regarding her supposed illegitimacy, and fearing the dissatisfied nobles would form a separate faction in favor of Isabella, he required her presence at the royal palace. All her early life had been spent in seclusion with her mother, who faithfully instructed her in those lessons of virtue and piety which shone out so vividly in after years. Her education received a finish seldom attained in that age. Her tastes were refined and elevated, her nature gentle and placid, and with these womanly qualities she united a maturity of judgment, energy, and firmness that fully fitted her for the commanding position she was soon to take. Her beauty, gentleness, and grace ensured her a warm welcome at court, but the satellites that invariably hastened to flutter about a new star and bask in its rays were soon overawed in her presence. The blameless purity of her conduct, her sincere, unostentatious piety, and natural dignity of demeanor, repelled familiarity, while it won the truest affection and homage of those who surrounded her. She was one whose influence roused all the pure, noble, and true aspirations of the soul, and as such she stood alone in the royal family, and far above the contamination of its giddy train of followers. Being nearly related to the crown, her hand was sought from childhood by numerous applicants. While too young to have a voice in the decision, she was solicited for the same Ferdinand to whom she was destined to be finally united, and afterwards promised to his brother Carlos, whose tragical end defeated the purpose. In her 13th year, Henry affianced her to Alfonso, King of Portugal, but after an interview with that monarch, neither entreaties nor threats could gain her consent to a union every way disagreeable to her. Knowing her refusal would avail her little, she replied with a discretion, rare at so early an age, that the Infantas of Castile could not be disposed of without the consent of the nobles of the realm. The chagrined monarch was obliged to withdraw his suit, and Isabella still continued free. Though Henry had not succeeded in disposing of her, he felt secure in having her under his surveillance, and in order to divert his discontented subjects, he announced a crusade against the Moors. He assumed the device of Granada, a pomegranate branch, in token of his intention to enroll it among his own provinces, and he assembled the chivalry of the nation, and with a splendid army set out for the Moorish dominions. This grand expedition ended only in an empty display beneath the walls of Granada, which were lined with jeering enemies, but with whom the timid king would not venture a battle, flying even from the petty scenes of action carried on along the borders, unless detained personally by the indignant knights, who burned to retaliate the insults of the infidels. But from all their expostulations and reproaches, the cowardly king took shelter in the reply that he prized the life of one of his soldiers more than those of 1,000 Mussulmen. Repeated attempts like these disgusted the gallant Castilians, and brought complaints from the southern provinces, which were laid waste in these continual affrays, and complained that the war was carried on against them instead of the infidels. Another cause of disquietude arose from the abuses of government, which occasioned almost a state of bankruptcy. The nobles, unable to obtain redress, converted their castles into fortresses, and with their retainers went out upon the highways, and robbing travelers and seizing upon their persons, sold them to the Moors, who retained them in slavery, except when redeemed by heavy ransoms. These occurrences received no check from the imbecile monarch. Such grievances, together with the jealousy of the nobility, in consequence of obscure persons being elevated above the old aristocracy of the kingdom, and some concessions made to Aragon which were thought to compromise the honor of the nation, occasioned a general revolt. One of the prominent leaders of the insurgents was the Marquis of Villena, the most powerful noble in Castile, possessing a large and populous territory. He was a man of polished address and unfailing shrewdness, but turbulent, restless, and continually involving the nation in trouble. The other noted partisan was the Archbishop of Toledo, a stern warrior and churchman. A confederacy was organized, which, among other things, demanded Alfonso to be recognized as Henry's successor instead of Joanna. Too indolent to adopt severe measures to crush the rebellion in its beginning, he refused the advice of his adherents and yielded all that was demanded of him. He soon after retracted all his agreements, which so incensed and disgusted the confederates that they determined to defy his authority and elect a king for themselves. An immense concourse assembled in an open plain near the city of Avila, where a scaffold was erected, and a crowned effigy of Henry IV. Was placed upon a mock throne, arrayed in royal drapery, with a sword, scepter, and other insignia of royalty decorating it. A list of grievances was then read, after which the Marquis of Villena and other leaders despoiled the statue of its kingly trappings and threw it to the ground, where it was rolled and trampled in the dust by the excited multitude. Alfonso, then but 11 years of age, was seated in the chair of state, proclaimed king, and received the homage of the multitude amidst a loud flourish of trumpets. The news of this bold usurpation threw the whole kingdom into a frightful state of excitement, since every man was obliged to choose his party. Old feuds were revived, families divided one against another, and all the horrors of a civil war threatened to devastate the land. Henry was obliged to summon his forces, which were strong enough to have maintained his right to the throne, but they had no sooner assembled than he disbanded them, and commenced negotiations with the cunning marquis. A cessation of hostilities during 6 months was agreed upon, in order to make some amicable arrangement, but Henry's adherents were overwhelmed with indignation that he should have forsaken his own cause. Had a humane spirit dictated his course, he might have been honored, but the weakness and cowardice plainly evinced in all his movements made him despicable in the eyes of his subjects and the jest of his enemies, in an age when the laws of chivalry demanded redress for the slightest affront. The two parties maintained their separate sovereigns with their respective courts, each enacting laws as if the other was not in existence. It was plainly seen that peace could not be long preserved while they were thus playing at cross purposes. But the ready Marquis of Villena devised a scheme which should conciliate all parties and secure his own aggrandizement. He proposed the marriage of his brother, Don Pedro de Pacheco, Grand Master of Calatrava, a prominent member of the new party, with Isabella. To this the feeble king assented, though the project was strongly opposed by Isabella, who considered it not only degrading to her rank, but bore a personal dislike to Pacheco. He was many years her senior, of dissolute habits, was a fierce and noisy leader of faction, and in every respect unfitted to appreciate Isabella's lofty character. Her opposition availed her nothing, however, and not knowing whither to turn for escape from the hateful marriage, she shut herself in her own apartments, praying and fasting for a day and night. When weeping under the tyranny her heartless brother imposed, and bewailing her fate to a faithful, courageous friend, Beatrix de Bobadilla, the latter exclaimed, "God will not permit it, neither will I," and drawing forth a gleaming dagger she wore concealed upon her person, passionately vowed to strike Don Pedro to the heart, if he dared to drag her to the altar. Magnificent preparations went on for the celebration of the nuptials. The Master of Calatrava had obtained a dispensation from the Pope, releasing him from the vows of celibacy, and exultingly devised the most extravagant display for an occasion which was to bestow upon his fortunate self the hand of a beautiful and distinguished princess, nearly related to the crown. Already he saw himself a king. Elated with the prospect, and quite insensible to the unwillingness of the bride-elect, he set out from his residence with an imposing and showy retinue for Madrid, where the ceremony was to be performed. On his way thither, however, he was seized with a fatal illness, and died with frightful imprecations on his lips, because his life had not been spared till the goal of his ambition had been reached. His death was by some attributed to poison, though no one cast the slightest imputation on Isabella, whose well-known purity and uprightness placed her above suspicion. Don Pedro's death dissipated all the fine schemes for the reconciliation of the parties, and it was soon determined to decide the contest by a battle. The two armies met at Olmeda. The royal adherents greatly outnumbered the confederates, but the latter made up in enthusiasm and spirit what they lacked in numbers. Alfonso's army was led by the Archbishop of Toledo, conspicuously arrayed in a scarlet mantle embroidered with a white cross, beneath which he wore a complete suit of armor. The prince, also clad in mail, rode at his side. Before the battle commenced, the archbishop sent a message to Beltran de la Cueva, advising him not to appear in the field, as a score of knights had vowed his death. He returned a defiant answer, minutely describing the dress he was to wear on the occasion, which cost him many a sharp struggle during the day. Henry took great care to avoid a dangerous proximity to the scene of blood and death, and upon the first announcement of the enemy's victory, which proved to be a false alarm, he fled in dismay with 40 attendants to a near village for safety, leaving his friends to fight as best they might. The battle ceased only when darkness separated the combatants, nothing being gained on either side. The insurgents, however, occupied the city of Segovia, where Isabella repaired after the battle, and during the succeeding months of anarchy and bloodshed, remained under Alfonso's protection. The struggle ceased at the death of Alfonso, who, after a short and sudden illness, expired the 5th of July, 1468, at a little village near Avila, the scene of his proclaimed sovereignty 2 years before. His loss was deeply deplored, as he gave promise of unusual talent, and possessed a nobleness of sentiment that might have made him a just and great king. His death was ascribed by many to poison, and by others to the plague, which united its unsparing scythe to the chariot of war that wheeled right and left over fair Castile. Isabella immediately retired to a monastery at Avila, but the alarmed confederacy looked to her as its head, and unanimously delegated the Archbishop of Toledo to offer her the crown of Castile and Leon, promising her their support. Notwithstanding the primate's eloquent entreaties, she firmly refused the honor, replying magnanimously that, while her brother Henry lived, none other had a right to the crown; that the country had been divided long enough under the rule of 2 contending monarchs, and that the death of Alfonso might perhaps be interpreted into an indication from heaven of its disapprobation of their cause. The inhabitants of Seville and other cities proclaimed her their queen, and continued to send deputies to gain her consent to adopt their cause. But her immovable decision obliged the confederates to open negotiations with the ruling sovereign, which ended in a treaty, many of the articles whereof were degrading to him as a man and as a king. He declared Joanna illegitimate, and accepted Isabella as his heir and successor. An interview took place between Henry and Isabella at Toros de Guisando, each accompanied by a brilliant suite, when the king affectionately embraced his sister, and publicly announced her as successor to the throne. This was followed by an oath of allegiance from the assembled grandees, who, in token of their faithfulness, knelt and kissed the hand of the princess. Isabella took up her residence at Ocana, where she enjoyed comparative quiet in the peace and prosperity once more restored to the distracted kingdom. Suitors appeared with redoubled assiduity, now that her succession to the throne was established. Among them was a brother of Edward IV of England, and the Duke of Guienne, brother of the French king and heir apparent to the throne. Isabella's choice hesitated between the latter and Ferdinand of Aragon, though her decision was influenced by a personal preference as well as by the interests of the kingdom. France was distant from Castile, and the customs, language, and manners of the people widely differed, while Aragon was closely allied to Castile in every respect. Aside from this, Ferdinand greatly exceeded the duke in personal appearance and accomplishments, which enlisted Isabella's favor. In this decision she was fiercely opposed by a party who had retired in disgust at Henry's repudiation of Joanna, and headed by the malicious Marquis of Villena, formed a new faction in favor of the discarded heir. In Isabella's marriage with Ferdinand, the Marquis saw his own downfall, and, with the hope of frustrating her intentions, regained his power over her guardian, the king, and it induced him to suggest to Alfonso of Portugal the renewal of his former addresses more publicly. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 6. Isabella of Castile, Part 2. The King of Portugal gladly acceded, and sent a pompous and magnificent embassy to Isabella at Ocana. She peremptorily declined the honor, which so incensed Henry that, urged on by the cunning marquis, he threatened her with imprisonment in the royal fortress at Madrid, if she did not see fit to acquiesce in the choice he had made for her. Such menaces did not intimidate her, as the inhabitants of Ocana were devotedly attached to her, and approved of the Aragonese match, making known their approbation by singing ballads in the streets, that derided Alfonso, and compared his age and defects to Ferdinand's youth, beauty, and chivalry. She also had the promised support of the Archbishop of Toledo, who was warmly attached to her interests, offering to come in person, at the head of a sufficient force to protect her, if violent measures were resorted to. Notwithstanding a provision in the treaty which required her to consult Henry as to her marriage, she determined no longer to regard his wishes, since he had violated almost every article himself. Without farther hesitation, she took the opportunity of his absence in the southern provinces to quell an insurrection, to send an envoy to Aragon, accepting Ferdinand's suit. While awaiting the result, she repaired to Madrigal, remaining with her mother for greater security. This proved a disadvantage, as she found there the Bishop of Burgos, a nephew of the Marquis of Villena, who acted as a spy upon all her movements, corrupted her servants, ferreted out her designs, and faithfully reported the particulars to Henry and the marquis. They became alarmed at her daring step, and at once made preparations to put their threat in execution. By an order from the king, the Archbishop of Seville was directed to proceed to Madrigal with a sufficient force to secure Isabella, and the inhabitants were warned not to attempt her defense. They entreated her to fly, and succeeded in informing the Archbishop of Toledo of her danger. He promptly placed himself at the head of a body of horse, proceeded to Madrigal with such speed as to arrive before her enemies, and gallantly carried her off in the very face of the Bishop of Burgos and his guard. She was thus escorted to the city of Valladolid, where the inhabitants greeted her with hearty enthusiasm. Soon after her arrival, a despatch was sent to Ferdinand to expedite matters during the king's absence. John of Aragon had received the favorable answer to his son's suit with the greatest satisfaction, as it had long been his favorite scheme to consolidate the provinces of Spain under one head. The marriage articles had been signed, the most pleasing of which to the Castilians was that Ferdinand should reside in Castile, and the essential rights of sovereignty over that kingdom should be relinquished to his consort. But the arrival of the princess's messengers with the information of the necessity of hasty measures embarrassed the King of Aragon, whose treasury was exhausted by a war with the Catalans, leaving him without means to provide Ferdinand with a suitable escort, or to support the expense attending a royal marriage. After much deliberation, it was decided that the prince should go, in the disguise of a servant, to a pretended company of merchants, while, to divert the attention of the Castilians, a showy embassy should proceed by another route. This stratagem succeeded. The distance to be traversed was short, but the country was patrolled by troops to intercept them, and the frontiers were guarded by strong fortified castles. They traveled at night, Ferdinand performing all the offices of a servant, till they reached the friendly castle of the Count of Trevino, from which a well-armed escort accompanied them to Dueñas in Leon. Here he was welcomed by a throng of nobles, and the joyful intelligence of his safe arrival sent to Isabella. The following evening he went secretly to Valladolid, accompanied by a few persons. He was warmly received by the Archbishop of Toledo, who conducted him to the princess at the palace of John Vivera, where she, with her little court, resided. Ferdinand was at this time in his 18th year. His complexion was fair, though somewhat bronzed by constant exposure to the sun; his eyes quick and cheerful; his forehead ample and approaching to baldness; his muscular and well-proportioned frame was invigorated by the toils of war, and by the chivalrous exercises in which he delighted. He was one of the best horsemen in his court, and excelled in field sports of every kind. His voice was somewhat sharp, but he possessed a fluent eloquence, and when he had a point to carry, his address was courteous and insinuating. Isabella was a year older than he. She was well formed, of the middle size, with great dignity and gracefulness of deportment, a mingled gravity and sweetness of demeanor, confiding and affectionate. Her complexion was fair, her hair auburn inclining to redness, her eyes of a clear blue, with a benign expression, and there was a singular modesty in her countenance, gracing as it did a wonderful firmness of purpose and earnestness of spirit. The interview lasted 2 hours, full of interest and mutual admiration, sealing the marriage contract with a love that rarely unites royal hearts, denied the free choice that blesses lower rank. Arrangements were made for the celebration of the nuptials, but both parties were so poor as to be obliged to borrow money to defray the expenses of the occasion. The ceremony took place on the morning of October 19th, 1469, at the palace, and in the presence of a large assemblage of noblemen and dignitaries. A week of festive rejoicings followed, and, at its expiration, the newly married pair publicly attended mass at one of the churches, as was the custom. Their first step had been to inform the king of their union and loyal submission. He coldly received their tardy seeking of his approbation, and replied that he should consult his ministers. The Marquis of Villena, who had now attained the dignity of Grand Master of St. James, chagrined at the failure of his schemes, quickly concocted new ones that put all Castile in ferment. He counseled Henry to again institute Joanna his successor, which advice was the more readily accepted since an embassy had just arrived from the King of France, proposing the Duke of Guienne, Isabella's disappointed suitor, for his daughter's hand. An interview took place between the Castilian monarch and the French ambassadors, during which a proclamation was read condemning Isabella's violation of the treaty by her unapproved marriage, and reinstating Joanna in her former rights. The nobles took the oath of allegiance, and the young princess was formally affianced to the Duke of Guienne. Ferdinand and his consort, now almost forsaken by the same ones who a short time before had warmly espoused their cause, remained quietly at Duenas, surrounded by an unostentatious court, and so poor they could scarcely support the expenses of their frugal table. Henry's court, on the contrary, exhibited a frivolous and corrupt abandonment, himself the spectacle of a king completely under the guidance of rapacious and profligate counselors, and his dominion the scene of continued warfare and crime, carried on with impunity under the very eyes of Castile's incapable monarch. At this crisis, and when Ferdinand's presence was most needed to inspire the remaining adherents with courage, he was summoned to the assistance of his father, who, at war with France, was perilously besieged in the city of Perpignan. With Isabella's approbation, Ferdinand led a body of horse, furnished by the Archbishop of Toledo, into Aragon, where he received reinforcements from the nobility of that kingdom. With this army, he suddenly appeared before the surprised enemy, who abandoned the siege in dismay. John, with the remnant of his troops, went out to meet his son and deliverer, whom he embraced with affecting gratitude in the presence of the two armies. During this absence, several events favored Isabella's fortune. The Archbishop of Seville, a powerful man in position and character, observed the marked contrast between the courts of the king and princess, and, won by the superior decorum of the latter, justly concluded Castile would attain a greater degree of prosperity under her firm administration than it could ever reach in the reign of her weak-minded rival, who, like her father, was entirely controlled by those around him. Influenced by such considerations, the archbishop revolutionized his interest and fortune in Isabella's favor. Another important accession to her party was one of the king's officers, Andres de Cabrera, who controlled the royal coffers. Partly influenced by hatred toward the Grand Master of St. James, and more by the urgent importunities of his wife, Beatrix de Bobadilla, Isabella's early friend, he opened a secret correspondence with the princess, advising her to have an interview with her brother. To assure her of his friendly motives, he sent his wife, who performed the journey in the disguise of a peasant, and thus unsuspected, reached Duenas, gained access to the apartments of her royal friend, and induced her to attempt a reconciliation with the king. With this certainty of protection from Cabrera and his friends, Isabella willingly set out for Saragossa, where Henry usually resided. An interview took place that resulted in a good understanding, and to give public proof of it, the king led her palfrey through the streets of the city. Grand fetes were given to express the universal joy at the event. While these rejoicings were in progress, Ferdinand returned to Castile and hastened to Saragossa, where he was warmly welcomed by his sovereign. This happy reconciliation did not suit the designs of the plotting favorite, who took the first occasion to crush these germs of peace. After a splendid entertainment given by Cabrera, Henry was taken violently ill. Ever ready to listen to his crafty minister's suggestions, he attributed to poison the result of his own excesses, and immediately issued secret orders for Isabella's arrest. The vigilance of her friends saved her, and she returned to Duenas in disgust. Ferdinand was again called to his father's succor. In the meantime, events thickened toward the consummation of his consort's power. The death of the Duke of Guienne in France dampened the hopes of the opposing party for Joanna, more especially since the alliance had been declined by several princes, owing to her alleged illegitimacy. Shortly after, Henry was deprived of his supporter and adviser by the death of the Grand Master of St. James. This was an occasion of more joy than grief to the Castilians, who were now delivered from the cause of nearly all the evils that for years had banished peace from the kingdom. To the monarch it was an irreparable loss, occasioning an anxiety and melancholy that hastened the progress of a disease which, for some time, had threatened his life. Undecided in matters of moment to the last, he died December 11th, 1474, unlamented, without a will, and without naming his successor. The following morning, Isabella, who was at Segovia, desired the inhabitants of that city to proclaim her sovereignty, resting her claims to the crown upon the fact that the Cortes had never revoked the act which appointed her Henry's successor, although twice summoned by him to give allegiance to Joanna. An assemblage of the chief grandees, nobles, and dignitaries, in robes of office, gathered at the castle, and, receiving Isabella under a canopy of rich brocade, conducted her to the public square. Two of the chief citizens led the Spanish jennet she rode, preceded by an officer on horseback, who upheld a naked sword, the symbol of sovereignty. A platform had been erected and a throne placed upon it, which Isabella occupied with graceful dignity, while a herald proclaimed, "Castile, Castile, for the King Don Ferdinand and his consort Dona Isabella, queen proprietor of these kingdoms." The royal standard was then unfurled, and the peal of bells and sound of cannon announced the recognizance of the new queen. The procession then moved to the principal cathedral, where, after the solemn chanting of the Te Deum, Isabella devoutly prostrated herself before the altar, and invoked the protection and guidance of the Almighty. Immediately after the coronation, deputies from various cities tendered their allegiance and raised the new standard upon their walls. Ferdinand was still absent, but on his return he exhibited great dissatisfaction with the investment of supreme authority in his consort. With unyielding firmness and winning gentleness, she maintained her right, convincing, and at the same time, with womanly tact, soothing her offended husband by mild, just reasoning, assuring him their interests were indivisible, that the division of power was but nominal, and that the interest of their only child, a daughter, demanded it, as she could not inherit the crown if females were excluded from the succession. This was one of his grounds of contention, since he himself was a distant heir of the Castilian crown. It was satisfactorily decided, however, that all appointments were to be made in the name of both, with the advice and consent of the queen. The commanders of fortified places were to render homage to her alone. Justice was to be administered by both conjointly when residing in the same place, and independently when separate. Proclamations and letters patent were to be subscribed with the signatures of both, their images were to be stamped on the public coin, and the united arms of Castile and Aragon emblazoned on a common seal. The succession was not yet peacefully established. Joanna's party still contended for the crown. Among her prominent supporters was the young Marquis of Villena, who inherited his father's titles and estates, but not his crafty, intriguing character. The Archbishop of Toledo, offended with the proclaimed queen because he was not solely consulted by her, and jealous of the rising importance of Cardinal Mendoza, suddenly withdrew from court. He shortly after openly espoused the cause of the unfortunate princess whom he had so long and successfully opposed. He would not be conciliated by any advances from Ferdinand and Isabella, who, as far as possible, without compromising their dignity, sought to regain his friendship. Propositions were now made by the rebellious party to Alfonso V. of Portugal, to espouse Joanna and assist in asserting her claims. To this he readily agreed. He assembled an army which comprised the flower of the Portuguese nobility, eager to engage in an expedition that promised them glory in the chivalrous defence of an injured princess. Advancing into Castile, they were met by the Duke of Aravello and the Marquis of Villena, who presented the king to his future bride. They were publicly affianced and proclaimed King and Queen of Castile. A week of festivities followed, after which the army quietly awaited reinforcements from the Castilians. During this delay, Ferdinand and Isabella, who, on the first arrival of the invaders, possessed but a scanty army, put forth indefatigable exertions to strengthen their forces. Isabella frequently sat up the whole night dictating dispatches. She visited in person, on horseback, the several cities that had delayed allegiance, thus succeeding in rallying an army of 42,000 men well equipped. On one of her journeys, she sent a message to the archbishop, notifying him of an intended visit in hope of reconciliation, to which he impudently replied that, if the queen entered by one door, he would go out at the other. As soon as such preparations as could be rapidly made were completed, the army set out for the city of Toro, of which Alfonso had taken possession. Unable to engage the Portuguese in battle, Ferdinand laid siege to the city, but owing to a want of proper battering artillery, and the cutting off of supplies by the enemy, who occupied the neighboring fortresses, he was obliged to withdraw his forces. An inglorious and confused retreat followed. The army was disbanded, scattering to their homes or strengthening the garrisons of friendly cities. The Archbishop of Toledo exulted at this ominous opening of the war on the part of the king, and no longer hesitated to join the enemy with all the forces under his command, haughtily boasting that he had raised Isabella from the distaff and would soon send her back to it again. Tidings from Portugal of an invasion caused the detachment of so large a portion of Alfonso's army as to cripple his operations, obliging him to remain in Toro without any aggressive movements. The king and queen, in the meantime, gathered a new army and proceeded to besiege Zamora. That being an important post to the enemy, Alfonso abandoned Toro, and with reinforcements from Portugal, headed by his son Prince John, went to its relief. A battle ensued in which the Portuguese were completely routed, and would have been nearly all put to the sword but for the friendly darkness that enabled many in extremity to give the Castilian war cry of St. James and St. Lazarus, and thus escape their confused pursuers. Many of the troops were massacred in attempting to fly to the frontiers of their own country. This cruelty was rebuked by Ferdinand, who not only ordered their safe conduct, but provided many of them with clothing, who were brought prisoners in a state of destitution and suffering. He permitted them to return safely to their homes. Isabella, upon hearing of this decisive victory, commanded the people to go in procession to the church of St. Paul, humbly walking barefoot herself to the cathedral, where thanksgiving was offered to God for the success he had vouchsafed them. Complete submission followed, except from the Marquis of Villena and the imperious archbishop, who maintained their rebellious manoeuvres till the demolition of their castles and the desertion of their retainers obliged them to yield. Alfonso retreated into Portugal with Joanna, but, mortified with his defeat, applied to the King of France to assist him in securing the crown of Castile for the Princess Joanna. He remained nearly a year in France for that purpose. Louis promised assistance when Alfonso's title was secured by a dispensation from the Pope for his marriage with Joanna. To his entire chagrin, he found that Louis was already negotiating with his rivals, and, overwhelmed with mortification at having been duped before all the world, he retired to an obscure village in Normandy, and wrote Prince John of his wish to resign his crown and enter a monastery. His retreat was discovered, and at last, persuaded by the urgent entreaties of his followers, he returned to Portugal, arriving just after his son's coronation. This caused him additional chagrin. John, however, immediately resigned his premature dignity on his father's reappearance. A treaty was soon after confirmed with Castile, which obliged Alfonso to resign all claims to the hand of Joanna, and imposed upon her the necessity of taking the veil, or wedding Don Juan, the infant son of Ferdinand and Isabella, when he should arrive at a suitable age. Wearied and disgusted with worldly ambition, forsaken by her relatives, successively affianced to princes who, one after another, rejected her at every reverse of fortune, and at last offered a consort still in the cradle, with the alternative of becoming a nun, she chose the latter, as at least a means of releasing her from a position which made her the football of opposing parties. Section 7 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 7. Isabella of Castile, Part 3. Alfonso was so much disappointed at the loss of his bride that he determined to put his former threat of entering a monastery in execution. The one he fixed upon was situated in a lonely spot on the shores of the Atlantic, but the realization of this quixotic fancy was prevented by his death shortly after Joanna took the veil. The same year, 1479, chronicled the death of John of Aragon, thus bequeathing an independent crown to Ferdinand. This event strengthened the security of Castile, and cemented the various provinces into a whole that was soon to stand foremost among nations. When tranquillity was at last restored to a people who for years had suffered the disasters of war, one would suppose they would willingly have been cradled in the arms of peace and prosperity. But the restless, turbulent spirit of the times required a channel for its resistless flood, that would otherwise undermine the foundations of a throne slowly gaining steadiness and solidity after its long rocking. The ambition of the chivalry of Spain was enthusiastically directed towards the prosecution of the war against the Moors, while the zealous clergy were absorbed in the new project of establishing the Inquisition in these dominions, rapidly becoming more powerful. The Jews, who were a numerous, wealthy, and important class, had incurred the hatred of the Castilians both on account of their heretical belief and because of the almost irretrievable indebtedness of a large share of the nobility to these moneylenders. Since the avowed purpose of the Inquisition was the conversion or condemnation of this unfortunate people, both the Castilians and Aragonese submitted to its otherwise detested establishment, hoping thus to escape their extensive liabilities, not foreseeing that its unlimited power might finally initiate the whole nation in its mysterious horrors. The clergy were eager for the work, and the Pope willingly sanctioned measures which, by the confiscation of the estates of the accused, would pour immense wealth into his coffers. Isabella, whose tenderness of heart revolted at the barbarous design, withheld her consent till, blinded by the united representations of advisers in whom she reposed confidence, and actuated by a bigotry which owed its place in her otherwise perfect character to the early teachings of her confessor, Thomas de Torquemada, a proud, intolerant man of unrelenting cruelty, she at length permitted the appointment of 2 Dominican friars in September, 1480, who were ordered to repair to Seville and commence operations immediately. This appointment was not made, however, till after Isabella had induced them to employ milder means, that failed, of course, in the hands of fiery, overbearing monks. an edict was issued, ordering the arrest of all persons suspected of heresy, some of the proofs of which were, wearing cleaner linen on the Jewish Sabbath than on other days of the week, having no fire in the house the preceding evening, giving Hebrew names to children, a whimsical, cruel provision, since, by an enactment of Henry II., they were prohibited the use of Christian names under severe penalties. The cells of the convent of St. Paul, where the dreadful tribunal commenced its murderous deeds, were quickly filled, and the number of arrests multiplied so rapidly that they were obliged to remove its operations to the fortress of Triana, in the suburbs of Seville. Removed from the immediate supervision of the citizens, the infatuated, brutal monks carried on the revolting work, instituting mock trials which gave the accused no opportunity of defense, but confronted him with witnesses concealed beneath black cowls, and judges enveloped in dark robes. The scene was rendered more gloomy and depressing by the dimly lighted chambers where the sittings were held. The victim, with no hope of escape, however innocent, was often condemned through the machinations of some deadly but disguised enemy, hurried away and subjected to most excruciating tortures, in dungeons too deep for their cries of agony to reach any sympathizing ear. In the meantime, Isabella, who devoutly believed this to be a pious work, was occupied in preparations for the Moorish war, in accordance with the promise she made on ascending the throne, and with the same bigoted zeal that actuated her in the forced conversion of her own subjects. Ferdinand engaged in the project with commendable activity, under the cloak of "His Most Catholic Majesty," but with the secret gratification of adding to his dominions a wealthy and beautiful region, acknowledged as the Eden of Spain. Its position, too, embracing the most important fortifications along the coast, caught the covetous eye of the king, and probably had an influence upon Isabella, though her prominent idea was the conversion of the infidels. The Moorish kingdoms, which had formerly extended over a large portion of Spain, had been reduced, by successive conquerors, to a narrow district of 70 miles in breadth, lying between the mountains and sea, and stretching along the coast 180 miles. The inhabitants were still subject to their enemies, being obliged to pay an annual tribute which had ceased during the reign of Henry II. And his successors. In this interval they had become prosperous, amassed great wealth, beautified their possessions with every known luxury, and cultivated the arts and sciences to a surprising degree. Ingenious and inventive, they originated much that has been universally adopted by mankind. To them we owe the first manufacture of paper, and from them came the equally world-appropriated invention of gunpowder. Astronomy, philosophy, and mathematics made rapid strides under their direction, though perverted to the uses of astrology, magic, and the untiring search after the elixir of life and the philosopher's stone. Literature and poetry were successfully cultivated, but overburdened with legends and fairy tales that have since been inwoven in the poetry of all nations. The renowned city of Granada was situated nearly in the center of the kingdom, upon 2 hills and an intervening valley, one of the hills being crowned by the fortress of Alcazaba, the other by the palace of Alhambra, magnificent and fanciful in its architecture, adorned within by richly tinted walls, musical fountains, perfumed gardens, and gay with gorgeously dressed attendants, now a pile of ruins whose history seems but the magical creation of an Arabian romance. Noble palaces and lofty houses, abounding in oriental colonnades and graceful porticos, crowded the city. It was famous for its gallant warriors, who proudly boasted an army of 20,000 men within its walls. Around the city extended the Vega, or plain of Granada, luxurious with vineyards, abundant in citron and orange groves that perpetually blossomed, and watered by the Senil that flowed in 1,000 diverted channels through these enchanting gardens. Upon one side of the plain extended a long range of mountains, whose snowy peaks rose like sentinels along the frontiers, while the dark Mediterranean dashed against the rocky battlements with which nature had provided its extreme southern boundary. Populous cities, towns, and impregnable fortresses were numerous in this fertile kingdom, which was regarded by the Moors with a passionate devotion, revealed in the romantic ballads and legends that immortalized its beauty and glory. The king, Muley Aben Hassan, was an old man, yet one who retained the fiery spirit of his youth and the natural vigor of his mind. He still held the reins of government with a firm, unyielding hand, but was an undisputed tyrant in his domestic relations. To this haughty monarch, Ferdinand and Isabella sent an embassy as soon as their purpose was decided, demanding the payment of long arrears of tribute due to Castile. He received the embassy in the halls of the Alhambra, and proudly defied the demand. "Tell your sovereigns," said he, "that the kings of Grenada, who used to pay tribute to the Castilian crown, are dead. Our mint at present coins nothing but blades of scimitars and heads of lances." The indignant ambassadors returned to Castile, while Aben Hassan, fully aware of the vast preparations making against him, determined to open hostilities himself. The fortress and town of Zahara, negligently guarded because of its impregnable situation upon craggy heights, was fixed upon for the first onset. An inconsiderable number of valiant Moors scaled the almost inaccessible walls of precipitous rock, and under cover of a raging tempest and the darkness of night, surprised the slumbering inhabitants, massacring such as resisted and carrying the rest into slavery. The news of this capture roused the wrath and revenge of all Spain, as though it had not intended to commit a like aggression. Ponce de Leon, the Marquis of Cadiz, noted for his personal prowess, was selected to conduct an army of 5,000 foot and horse into the enemy's country, though with some especial design, his soldiers were kept in ignorance, they expecting some sally along the frontiers. They performed a fatiguing and perilous march over the mountains that separated them from the kingdom of Grenada, the way being rendered more dangerous by moving only at night, in order to conceal their approach. This feat accomplished, the marquis announced to his astonished soldiers that they were within half a league of the fortress of Alhama, in the very heart of the Moorish dominions. This fortress and town, of the same name, were, like Zahara, situated on a rocky eminence, washed at its base by a deep river on one side, and screened on the other side from any powerful attack by the mountains. Its apparent security of position lulled the vigilance of the sentinels, and enabled a detachment of the Spanish army to scale the walls unseen, put the garrison to the sword, and throw open the gates to the remaining troops. The town was captured after a brave resistance from the Moors, who fought desperately this first battle for their beautiful land, their homes, and those endeared ones who were threatened with death or hopeless slavery. The news of this daring exploit, almost within sight of Grenada, struck terror into the hearts of the people, who deplored the evil the tyrant king was bringing upon them. The astrologers shook their heads and said the stars denoted the downfall of the empire, while the poets mournfully sang, "Woe is Alhama," and women and children rushed through the streets, tearing their hair and wildly calling upon their king to stay the destruction which threatened to overwhelm them. But Aben Hassan, roused by this defiance of the Castilians thrown in his very teeth, and deaf to the lamentations and reproaches of his subjects, made hasty preparations to retake his captured city. A large army, fierce for vengeance, assembled under the walls of Alhama, and laid siege to the city. The conquerors held unflinchingly what they had so perilously grasped, unintimidated by the fast exhausting means found in the city, or the long protracted, fierce attacks of the Moors, rapidly thinning their numbers. In this extremity, the marquis succeeded in conveying intelligence to his wife, who, alarmed for the safety of her husband, quickly dispatched a message to the most powerful neighboring chief, the Duke of Sidonia, to fly to his relief. This nobleman was a deadly enemy of the marquis, but with chivalrous honor obeyed the confiding frankness of the demand, and with his speedily gathered retainers, amounting to 55,000, set out for the Moorish dominions. The tidings of the victory and ensuing danger of the Spanish army at Alhama reached Ferdinand and Isabella at Medina del Campo. After a public procession and thanksgiving in the cathedrals, Ferdinand dispatched orders to the duke, who had already begun his march, to await his presence, but he, unwilling to lose a moment, disobeyed the command and pushed on to the rescue of his countrymen. The first announcement of their approach to Alhama was the sudden retreat of the Moors into Granada, a movement the besieged could not comprehend till, presently, they saw lances glittering and banners floating among the defiles of the mountains. With shouts of joy they went forth to meet the brilliant array, the marquis and duke embracing cordially, in presence of both armies, forever burying the animosity that had stained their family escutcheons with the blood of many generations. They triumphantly entered the city together. In accordance with Isabella's directions, the cross was reared where the crescent had hung for centuries. The mosques were converted into cathedrals, and the belongings and decorations of Catholic worship displaced the sacred utensils of Moorish rites. An exquisitely embroidered cloth, the work of the queen's own hands, was laid upon the newly erected altar in the principal mosque of Alhama, thus consecrating to religion what had been gained by rapacious bloodshed. A stronghold now being secured in the very midst of the kingdom of Granada, Isabella determined to prosecute the war more vigorously than ever. With her sanction, Ferdinand summoned an army, which, it was found, lacked sufficient supplies of ordnance and ammunition, in consequence of want of means, to incur further expense. Not listening to the advice of more experienced men, and burning with a desire for military renown, he persisted in entering upon a campaign with this ill-equipped army. The soldiers caught the dispirited bearing of the leaders, and, full of evil forebodings, dejectedly followed the royal standard, carried before them to the cathedral of Cordova, to receive a blessing, and thence on their long march and toil over the rugged mountains. Loxa, a thriving city on the banks of the Senil, so completely surrounded by inaccessible rocks as to be designated a flower among thorns, was the first point of attack. The army, fatigued with their rough march, and with no ardor in the enterprise, poorly withstood the wily assaults of the Moors, who, practicing the Arabian and Indian tactics, concealed themselves in crevices or behind rocks, and suddenly sprang upon their astonished foes, darted fatal showers of poisoned arrows among their ranks, then fell upon them with never-failing scimitars and deadly knives. A complete rout ensued, and the remnant of Ferdinand's army returned to Cordova in a disconsolate plight. Isabella was mortified at such a signal defeat. She fully resolved to adopt measures proportioned to the importance of the undertaking, and not thus allow the fame of Castilian arms to be tarnished. The court removed to Madrid at the beginning of the year 1483, a year remarkable for the death of the Archbishop of Toledo, who, after his disgrace, retired to his own palace, where he pursued the study of alchemy with such infatuation as exhausted even his princely revenues. This year was also notable for the appointment of Thomas de Torquemada Inquisitor General of Castile and Aragon, investing him with full powers to conduct the operations of the Holy Office, powers which he exercised with the utmost vigor and cruelty, enforcing every imaginable torture with horrible precision. Isabella permitted its continuance, notwithstanding the serious drains it produced upon the working classes as well as the nobility. No one was above a suspicion that, without warning, he might be snatched away from the fireside, from the busy loom, or the plying hammer, with a suddenness and impenetrable secrecy that seemed the work of imps of Satan, carrying their victims to subterranean halls and placing them before malicious, cowled tribunals, which consigned them to a frightful, secret death in the depths of the fortresses and castles occupied by the inquisitors. Had Isabella been left to her own judgment, she would have used milder means to root out heresy from her kingdom, but actuated by her early teachers, who impressed her with the duty of thorough action, and influenced by her confessor Talavera, she countenanced the proceedings of the Inquisition. Talavera, though not possessing the cruelty of Torquemada, was equally austere and haughty. Upon his first attendance upon the queen as confessor, he remained seated while she knelt before him. "It is usual for both parties to kneel," said she. "No," replied he, "this is God's tribunal. I act here as his minister, and it is fitting that I should keep my seat while your highness kneels before me." "This is the confessor I wanted," she said afterwards in commenting upon it. What wonder that with such spiritual guides, in whom she reposed the greatest confidence, her doubts should be overruled. Her resolution to execute the war of Granada on a larger scale was soon made manifest. In opposition to the wishes of Ferdinand and the chief leaders, she used energetic measures to raise a new army. Ashamed to be outdone by a woman, the old spirit of chivalry was roused again, and they now eagerly offered their services to the courageous queen. The treasury being exhausted by the various objects that drew largely upon it, the Pope was applied to, who permitted funds to be raised out of the ecclesiastical revenue, and also issued a bull of crusade, which granted indulgences to all who should take up arms against the infidel. Magnificent preparations were made, with expectations of a certain success that seemed to be warranted by the scenes of civil faction which Granada presented. The Sultana Aixa was jealous of a beautiful Greek slave, of whom the old king was undisguisedly fond, and fearing lest the succession of her own son Boabdil should be superseded by other heirs, she represented her wrongs to the people, already rebellious under the tyrannical government. These intrigues were discovered, for which Aben Hassan caused her to be imprisoned in the highest tower of the Alhambra. With the aid of her attendants, she effected the escape of herself and son by tying scarves and shawls together, upon which doubtful support they descended to the ground unharmed, and were welcomed by a large share of the quickly assembled inhabitants. A contest soon commenced, which stained the halls of the Alhambra with blood, and drove from it the tyrant king, who took shelter in Malaga, a city that remained loyal to him, leaving Boabdil to occupy the throne. While the kingdom of Granada was thus weakened by domestic feuds, and unable to rally unitedly, the Castilians decided to strike a blow at Malaga. The gallant army passed out of the gates of Antequera, exultant and eager for the victory of which they were confident. The following day they arrived at the tortuous defiles of the Axarquia, dragging heavy artillery and baggage through the rocky windings with great difficulty. During the slow ascent, the inhabitants of the villages among the mountains had time to escape with their effects, and spread the alarm through the lower country. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins, Section 8. Isabella of Castile, Part 4. Aben Hassan made immediate preparations, and with a strong force sallied from the city of Malaga to meet the enemy while entangled in the passes. The Castilians were under several leaders, neither of whom had the supreme command. Not finding the booty they anticipated, they began to separate in various detachments, that of the Grand Master of St. James alone proceeding in military order. Upon that division the first attack of the Moors fell, and as soon as the sound of the alarm was given, the Marquis of Cadiz hastened to his relief. The spirit and agility of the Moors gave them success. The Castilians were scattered, and, laden with spoils gathered in the various forages for which they had separated, and unable to manage the cavalry amid the defiles, were driven back after a desperate struggle. In order to facilitate their escape, they were obliged to leave the artillery, baggage, and dearly earned booty to their pursuers. Their retreat was further embarrassed by missiles showered upon them from the heights above by the numerous peasantry and villagers. Heavy rocks and stones rolled down upon their close ranks, making fearful inroads on the already diminished numbers, causing confusion, alarm, and a struggle for life that lessened the chances of escape, and often sent them rolling into deep chasms, clutching each other with a death grasp. The Marquis of Cadiz succeeded in extricating his detachment and escaped to Andalusia, but the rest were not so fortunate. Some lost their way, wandering back into Grenada. Others died from exhaustion and terror. Many were taken prisoners, and those who still kept together mistook the route and came to a stand in a deep, dark glen, hemmed in by insurmountable rocks. Darkness was fast enveloping them, increasing their danger and magnifying the horrors of their situation. Watchfires were kindled by the enemy along the ridges of the mountains, and the fierce Moors flitted hither and thither in the red light, like a multitude of evil spirits securing the captivity of their victims. Well-aimed arrows were darted among the unresisting soldiery, who, thinking now only of personal safety, desperately sought to retrace their steps. After struggling through almost impenetrable thickets, scaling fearful precipices, and leaping dark chasms, a moiety of that brilliant army reached their own frontiers, almost dead with fatigue and terror. They left 3 of their most illustrious commanders, and 2 brothers of the Marquis of Cadiz, slain among the defiles, to be mutilated by the revengeful Moors, or to be prey for the eagle's eyrie, and 1 was taken a prisoner, with no hope of ransom. After these disasters, the war would have ceased for a time, but for a rash expedition undertaken by Boabdil, the young king of Grenada, who was jealous of the renown which his father's knights had gained, and determined to perform some exploit himself which should secure the loyalty of his adherents. Accordingly, he summoned a large army, which embraced the flower of Moslem chivalry. Disregarding the ill-omened accident of breaking his lance against an arch as he passed through a gateway of the city at the head of his army, he persisted in executing his purpose, perhaps the more desperately from the repeated and mysterious warnings he received from the astrologers, and because of an old prophecy which foretold that he would be the last king of Grenada. The Castilians, having been informed of his design of investing Lucena on the Spanish frontiers, provided that city with a strong garrison. The Count de Cabra raised a small army, and came in sight of Lucena just as the Moors were marching towards it on the opposite side. The approach of the Spanish army was partially concealed by the rolling hills among which they passed, affording the Moors only an occasional glimpse of troops thus multiplied infinitely to their alarmed vision. The echoes of the loud clarions and trumpets that filled their ears impressed them with the approach of an immense army. At the same time, troops poured forth from the gates of the city. Imagining themselves already overpowered, a portion of the Moors fled, leaving the brunt of the battle to the cavalry, who soon obliged the rest to give way and retreat towards the Xenil, closely followed by their pursuers. The panic and struggle for life were so great that numbers were precipitated into the waters, grappling one another till they sank in a common grave. The proudest blood of Grenada flowed from the banks and mingled with the rolling river that day, a day immortalized in the mournful lamentations and ballads of a race who fought to perpetuate a nation that was doomed to be struck out from the kingdoms of the earth. Boabdil was often seen in the thickest of the melee, conspicuous from being mounted upon a richly caparisoned white steed, and wearing golden armor and a magnificent turban blazing with jewels. His royal guard fell one after another around him. Unable to sustain himself longer, or to hope for escape across the river, he dismounted and concealed himself in a thicket. A Castilian soldier discovered his retreat, and would have dispatched him after calling assistance, had not the king revealed his rank. This was the crowning feature of the day. He was triumphantly led to the Spanish camp and conducted to Count Cabra, who received him with all the honor and respect due to the royal captive. He was then escorted to the count's castle and entertained with munificent hospitality, the most punctilious care being taken to make the golden plumaged bird forget that he was caged. Isabella received the tidings with tears as well as joy, and sent him a message full of kindness and courtesy. All her generous womanly sympathies were awakened for the unfortunate prince. When a council convened to determine what was to be done with their captive, they talked of delivering him to the vengeance of his father for a heavy ransom, but Isabella indignantly rejected the proposal, deciding that he should be liberated and sent back to his country, on condition of allegiance to the Castilian sovereigns, the promise of supplies to their troops, and permission to pass unmolested through that portion of the country under his sway, together with the payment of a large sum of money annually, and the delivery of his son and several children of the nobility as hostages. He was released, and after a cordial interview with the king and queen, was conducted by a brilliant escort to his own dominions. In the loftiest towers of the Alhambra, his mother and beautiful young wife Morema had watched daily for the coming of Boabdil, straining their eyes in vain beyond the vine-covered vega to catch a glimpse of the triumphant return of the gaily equipped cavaliers who had gone forth with buoyant hopes to win glory. While still gazing far among the blue mountains for a sight of the Moslem banners heralding the approach of the victors, their keen eyes perceived a little band of horsemen skimming swiftly across the plain. With beating hearts they returned to the state chamber to await tidings that were soon conveyed to them, more loudly than words could have done, in the blood-stained, dusty habiliments that remained to the exhausted cavaliers, who rushed with evil news to the presence of the queen regent. The announcement of the capture of Boabdil overwhelmed his wife and mother with grief, and filled the city with lamentations. Old men and women wandered through the streets, tearing their hair and throwing ashes upon their heads. The wise were struck dumb with the unheard-of calamity, and even the children united in the wailing cry that rose yet more mournfully than the sad cadence that prophesied the recoil of the first blow, beginning with the words, "Ay de mi alma." The high-spirited Sultana Ayxa, unwilling to indulge a useless grief, made an effort for Boabdil's liberty, offering an immense ransom and terms which, for the most part, were those the conquerors granted. But the glory of Grenada had departed, for no sooner had the degraded king returned to his dominions, than Aben Hassan renewed his former animosity through Abdallah el Zagel, a vigorous and fiery warrior, who was appointed to succeed the old monarch, now blind and infirm. The new opposing king carried on a determined warfare with the fated Boabdil's party, till the palace of the Alhambra and the streets of Grenada were streaming with the blood of the bravest Moors, who should have reserved their strength for the common defense of the kingdom. Ferdinand and Isabella continued to take advantage of these destructive feuds, pushing their conquests from town to town, capturing the most important posts and strongest fortresses along the frontiers. No memorable campaign occurred, however, till 1485, a year distinguished for the siege and capture of Ronda. Isabella, with all her household, accompanied the army, animating the soldiers with fresh courage, and prompting the gallant knights and cavaliers to valiant deeds, to deserve the smiles and commendation of their beautiful queen, for whom it was glory to peril their lives. Her presence softened the horrors and sufferings of war, as she always advised the most lenient and magnanimous conduct toward the vanquished, and held back the murderous sword that almost universally follows in the track of victory. She frequently reviewed the troops on horseback, wearing light armor, and addressed the soldiers with a perfect grace and strength, united with unassumed modesty, that won the admiration of the whole army. Any one of those thousands would probably have laid down his life in the defense of a queen, regarded, by all her subjects, with the passionate devotion of a lover, as well as with the awe which, not only royalty, but the purity and beauty of her character inspired. To her the honor is due of first establishing the inestimable services of a hospital in the army. She paid, from her own revenues, the skillful military surgeons, and the expenses of 6 spacious tents, provided with beds and everything necessary for the comfort of the sick and wounded. It was denominated the Queen's Hospital. She was always accompanied by the Infanta Isabella, whom she loved with more than ordinary tenderness. The sweetest and most confidential intercourse existed between them, endearing them to each other with such strength of affection as nearly proved fatal when a final separation became necessary. The campaign of 1486 opened under brilliant auspices. Vast preparations were made, and once more the valiant warriors of Spain, emboldened by the presence of Ferdinand, filed out from the gates of Cordova amidst floating banners, the flourish of trumpets, and the music of clarions, and buoyed by the hopes of victory, whereof they were more rationally certain from being thoroughly supplied with every provision necessary to a well-equipped army. While they proceeded to the siege of Loxa, Isabella remained at Cordova, assuming the sole administration of government, and attending to civil and military business with surprising precision and skill. The derangement of internal affairs, increased during the prolonged absence of the sovereigns, added to the 1,000 separate demands upon her time, caused many an applicant to be unavoidably unheard. Among the throng who eagerly sought her presence, was one who, in lowly garb, passed unnoticed through the streets of Cordova, abstracted and absorbed in the great dreams that daily pictured the glorious panorama of the Western world, and living a life of noble aspirations and intense longing to grasp the reality beyond the ocean that his keen vision had already spanned, a life of hopes and aims exalting him far above the motley, scornful multitude, which, to his unmindful sight, passed dimly forth and back, as seen in dreams. Impatient with the cold and reiterated refusals of an audience, Columbus succeeded in laying his gigantic plans before Talavera, the queen's confessor, through whom he hoped to reach Isabella's ear. He had previously applied to John II. Of Portugal, who rejected the chimerical ideas with disdain. Now he had a worse obstacle to encounter in the learned prelate's unconquerable aversion to any departure from the long-established theories. Too much occupied to bestow thought upon Columbus's scheme, Isabella refused him admission, with an indefinite promise of giving attention to the subject at some future day. Columbus, impatient at the delay, could only plunge into the scenes of warfare that now seemed to engulf every other interest. After the capture of Loxa, Ferdinand requested Isabella's presence in the army, to which she promptly responded. With the Princess Isabella, the ladies of her court, and a numerous and brilliant train of attendants, she set out for the camp. The Marquis of Cadiz, with a detachment of nobles and cavaliers, met her on the frontiers, and conducted her to the encampment in the vicinity of Moulin. The queen rode a chestnut mule, seated on a saddle chair embossed with gold and silver. The housings were of a crimson color, and the bridle was of satin, curiously wrought with letters of gold. The Infanta wore a skirt of fine velvet over others of brocade, a scarlet mantilla of the Moorish fashion, and a black hat trimmed with gold embroidery. The king rode forward, at the head of his nobles, to receive her. He was dressed in a crimson doublet with breeches of yellow satin. Over his shoulders was thrown a mantle of rich brocade, and a supravest of the same materials covered his cuirass. By his side, close girt, he wore a Moorish scimitar, and beneath his bonnet his hair was confined by a cap of the finest stuff. He was mounted on a noble war horse of a bright chestnut color. As they approached each other, they bowed thrice, uncovering their heads, and saluted one another affectionately, though with the stately ceremonies which accompanied every movement of their majesties. The presence of Isabella and her court in the camp spread universal joy, gave new life to the soldiery, and added to the brilliancy of the scene. Royal pavilions were reared in the midst of the encampment, embellished with all the luxuries pertaining to a court, and gay with the presence of the beautiful and distinguished. There was the heroic Marchioness of Cadiz and the Marchioness of Moya, better known as Beatrix de Bobadilla, together with the dignified presence of the Grand Cardinal Mendoza, a man reverenced for his learning and reliable qualities, the gallant Earl of Rivers of England with his brave followers, Gonzalvo de Cordova, the notable captain of the royal guards, and his famous brother Don Alonso, the Marquis of Cadiz, styled the mirror of Andalusian chivalry, the Count de Cabra, the capturer of Boabdil, and a host of renowned knights, with their numberless followers, made up as famed and gorgeous an array as ever entered the battlefield. And among this throng of haughty, powerful nobles, who burned to gain laurels to lay at the feet of the worshipped queen, moved Columbus, still unnoticed, still overshadowed by the bold and great, whose emblazoned names in future years would pale before the radiance of the genius now despised by their prejudices. The din of war drowned his pleadings, and the poor but noble Genoese could only raise his arm beside the common soldier to strike a common foe. Moline was captured, its dungeons thrown open, from whence poured forth Christian captives, whose fate had long been a mystery to their mourning relatives. Its mosques were converted into cathedrals, colleges founded for the instruction of the Moors in the Catholic faith, and arrangements made for the government of the conquered cities. Isabella universally exerted herself to alleviate the horrors of war, showing such leniency and kindness toward her Moslem subjects as secured a devotion almost equal to that of her own nation. And when severe or cruel measures were applied, it was because her remonstrances were overruled by Ferdinand and the Spanish leaders. At the close of the campaign, the sovereigns returned to Spain, making Salamanca their place of royal residence. Here Columbus succeeded, through the influence of the Marquis of Cadiz and Cardinal Mendoza, both men of enlightened minds, in obtaining the appointment of a council to decide his claims. Talavera was designated to select the most learned and scientific men in the kingdom for this purpose. Many of them were equally pugnacious to innovations upon established theories, and caused discussions which were likely to foil the long protracted hopes of Columbus by their interminable length, if not in their decision. The spring of 1487 came, and the council, without having effected anything, was broken up by the preparations demanded for a new campaign. Ferdinand placed himself at the head of an army of 12,000 horse and 40,000 foot, and once more advanced toward the dominions of the Moors. A toilsome march over the mountains, a rapid descent among the defiles, and the army swept like a cloud of devouring locusts over the fair fields, vineyards, and gardens of Grenada, leaving a scene of desolation behind it, and at length settling in a broad valley, at the extremity of which lay the city of Malaga, second only in importance to Grenada. The approach to it, however, was rendered perilous by two well-guarded eminences, commanding the valley both on the sea coast and the opposite side, where the wild Sierra receded into mountainous heights that overshadowed the city. After a desperate defence by the Moors, the Marquis of Cadiz took possession of the position considered most dangerous from its exposure to attacks of bands concealed in the neighboring thickets. The other most important point was secured by La Vega. The following morning, the remainder of the army swept through the pass, and defiled into a wide plain which surrounded the city upon 3 sides. A fourth was washed by the waves of the ocean. A Spanish fleet rode in the harbor, effectually cutting off supplies in that quarter. Thus the doomed city was completely encircled by a foe daily tightening its coils, till the victim was crushed in the fearful embrace. Malaga was bravely defended by a noble Moor named Hamet el Zegri, renowned since the siege of Ronda, and appointed to this responsible post by El Zagel, who still disputed the crown with Boabdil. But for this weak prince, Malaga might have been rescued by the Moors, inasmuch as a valiant band of troops set out from Grenada to their assistance, but were intercepted by Boabdil and engaged in a bloody affray, which disabled them. After several weeks spent in the unsuccessful bombardment of the city, the Christians, wearied with its determined resistance, became discontented. A rumor had reached the besieged that the Spaniards were about to break up their camp. This gave them fresh courage to prolong the struggle. To undeceive them, Ferdinand immediately sent for Isabella to join the army, knowing her presence would dispel the dissatisfaction among the troops, and would assure the infidels of their intentions to persevere. Isabella's arrival was greeted with every manifestation of joy. The plain of Malaga presented a scene like that of Moulins. It was brilliant with gorgeously attired horsemen and glancing weapons, gay with pavilions from which floated the royal standard, and the interior of which was richly hung with silken draperies, and otherwise luxuriously fitted for the presence of beautiful women of noble birth, the wives or sisters of those in the camp. The army was purified from the vices which usually accompany war. Gambling was prohibited under severe penalties, blasphemy punished, and prostitutes banished, a state of things due to Isabella's pious and virtuous regulations. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 9. Isabella of Castile, Part 5. Immediately upon her arrival, she showed the humanity and mildness of her character by requesting the cessation of hostile operations, and caused terms of capitulation to be offered the inhabitants of Malaga. They would gladly have accepted these, but for the fierce chieftain El Zegri, who returned only a defiant answer. The siege was, therefore, prosecuted with redoubled vigor. An event occurred shortly after the queen's arrival, which occasioned great alarm for her safety. A wild Moor named Agarbi allowed himself to be taken prisoner, and, promising to reveal important information to the Spanish sovereigns, was conducted to the royal tent. The king being asleep, the queen refused to confer with the prisoner till he should awaken and be present at the audience. The Moor was, therefore, led to an adjoining pavilion, where the Marchioness of Moya and Don Alvaro were playing a game of chess. Their magnificent apparel and distinguished bearing deceived Agarbi, who, thinking himself in the presence of royalty, suddenly drew forth a dagger from the folds of his Moorish mantle and plunged it into the side of the unsuspecting Don Alvaro, then turned quick as lightning upon the Marchioness, who escaped injury by the weapon becoming entangled in the heavy embroidery of her robes in its descent. the attendants fell upon the assassin, dispatching him with numberless blows. The noise of the affray soon spread the alarm, and in revenge for the daring attempt, his body was thrown from an engine into the besieged city. Spanish historians denominate him a fanatic. His own countrymen might have immortalized him as a hero who, in the face of certain death, made one last effort to arrest the departing glory of the kings of Granada, by sending into the captivity of death the crowned instigators of their downfall. The vigilance of sentinels was redoubled, and an additional guard placed upon the royal quarters. Though Isabella was disturbed and alarmed at her danger, she still enforced her wishes to spare the destruction of Malaga and its inhabitants. Capitulation was again offered, but rejected with disdain, notwithstanding the famine which had reduced the besieged to the necessity of eating the flesh of horses, cats, dogs, and boiled leaves. To this distress a pestilence was added, arising from the use of such unwholesome food. Reduced to uttermost extremity, their numbers rapidly diminishing, and their places of defense giving way under the increasing fire and battering engines of the Spaniards, El Zegre at length sent an embassy to Ferdinand, accepting the offered terms, to which the king replied that it was too late, as they must now abide by such terms as their conquerors chose to offer. After remonstrances, threats, and defiance on the part of the Moorish general, he was at length obliged to surrender Malaga unconditionally, having bravely maintained its defense for 3 months. Ferdinand and Isabella entered the city at the head of a triumphant procession, and went in state to the Cathedral of St. Mary, where mass was performed, and thanks given to the God of armies for enabling them to establish the Catholic faith in the land of the infidels. The Te Deum was solemnly chanted, followed by all the usual demonstrations of victory. In the meantime, the inhabitants of Malaga awaited the decision of their fate with the additional terror of suspense. The dungeons were opened, and the Christian captives, who had been chained there for years, were led before Isabella in the presence of the assembled multitude. Sons, brothers, husbands, long mourned as dead, were recognized among the dejected, cadaverous beings, with cries of joy at the reunion and tears at the sight of their suffering. Isabella wept with them, had them carefully provided for, and enabled them to return to their families. Strange inconsistency, that could release captives in a foreign land with tears, while, in her own dominions, thousands innocently suffered a more horrible captivity in the dungeons of the Inquisition; and strange infatuation, that should lead her, immediately after the release of Spanish prisoners for whom her tears had flowed, to enslave a host of the most beautiful Moorish maidens, for herself and friends, tearing them from homes and loved ones no less dear because the crescent was an emblem of their faith, though this was sufficient to make them unfeeling in the eyes of the Spaniards. The terrified inhabitants were ordered to appear in the spacious courtyard of the Alcazaba, to hear their doom pronounced. Wasted by famine, and exhausted with fearful watching, they clung in despairing silence to one another, pale and trembling. They were anxious as to their impending fate, yet hoping for the generous treatment shown towards other conquered cities. Here and there a sullen Moor stood apart, with folded arms and rebellious spirit, haughtily awaiting the sentence he knew full well would be no light one from the exasperated conquerors. Breathlessly the multitude listened till the dreaded decree of hopeless slavery was passed upon them, then sent up a long mournful cry that might have touched a heart of stone. "O Malaga, renowned and beautiful, what shall become of thy old men and thy matrons, thy sons and thy maidens, when they shall feel the galling yoke of bondage?" cried they in tones of agonized grief. Daughters clung to mothers, children in vain supplicated the protection of their fathers. The family ties were broken. Some were destined to the burning coasts of Africa, some were distributed in the beautiful plains of Italy, while the noblest and fairest were selected to embellish the palaces of Spain, in subjection to those whom they hated as infidels as well as oppressors. Ferdinand would have put them all to the sword, but for the remonstrances of his more humane consort, though their policy had always been marked by a magnanimity that won them a world-wide fame in those days of savage warfare. The rapacious Ferdinand, fearing that the inhabitants would conceal their wealth, secured it by offering freedom to them at a ransom so enormous that, despite all the gold, precious stones, and merchandise the duped victims could lay at his feet, it availed them nothing. These traits, that gradually became more prominent in his character, repulsed the upright purity and tenderness of Isabella's more refined, exalted nature, and chilled the love that had at first united their interests and aims. But whatever Isabella's disappointment was upon a clearer perception of the soul that years made more transparent to her insight, she never compromised the dignity of either by revealing it to those who surrounded them. The year succeeding the capture of Malaga was more remarkable for its reverses than successes. After a short campaign, Ferdinand withdrew his forces. Isabella's residence during the ensuing winter was at Valladolid and Saragossa, where she was entirely engrossed in domestic affairs and the education of her children. The Princess Isabella was her constant companion and confidant, relieving her mother's sorrows by her gentle, sweet sympathy. Her eldest and promising son, Don Juan, often diverted her from oppressive troubles. But all her motherly anxieties were awakened for her second daughter, Joanna, who, having always been subject to fits, was threatened with idiocy or insanity. The infant Catherine, destined to a sad fate, and known as Catherine of Aragon, was at this time affianced to Prince Arthur, son of Henry VII. Of England, an event which sealed a long unbroken peace between the two nations. The brilliant campaign of 1489 decided the fate of Granada. An army was raised of 15,000 horse and 80,000 foot, embracing the most distinguished leaders and hardy knights of Spain, together with troops furnished by allies. Ferdinand led his legions once more over the mountainous barriers, determined to summon all their strength for a final victory that should terminate this long, disastrous war. The siege of Baza was determined upon, as it was the capital of El Zagel's dominions and the most important post to be obtained. A long and fierce resistance, however, dampened the ardor of the Spaniards, and after suffering several reverses in skirmishes and attacks upon the town, and dreading the severity of the fast approaching winter, they were so entirely disheartened as to unitedly desire the king to return to Castile and await the following spring, for the furtherance of designs which would detain and expose them to certain death by the hardships of the cold season, and the cutting off of supplies by the breaking up of the roads over the mountains. Even the most heroic leaders advised Ferdinand to abandon the siege, and scarcely one in the whole army opposed it but the sagacious commander of Leon. Uncertain what course to take, and unwilling to disband his army without a single conquest, Ferdinand sent his embassy to Isabella, who resided at Jaen, a place nearest the scene of action and most convenient for communication. Her reply, full of hope, courage, and energy, promising the faithful discharge of her engagement to furnish supplies to the army without intermission, at whatever cost or labor, reassured the dispirited army. With fresh vigor they made preparations for the approaching winter, and the astounded Moors of Baza suddenly beheld a city of houses and streets rise as if by magic, where only light tents had sheltered the besiegers. Walls of mud, thatched with timber, constituted the houses of the nobility. Palisades joined at the top, and intertwined with boughs, protected the common soldiers. Shortly after the completion of these huts, a severe storm swept them all to the earth. Torrents rolled down from the mountains, swelling the streams to an impassable depth and rapidity. The mountain roads were blocked up by fallen rocks and trees, and deep fissures were cut by the descending floods. Alarm was depicted on every countenance now that supplies and intercourse with their own country were completely cut off. 2 or 3 days of painful suspense ensued, when a messenger arrived from Isabella, exhorting them to hold their position, for the roads should be quickly repaired. With incredible alacrity and skillful management, she succeeded in the reconstruction of the roads. Her workmen made new ones, bridged the swollen rivers, and established a line of 14,000 mules, which constantly conveyed supplies of every description to the army. The immense expense incurred she defrayed by pawning the crown jewels, plate, and personal ornaments, by large sums borrowed of wealthy individuals who, for their reimbursement, trusted to the word of the queen, a sufficient guarantee for any risk, so faithful was she in performing her promises, and by the treasures of the convents and monasteries thrown open to her. Thus, to the indefatigable efforts of this high-spirited, admirable woman, who wonderfully united feminine qualities with masculine wisdom, energy, and skill, was owing the brilliant and decisive conquests that succeeded. Baza was still defended with determined valor and strength, drawn from the dependence of the fate of Grenada upon the loss or retention of this royal stronghold. The Spaniards again lost patience with the prolonged defense, looked to the queen for new inspiration, and believing her presence would hasten the termination of the siege, entreated her to join them. Accompanied by the Princess Isabella, the Marchioness of Moya, and other ladies of her court, she arrived at the camp in November, the 6th month of the siege. When the Moors beheld her gay cavalcade streaming from among the mountains, knowing what a talisman of success lay in her presence, they beat their breasts in dismay and despair, exclaiming, "Now is the fate of Baza decided." From the moment of her appearance, says the historian, a change came over the scene. No more of the cruel skirmishes which before had occurred every day. No report of artillery or clashing of arms, or any of the rude sounds of war were to be heard, but all seemed disposed to reconciliation and peace. Baza almost immediately surrendered, and the triumphant Christians entered the city amid the firing of artillery, waving of banners, and the ringing of bells, hateful sights and sounds to the vanquished. The alcaide, who had bravely sustained the defense, was loaded with civilities and presents. Overcome by the same kindness and sweet sympathy which gave Isabella such power over her own subjects, he knelt before her in admiration and offered his services in her cause thenceforth. She replied graciously, and created him one of her knights. The monarch El Zagel, then in a neighboring fortress, knowing how fruitless resistance would be, resigned himself to a fate he could no longer avert. What Allah wills he brings to pass in his own way. Had he not decreed the fall of Grenada, this good sword might have saved it. But his will be done, exclaimed the fallen king, with the solemn gravity and unchanging features characteristic of the Moors. Ferdinand appointed him King of Andorres, subject to the crown of Castile. This shadow of royalty could not divert him from his melancholy downfall. In a short time he resigned the despised crown, and left a scene that continually reminded him of the departed glory of Grenada. He took refuge among the Africans, who seized upon the riches he carried with him, and left him to end his days in extreme poverty and obscurity. Boabdil was now called upon to yield up his capital and acknowledge the supreme sovereignty of Castile and Aragon. The inhabitants of Grenada refused the demand, and sent a message of defiance to the conquerors. Unwilling to open another siege so late in the season, they returned to the city of Seville to recruit, perfectly at ease in the knowledge that Grenada was theirs except in name. In the following spring, the nuptials of the Princess Isabella and young Alfonso of Portugal were celebrated in a succession of balls, fetes, and tournaments, which were gladly welcomed after the toils and hardships of war. But the queen mingled in these rejoicings with a heavy heart, dreading separation from a daughter who had enlisted her strongest affections, and who regarded her own departure with equal and foreboding sadness. Columbus again appeared at court in the interval of peace, to present his claims. He was referred to the Council of Salamanca, which, after a 3 years' consideration of the matter, had decided that the scheme proposed was vain and impossible, that it did not become such great princes to engage in an enterprise of the kind on such weak grounds as had been advanced. This was the decision of Spain's most learned and scientific men. Yet there was a minority in the council of more enlightened views, who would fain have encouraged the great discoverer, and so far prevailed on the sovereigns as to induce them to hold out promises of future and more explicit attention to the subject when the war of Grenada had ceased. In April, 1491, the king assembled an army of 50,000 to strike a final blow that would set his seal upon the entire kingdom of Grenada. Accompanied by Don Juan, now created a knight, and the commanders who had gained numberless honors during the long wars, the unfailing Marquis of Cadiz, the valiant Count Cabra, Don Alonso de Aguilar, and his brother Gonzalvo de Cordova, of brilliant renown in the after-Italian campaigns. With such supporters, King Ferdinand once more encamped upon the banks of the Xenil, facing the royal city of the Moslems, the last of all the strongholds of the kingdom that remained free and independent. The Vega stretched away from its frowning battlements, covered with a wild entangled growth of vines, groves, and gardens, whose beauty had been desolated in the long struggle, but had sprung up again in untrained luxuriance, in a soil enriched with the blood poured freely upon it. The river had gradually withdrawn from its artificial channels, rolling through the plain as musically as if a crimson tide never mingled with the pure waters, ever fed by the rills which, like ribbons of silver, unwound from the hills. The grand, solid mountains rising beyond alone remained unshaken and unchanged, a chain of unavailing bulwarks, towards which the eyes of every Moslem had often turned, watching in dread and hatred the coming of the myriads yearly poured forth from those rugged defiles. This last defiant approach to the very walls of their beloved and last remaining city filled the Moorish knights with uncontrollable vengeance and indignation. Thousands of the bravest and choicest of Moslem chivalry were shut within its walls, determined to sacrifice their heart's blood before they would yield their royal palaces or see Christian monarchs seated upon their throne. Undaunted by the encircling foe, and caring less for the horrors of a famine than submission to a foreign yoke, they daily sent forth the best warriors to challenge the Spanish knights to combat upon the Vega, which became the strange scene of innumerable single-handed battles and daring exploits that seemed more the picturings of romance than the terrible reality of war, prompted on one side by bigotry, and on the other by a desperate defense of home, liberty, and kingdom. The Spanish army met with a disaster which proved in the end the speedier termination of the siege. Isabella, who was present in the camp, occupied a magnificent pavilion, belonging to the Marquis of Cadiz, which, with his usual gallantry, he had resigned to her use. One night, when all were wrapped in secure slumber, the cry of fire proceeding from the royal quarters roused the whole camp to arms, supposing the enemy were upon them. The flames, which had caught in the hangings of the queen's tent, from a carelessly placed taper, spread with rapidity and were not extinguished till after the loss of a large quantity of plate, jewels, and brocade, and the costly decorations of the pavilions occupied by the nobility. Isabella herself narrowly escaped injury. As a memorial of her gratitude to God for the preservation, and in token of her determination never to abandon the Vega till Grenada had surrendered, she caused a city of substantial houses to be erected in the place where the encampment stood. Immediately the soldiers became artisans, and instead of the shock, the shout, the groan of war, the din of industry went up to the ears of the amazed Moors, who beheld in the rising city a token of inflexible determination that it was useless and fatal to combat. In less than 3 months La Santa Fe was completed, and was, long after, the boast of the Spaniards for its freedom from the pollution of heresy. Boabdil would have yielded at once, but dared not oppose the undiminished courage of the inhabitants, who were still resolved to die in defense of their last possessions, although fully aware of the impossibility of retaining their position eventually. Secret negotiations were carried on, however, with the king's vizier, sometimes within the sacred precincts of the Alhambra, and sometimes at midnight in the little village of Churiana, which ended in Boabdil's betrayal of Grenada into the hands of the Christians. End of Section 9. Section 10 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine H. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins, Section 10. Isabella of Castile, Part 6. In the meantime, Columbus had retired from the Spanish court in disgust, and prepared to visit the King of France, who had written him in an encouraging tone. While on his way, he was detained at the convent of La Rabida by his friend the guardian Juan Perez, formerly confessor to the queen. Comprehending the greatness of Columbus' designs, and anxious that his sovereigns should lose neither the golden opportunity of extending their dominions to an incalculable extent, nor the glory of perfecting the gigantic schemes, in defiance of the world's brand of fanaticism, he offered to seek an interview with Isabella, and make one more effort in behalf of one with whom a continent had been unknowingly rejected. The good monk arrived at Santa Fe, and having obtained an audience, eloquently expostulated with Isabella. She became warmly interested in his representations, and, urged by 2 eminent men and the intelligent Marchioness of Moya, consented to receive Columbus, sending him substantial evidence of her favor in the presentation of a well-filled purse, a mule, and habiliments necessary to his appearance at court. Overjoyed at the near prospect of the consummation of his hopes, he hastened to Santa Fe, arriving in time to witness the surrender of Grenada. Elated with success, the sovereigns and court were ready to listen approvingly to new plans. Columbus appeared before them, adding the power of his inspired presence, lofty demeanor, and the eloquence of his beaming, benignant face to persuasions in which he pictured in glowing description the realms he should add to their dominions, and the converts that should be made among the heathen, who peopled these imaginary regions in barbarous magnificence. Warriors and courtiers, knights and fair women graced the interview, some listening with admiration and enthusiasm, others scoffing at the eloquent pleader, for presuming to reveal his wild dreams in presence of the majestic pair, more imposingly royal than ever, now that they were thrice crowned. Isabella listened approvingly, The thought of converting the benighted heathen in the supposed continent was a strong motive of acceptance, but the cautious Ferdinand had no idea of complying with terms in which Columbus demanded, for himself and heirs, the title and authority of admiral and viceroy over all lands discovered by him, with 1/10 of the profits; terms which Talavera, already appointed Archbishop of Grenada, haughtily assured the king, savored of the highest degree of arrogance, and should be unbecoming in their highnesses to grant to a needy foreign adventurer. Although Columbus saw the means of accomplishing his great schemes almost within his grasp, he proudly spurned every offer which did not secure to him the titles and emoluments due to his achievements. Refusing farther conference, he indignantly left the court, and mounting his mule, turned his back upon the scene of conquest that to him seemed child's play, in comparison with the magnificent world to whose shores he would have winged even a single vessel, had such a prize been within his reach, in defiance of the superstition which kept the people aloof from his project, and in scorn at the foolhardiness of the learned. While he angrily hastened across the Vega towards the mountain roads, his friends were eagerly expostulating with the queen, assuring her that he would well deserve the reward he asked, if he succeeded, and if he failed, nothing would be required. Yielding at last to her own generous impulses, she determined not to regard Ferdinand's opposition, or the advice of over-cautious counselors. "I will assume the undertaking for my own crown of Castile," said she, "and am ready to pawn my jewels to defray the expenses of it, if the funds of the treasury shall be found inadequate." A messenger was quickly dispatched for Columbus, who was overtaken a few leagues on his route. Assured that the orders came from the queen herself, he gladly returned to Santa Fe, where he met a gracious reception, and at last received from her own lips the acceptance of his terms, definitely concluded April 17th, 1492. With accustomed promptness, Isabella immediately gave orders for the equipment of 2 vessels, the third being provided by Juan Perez of La Rabida and the Pinzons, distinguished mariners of Palos. The fleet was manned with great difficulty, but at length preparations were completed, and on the 30th of April, after partaking of the sacrament and confessing themselves, Columbus and his motley crew spread their sails and floated away to unknown regions, from which they were never expected to return. Grenada had surrendered, and at the triumphant entrance of the Spanish monarchs, the unfortunate Boabdil met them, and would have dismounted to do them homage, but was hastily prevented and kindly embraced by Ferdinand, and received with cordial regard by Isabella, who delivered to him his son, detained at the Spanish court as a hostage during the last years of the war. Boabdil then delivered up the keys of the Alhambra. "They are thine, O king, since Allah so decreed it. Use thy success with clemency and moderation," said he mournfully, turning away and passing through one of the gates of Grenada, which he requested might immediately be walled up, that no other should pass after him. He began the tedious route to the Alpujarras. Arriving at the last eminence from which he could behold the royal city, he stopped and turned to look upon its rich palaces and the beloved sacred Alhambra, now desecrated with the blazing cross and waving banners of the conquerors, gazed upon the wide Vega with its fragrant vines and orange groves, followed the windings of the Xenil, looked afar upon the minarets and towers that shot up from the cities clustered in the luxurious plain, and then at the blue heights of the rocky barriers he had thought a safeguard to his kingdom, rudely wrenched from his weak grasp. The scene and its associations were too much for the banished prince. He covered his face in his Moorish mantle and burst into tears. "You do well to weep like a woman for what you could not defend like a man," exclaimed his haughty, unfeeling mother, adding the sting of reproach to his sorrow. "Alas! "When were woes ever equal to mine?" returned the unhappy prince, pursuing his desolate journey to the barren regions assigned to him in lieu of his splendid possessions. The rock where he stood and mourned his fate is still known by the poetical appellation El ultimo sospiro del Moro, the last sigh of the Moor. His final career was like that of his uncle El Zagel. Disgusted with his petty dominions, he sold them for an insignificant sum, and passed into Fez, where he fell in battle in the service of an African prince, losing his life in another's cause, though he dared not die in his own. The kingdom of Grenada was now wholly in possession of the Christians, after a struggle through 741 years, during which the Arabian empire had lessened in every succeeding generation, and finally absorbed in the Spanish nation after an unceasing war of 10 years. The event was commemorated by processions and demonstrations of triumph, not only in Rome and many of the cities of the continent, but also in London, to say nothing of the joy manifested throughout Spain. Immediately after the close of the war, the death of one of its most brilliant supporters caused general mourning. The Marquis of Cadiz, who had been present during every campaign, from the surprise of Zahara to the fall of Grenada, expired the 28th of August, 1492. The king and queen, with the court, wore deep mourning for the cavalier who was esteemed, like the Cid, both by friend and foe. But a far greater calamity fell upon Spain at the same time, and a louder lamentation went up from palace and hovel. After Ferdinand and Isabella had entered Grenada, they issued an edict for the expulsion of the Jews from their dominions. The inquisitors represented the impossibility of their conversion, and recommended banishment as the only method of purging the land of such heinous offenders. To send from Spain a class of people comprising the most industrious and skillful of her artisans, and the wealthiest portion of her subjects, in many cases intermarried with the nobility, seemed to Isabella an impolitic measure, as well as inhuman, in tearing from their homes those who claimed a long line of ancestry in renowned Spain, where their interests and affections were entirely centered. She would have rejected a proposition so repellent to her kindly, generous nature, but while negotiating with a representative Jew, who came to offer 30,000 ducats toward defraying the expenses of the Moorish war, thinking thus to gain favor for his people, Torquemada, the inquisitor general, rushed into the apartment, and, holding up a crucifix, exclaimed, "Judas Iscariot sold his master for 30 pieces of silver. Your highnesses would sell him anew for 30,000. Here he is, take him, barter him away," and throwing the crucifix down before the astonished sovereigns, fled from their presence. Instead of resenting his unasked interference, they were overawed by his denunciations. Without farther hesitation, Isabella affixed her name to the decree, thus again silencing the promptings of her own better judgment, and, in the name of a religion whose teachers had possessed themselves of her conscience, inflicted another scourge upon the subjects who adored her, and whose cries of suffering, if they reached her ear, could not swerve her from her stern sense of duty. She might have wept when she saw them streaming forth in little bands, after selling their property at immense sacrifice, not knowing where to turn from persecution, since all the world spurned them. She might have been touched with compassion for the sick and helpless, dragging over the painful route, or pitied the young maidens educated in luxurious abodes and sent forth homeless, or, when the exiles reached the frontiers, fainting with hunger and fatigue, or scattered through Portugal, Italy, Africa, and even Turkey, their numbers dwindled away in consequence of murders, exhaustion, or the plague, which strewed their pathway with the dead and dying. If she could have witnessed all this torture, tears might have welled abundantly from the depths of her sensitive heart. but they would have flowed without prompting a revocation of the fiat, any more than the lamentations of the Moors would have stayed her determination to make theirs a Christian land. Spain must be cleansed from heresy, was the continued teaching of the stern Torquemada in her childhood. Spain must be cleansed from heresy, was his warning admonition in her girlhood. Spain must and shall be cleansed from heresy, he boldly demanded when she ascended the throne. When we know with what unquestioning confidence the Catholics to this day commit their consciences to the keeping of confessors, we need not wonder at the religious errors that darkened Isabella's character, or why she should have yielded to the advice of grim and cruel monks, instead of regarding the dictates of her own truer soul. In the following year, 1493, the court, still residing at Barcelona, was struck with unutterable surprise by the reception of letters from Columbus, announcing his return to Spain and the success of his voyage. Everyone was on tiptoe to see and do honor to the illustrious man who, a year before, they had brushed past with curling lip. Isabella was impatient for an interview, and commanded his attendance at court, whither he quickly repaired, accompanied by a few Indians he had brought with him, and bearing samples of the various produce of the islands he had discovered, together with strange animals and birds of gaudy plumage. It was the proudest moment of his life, when, seated in the presence of the monarchs, who received him with unheard of distinction, and in the hearing of the same learned scholars who formerly had looked upon him as a visionary, denouncing his theories as silly vagaries, he gave a glowing description of his discoveries in the exploration of an ocean never before traversed. He had torn aside the mystery that for ages had veiled the western horizon, and now that he held up a new world to their view, they clothed it with the golden tissue of their imagination, and exalted the bold voyager as extravagantly as they had before denounced him. Crowds followed him wherever he went, and he was everywhere received with the honors usually reserved for those of noble birth. The poor Genoese, who in his younger years had sighed in vain for a sail to wing his material self where his spirit daily wandered, at last had realized his visions, and sat before kings, the greatest conqueror of the age. He had fought with poverty, contempt, ridicule, and the derision of the whole world. He had gone amidst the mingled jeers and pity of old experienced navigators to combat waves which, he was assured, would bear him to purgatory, to the outskirts of the earth, or to desolate regions where diabolic imps would forever enchain him with spells. He had fought the prejudices of his mutinous crew and commanded them into submission. He had waged one long battle from early youth to late manhood, in which he had gained a continent to lay at the feet of his sovereigns. Well might he bear his honors with noble dignity. But no adulation or acknowledgments were so grateful to him as the testimonial of regard for his services given by Isabella. She caused a fleet of 17 vessels to be fitted out to promote his discoveries. At his departure, she provided, among other stipulations, for the interests of the heathen, forbidding them being seized as slaves. She enjoined Columbus to treat them well and lovingly, and to chastise in the most exemplary manner all who should offer the natives the slightest molestation. These arrangements Isabella assumed herself, since her worthy prelates could not decide if it would be Christian or not to enslave them. Thus she evinced the justice of her character when exercising her own judgment. News reached her during his third voyage, in 1498, of the violation of these especial charges, added to other delinquencies, all of which were grossly misrepresented by his enemies. She showed her deep displeasure at this, by ordering all the Indians who had been shipped to Spain to be returned to their own land, and such as had been sent to any market to be restored immediately. A person called Boabdil was also sent with full powers to make arrests in Hispaniola of those who had disobeyed her commands. Making the most of his commission, he ordered the admiral before him, and putting fetters upon him, conveyed him to Spain. Columbus bore these sad reverses with the same lofty spirit in which he had received distinction, but he was quickly released on arriving in Spain, where everyone was indignant at this outrage upon the man to whom so much was due. The court was residing at Grenada, when the king and queen, mortified and grieved at this excess of their orders, and willing to repair the indignity, sent a large sum of money and rich habiliments to the discoverer, with a request to appear at court. Hastening to Grenada, he sought the presence of the benevolent queen. At the sight of him, and at the remembrance of the unkind requitals from her own hand, as it were, towards one who had rendered her such glorious services, she could not restrain her tears. Reaching forth her hand, she offered consolatory words to heal his wounded spirit. Overcome with this unexpected reception, he threw himself at her feet and wept aloud. Both the king and queen exempted him from the blame which had been attached to him by enemies, restored him to his honors, and, in 1502, sent him on a fourth voyage of discovery. Isabella was destined never to see his return home, as accumulated afflictions were rapidly undermining her constitution. The Princess Isabella had, some time before, been deprived of her youthful husband, Alfonso of Portugal, after a union of but 5 months, his death being occasioned by a fall from his horse. She returned to her mother, depressed with grief from which nothing could divert her, and the melancholy indulgence of which preyed upon her naturally delicate constitution. While Isabella watched her daughter with anxious and foreboding care, she was called to the deathbed of the queen dowager, her mother, to whom she had devoted herself with dutiful attention, notwithstanding the many cares that demanded her time. A few years after the death of Alfonso, the Princess Isabella was prevailed upon to accept the suit of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, who became a passionate admirer of the sweet and gentle princess during her residence at Lisbon. She would not give her acceptance till he promised to expel every Jew from his dominions, a stipulation that made him hesitate for a time. But he was too fond of her to allow such a barrier, and accordingly the despised and hated Jews, who had taken refuge there from Spain, were again sent forth in exile. Ferdinand was too much occupied in affairs with the French and Italians to give much heed to domestic arrangements. It was important, however, to his politic schemes to secure the friendship of Austria and England, and accordingly family alliances were arranged to cement the good feeling existing. In 1496, a marriage was concluded between Prince Juan, their only son, and Margaret of Austria, and between the Infanta Joanna and Philip, Archduke of Austria, son and heir of the Emperor Maximilian, while the youngest, Infanta Catherine, was affianced to Arthur, Prince of Wales, both too young to admit of an immediate marriage. At the close of the summer, a gallant and beautiful armada was fitted out, ready to convey the young Princess Joanna to foreign shores. Isabella, whose affectionate heart clung tenaciously to her children, accompanied her daughter to the place of embarkation, deferring their separation to the last moment before the fleet sailed. After bidding farewell to her beloved child, she returned in her boat to the shore, but the tide had risen so rapidly that no dry footing could be found for her on the beach. The sailors were preparing to drag the boat farther upon the strand, when Gonzalvo de Cordova, but lately returned from an Italian campaign, and covered with honors, being present, attired in a rich and elegant court dress, gallantly waded into the water, and, lifting the queen in his arms, bore her safely to the shore, amid shouts of applause from the delighted spectators. End of Section 10. Section 11 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 11. Isabella of Castile, Part 7. After Joanna had embarked, the weather became tempestuous, and the long absence of the fleet without tidings alarmed Isabella, already overburdened with anxieties. She consulted the most experienced navigators as to the safety of the fleet, suffering distressful fears, till the welcome news came of the safe arrival of the princess in Flanders. Though not without the loss of several ships and many of her attendants. Her marriage with Philip was celebrated with great pomp in the city of Lille. The same fleet that bore her to the Austrian prince was to convey Marguerite to Spain. After the refitment of the vessels, she embarked, and arrived early in March 1497, having experienced a severe tempest. She was cordially received by the Spanish monarchs and Prince Juan, who eagerly hastened to meet her. The marriage was celebrated in April with magnificence. The ceremony was performed by the Archbishop of Toledo, in the presence of the nobility of Castile and Aragon. The event was followed by a continued round of splendid festivities, in which Marguerite and her Flemish attendants participated with an easy gaiety that caused surprise and remark among the stately and formal Spaniards. Soon after this, Ferdinand and Isabella attended the nuptials of their unusually loved daughter Isabella, celebrated without parade in a little town on the frontiers. While thus happily engaged, the king and queen received an alarming summons to Salamanca, where Prince Juan had become suddenly and dangerously ill. Before their arrival, he failed so rapidly that no hopes were entertained for his recovery. He expired in October 1497, in the 20th year of his age. Thus, at a stroke, the Spanish sovereigns were deprived of an heir whose character and education Isabella had carefully superintended, in order to prepare him for the important station he was expected to fill. His talents and admirable qualities endeared him to the nation, which hoped much under the administration of so wise, temperate, and benignant a prince. All Spain was in mourning, but the affliction fell upon none so heavily as the doting mother, who could find no consolation in the vain splendor of royalty. Her deep piety alone prepared her to meet adversity, as it had borne her through prosperity without arrogance. She received the mournful tidings in the touching language of resignation: "The Lord hath given, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be his name." The succession now devolved upon the Queen of Portugal, but, before the formal recognition of her right had been instituted, death claimed her also. This occurrence, though not so great a national calamity as the loss of Prince Juan, was a fatal stroke to Isabella, from which she never fully recovered. The young infant that cost its mother's life was happily a son, named Miguel, in honor of the saint's day on which he was born. The delicate, helpless child, unconscious of its magnificent destiny, was borne in state through the kingdoms of its inheritance, to receive the allegiance of the grandees, and amidst solemn and pompous ceremonies was proclaimed successor to Ferdinand and Isabella and to Emmanuel of Portugal. Thus, above the head of the little sleeper, almost hidden in the satins and costly lace of royal babyhood, were suspended a multiplicity of crowns that, when encircling the brow of the young prince, would make him king of Portugal, Castile, Aragon, Navarre, Granada, Naples, and Sicily. Too brilliant a destiny for a cradled infant who, as if already pierced with the thorns that thickly line a golden crown, pined away and died before it reached its second year. These successive calamities were overpowering to the sensitive queen. Still, after her recovery from a severe illness, induced by her excessive grief, she continued to exert herself for the welfare of her subjects and the furtherance of every project for the advancement of the nation and the interests of religion. On the death of Cardinal Mendoza, Archbishop of Seville, in 1495, she appointed Ximenes his successor, who, a short time previous, had been induced to accept the office of confessor to her majesty. Knowing nothing of his new dignities, he was called to the royal presence to open dispatches from the pope. After humbly kissing the missive, he broke the seal, and was overwhelmed to find the contents addressed to himself, with the title of Archbishop of Toledo. Without waiting to examine it farther, and exclaiming, "This cannot be for me," he dropped it in consternation and fled from the apartment. Messengers were sent to command his return, but he was not to be found till a courier overtook him on his way to the monastery at Ocaña, whither he was travelling on foot in the blazing sun at his best speed. He was with difficulty prevailed on to return, but no entreaties of the monarchs could induce him to accept so high an office, for which he declared himself totally unfitted, and which would deprive him of his unobtrusive, holy life in the cloisters. He had been the jest and the fear of the gay courtiers, when now and then his pale, spectral face and thin but muscular form came among them, clothed in coarse garments, girdled with a rope, and all the more humble from its contrast with their own gay trappings. For 6 months he steadily refused the appointment, till a command of obedience arrived from the pope, compelling him to occupy the chair of primacy. He still continued to appear on foot in humble garb, till, assured by Isabella that his excessive austerity and plainness would degrade the office in the eyes of the people, he assumed the state and magnificence that characterized his predecessors. But beneath his silken robes, he kept his coarse Franciscan dress, abstained from the luxuries that daily loaded his table, and slept upon a hard mattress, so arranged as to be concealed in the downy couch that was apparently his resting place. Stern, inflexible, bigoted, nothing could deter him from executing plans once formed. He began a thorough reformation in the monasteries and convents, into which deplorable vices and abuses had crept. Isabella countenanced his efforts, notwithstanding the general opposition to Ximenes' severity, often visiting the convents, taking with her a distaff or embroidery, setting an example of industry and endeavoring to purify the frivolous character of the inmates by her pious instructions. Ximenes disregarded the express provisions of the treaty between Granada and Castile, and undertook the bold measure of converting the Moors. Taking up his residence for a short time in Granada, he began by collecting all the volumes of Moslem literature that he could lay hands upon, reserving only a few medical works for his own shelves, and consigned the rest to the flames in a public square in the city. His daring infringement of the people's rights and inquisitorial enforcement of a hated religion occasioned a revolt which threatened his life, but he refused to fly for safety, boldly confronting the mob and declaring his willingness to endure martyrdom. By the adroit interference of the Archbishop of Granada, who was greatly beloved by the inhabitants, the disturbance was quelled, and in the end Ximenes triumphed. Isabella was greatly incensed at his high-handed measures, and wrote him a severe letter, to which he replied by his presence, ascribing his conduct to a worthy zeal for the conversion of the infidels. He recommended that the sovereigns should condemn the delinquents for treason, and offer them pardon on condition of renouncing their faith. Isabella did not accept this advice, yet imprisoned the leaders of the revolt. Many, from fear, emigrated, and the panic led nearly all the remaining inhabitants to accept the Catholic belief. All Christendom was astonished at this miracle, the more wonderful from the well-known hatred its subjects entertained for the religion they had assented to. Ximenes was henceforth venerated as a saint, his admirers asserting that he had achieved greater triumphs than even Ferdinand and Isabella, since they had conquered only the soil, while he had gained the souls of Granada. In 1500, the birth of a son, the celebrated Charles V., to Philip and Joanna, gave universal joy, and as on the death of the Queen of Portugal and her heirs, the succession would devolve on the young infant through Joanna, the Spanish monarchs requested the presence of the child's parents in Spain, that their rights might be recognized. Philip did not comply with the invitation till the following year, being too much occupied in the pursuit of pleasure to secure his interests. The tour was finally made, accompanied by brilliant fetes and rejoicings throughout the nation. Arrived at Toledo, where the court then was, Philip so betrayed his aversion to business and his dislike to the stateliness of Castilian ceremonies as to alarm the sovereigns concerning his capability to occupy the Spanish throne. Isabella was more deeply grieved in noting his open neglect of her daughter, whom she again clasped in her arms after a long separation, listening with painful solicitude to a weeping account of his infidelity, and his repulsion of a heart that clung to him with tenacious affection, and was unappreciated by him because encased in so plain a setting. As soon as Joanna was duly recognized heir to the Spanish crown by the courts of Castile and Aragon, Philip, impatient at the restraint upon his free habits, and despising the formalities of the court, intimated his intention to set out immediately for France. This was warmly opposed by Ferdinand and Isabella, who represented to him the importance of remaining long enough to become familiar with the usages and interests of their kingdom, and to secure the goodwill of his future subjects. Besides, Joanna's delicate health required repose, and the open war with France might expose him to an uncivil reception. He persisted in his determination, leaving Joanna, who was unable to accompany him, inconsolable. From the moment of the departure of her idolized husband, she fell into a deep melancholy, from which nothing could arouse her. The birth of a son, named Ferdinand in honor of the king, did not dispel her strange mood, but each day gave more decisive proof of mental derangement. This was an additional grief to Isabella, whose health was rapidly failing under her accumulated sorrows and cares, aggravated by the exposures and fatigue to which she was subject in being frequently called to Joanna, who resided at Medina del Campo. She was summoned on one occasion when no one could prevail upon the unfortunate princess to return to her apartments, after mounting the battlements of the castle in a fit of insanity. She consented to take shelter in a miserable kitchen in the neighborhood, but at daylight returned to the castle walls, where she stood, immovable as a statue, till Isabella arrived and exerted her authority in removing her. In a few months she returned to Flanders, notwithstanding her mother's unwillingness to trust her to the journey during the inclement season, and while the country was agitated with warlike preparations to further the conquests of Gonzalvo de Cordova in Italy. Still inconsolable for the loss of her most cherished daughter, the amiable and beautiful Queen of Portugal, missing, with a mother's yearning tenderness, those who had been destined to a foreign land, and daily probed to the utmost depths of her tried heart with painful accounts of slander and disgraceful scenes enacted by the unhappy Joanna at the Flemish court, together with anxiety for the issue of the impending war, and letters from the New World exciting her active sympathies for the welfare of the poor Indians, all this drew too heavily upon her already exhausted constitution, and prostrated her in a bed of sickness from which she was never to rise. her life was slowly consumed by a fever, not lessened by her solicitude for Ferdinand, who was seriously ill at the same time. She still, with surprising energy, attended to business, receiving all who sought an interview as she had been accustomed to do when in health, but particularly attending to affairs relating to the welfare of her subjects when she should no longer be with them. Among her last words were earnest injunctions to enforce kindness and justice towards the Indians, whose condition had greatly excited her interest and pity. The continued violation of her early commands was concealed from her, and the suspicion of this induced her to make them the subject of a codicil to her will, 2 days before her death. Owing to the incapacity of Joanna to occupy the throne, she appointed Ferdinand regent of Castile, until the majority of her grandson Charles V., influenced in so doing by her declared confidence in Ferdinand's wise and beneficent rule. She also touchingly expressed her affection for him in the words which bequeathed to him some of her personal property. "I beseech the king, my lord, that he will accept all my jewels, or such as he shall select, so that, seeing them, he may be reminded of the singular love I always bore him while living, and that I am now waiting for him in a better world, by which remembrance he may be encouraged to live more justly and holily in this." The same jewels, perhaps, not long after, served to adorn a young, beautiful bride, the Princess Germaine de Foix of France, whom the unfaithful and politic Ferdinand led to the altar in the same dueñas where, in his youth, he had given his fresh vows to the devoted Isabella. Having addressed a few words of consolation to the weeping friends about her, some of whom had been the companions of her youth, she received the sacrament, and soon after expired, November 26, 1504, it being the 54th year of her age and the 30th of her reign. Her remains were conveyed to Grenada, as she had requested, but during the journey a severe and long-continued tempest made the roads nearly impassable, rendering the way desolate, and depressing with still deeper gloom those who bore her beloved form to its plain tomb in the Alhambra. To that unfathomed boundless sea, the silent grave, thither all earthly pomp and boast roll, to be swallowed up and lost in one dark wave. The people vied with each other in extolling the triumphant glories of her reign, and the wisdom and purity of her character, one that scarcely deserves the charge of bigotry, since the 2 great errors of her administration were measures which she abhorred, and would never have allowed to be executed, had not her judgment been overruled by those upon whom she relied for spiritual guidance. Uniting the noblest masculine qualities with the finest and most lovable characteristics of woman, she secured the love and devotion of a nation still proud of that incomparable queen, upon whom was justly bestowed, then as now, the simple but eloquent designation, Isabella de la Paz y Bondad, Isabella of Peace and Goodness. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham. Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Joan of Arc, Part 1. Monarch of France, send thou the tidings over all the realm, great tidings of deliverance and of joy. The maid is come, the missioned maid, whose hand shall in the consecrated walls of Rheims crown thee, anointed king. Southey's Joan of Arc. In this age of intelligence and refinement, of the arts, of commerce, political science, and Christianity, it is difficult to believe that so few years, comparatively, have elapsed since superstition threw her dark pall over all that is now bright and attractive. The period is not very remote when the most trivial events were presumed to be of an unearthly or supernatural character, when it was rare, indeed, that any man, however much in advance of his age and knowledge, had the boldness to attribute an unforeseen and extraordinary occurrence, though susceptible of the fullest explanation, to its proper and legitimate cause. Among the polytheists of Greece and Rome, to doubt the interposition of these numerous divinities in the commonest concerns of life was the worst grade of treason to the state. They believed, as they were taught by the religion in which they placed their trust, and by its priests whom they reverenced, that every waterfall had its nymph, every grove its dryad, that there was a deity to smile upon every folly, to encourage every unholy passion, or to strengthen every virtuous hope and noble aspiration. In the dim religious light of a later era, popular credulity clung with less tenacity to the forms and ceremonies than to the substance of superstition. Astrology was mistaken for astronomy. Philosophy and magic were synonymous terms. Palmistry and necromancy were ranked among the sciences. The belief in ghosts and witches was general. Ancient wood and castle were peopled with spirits and hobgoblins. Bright-eyed elves beset the path of the lonely wayfarer, and light-footed fairies danced the livelong night upon the green. The French historian, speaking of this period, says, "Henceforward, diablerie had little to learn, but was soon erected into a science. Demonology brought forth witchcraft. It was not sufficient to be able to distinguish and classify legions of devils, to know their names, professions, and dispositions. It was necessary to learn how to make them subservient to the uses of man. Hitherto the subject studied had been the means of driving them away. From this time, the means of making them appear was the end desired. Witches, sorcerers, demonologists started up beyond all number. Each clan in Scotland, each great family in France and Germany, almost each individual, had one of these tempters, who heard all the secret wishes one feared to address to God, and the thoughts which shunned the ear. They were everywhere. Their flight of bats almost darkened God's own light and day. They had been sent to carry off in open day a man who had just received the communion, and who was watched by a circle of friends with lighted tapers. Such was the character of the age, made up of credulity and superstition, prone to believe and trust in the strange and the marvelous, ready to grasp supernatural aid when human efforts failed. Such was France when, at the death of her maniac king, Charles VI, a bloody struggle for the crown commenced between the various competitors and their adherents, a struggle prolonged from a want of skilful military leaders, and the superstitious belief of all parties in omens preceding a conflict which depressed them with cowardly fear, or elated them with reckless courage, according to the import of the signs. Chance decided the victory. The rival houses of Orleans and Burgundy were the instigators of the civil war that desolated France, enlisting the aid of foreigners who threatened to subjugate the nation to British power. Charles the Dauphin, sixth son of the deceased monarch, and claimant of the crown, strengthened the Orleans party by marrying a daughter of Count Armagnac, a Gascon nobleman of influence in his rude land, warlike, fierce, and not unfitted to lead a party in those days of open strife. On the other hand, the young Duke of Burgundy, in revenge for the murder of his father, in which Charles had participated, offered the crown of France to Henry V. of England, already upon their shores with a well-disciplined army, in answer to the call of the old Duke. In accepting the tendered throne, he espoused Catherine, the daughter of Charles VI, but before his young head bore the weight of a double crown, he died, leaving an infant son, Henry VI, with the Duke of Bedford, at Paris, to rival the claims of the little King of Bourges, as Charles was called in derision by his enemies. And indeed this raillery was not amiss, for the Dauphin was sorely straitened in his resources, being scarcely able to furnish his table. He was naturally amiable and weak in character, yet adversity lent him courage and prudence that served him in time of need, but relaxed into effeminate ease when his foes granted him tranquillity. His army was made up of the sturdy Scotch retainers of the Earl of Bouchain, soldiers from Italy and Spain, the fierce, cruel Armagnacs, and such of the French as supported his claims, though he placed little dependence on the unskilled troops of his own nation. France was thus overrun with a foreign soldiery, who made up for their lack of enthusiasm in the cause which they supported by the hearty eagerness with which they pillaged the towns, cities, and hamlets that fell into their hands. There was scarce a river in France but had rolled a crimson tide through its channel, or borne the mangled corpse of friend and foe to low, quiet valleys, terrifying the simple inhabitants and warning them that strife and bloodshed were near. Neither age nor sex were spared the inhuman butchery. Scarce an humble cottage but had wrongs to revenge, and not a palace or castle had escaped the mournful loss of some of the noblest blood of France, as often spent in petty vengeance as on the field of battle. The English, supported by the Burgundian party, succeeded in capturing every town north of the Seine, driving Charles and his adherents beyond the Loire. Had the English now unitedly pushed their conquests, France would have been completely subjugated. Their strength was destroyed, however, by private feuds and jealousies which finally obliged the Duke of Bedford to return to England, leaving Charles VII. In a comparative state of tranquillity. Orleans was the last stronghold left him, and in that city and in the surrounding region his remaining followers stationed themselves. The king, so far from making defensive preparations and accumulating forces in the 2 years' interval of peace, spent the time in distant chateaux, luxuriating in ease and pleasure, utterly regardless of the petty intrigues and struggles for power that daily weakened his party. But all these years of turmoil and war and superstition were schooling a daring spirit to uphold the victorious banners of France, not a noble youth learning the tactics of war at the side of a chieftain father, not a young Tell gathering vigor in the strong mountain air, and practicing eye and hand to unerring archery, nor a bold genius whose military talent was to place him at the head of the armies of France, but a simple, gentle, peasant girl, instigated by imaginary saints and angels. Joan of Arc, or Jeanne d'Arc, la Pucelle d'Orléans, according to the old chroniclers, was born in the department of Vosges, in northern France, in the year 1411 or 1412. Her family name is said to have been written d'Arc. She was the third daughter of an honest and worthy husbandman, bearing the name of Jacques d'Arc, who, though a native of Montpellier at the time of her birth, dwelt in the pretty little village of Domremy, which lies in one of the most beautiful valleys of the winding Meuse, between the towns of Neufchâteau and Vaucouleurs, and on the borders of Lorraine and Champagne. In this lovely and fruitful region she first saw the light. Her quiet and pleasant home, the rich pasture lands that girt it as with a belt of emeralds, the neighboring groves of beech and chestnut, where fairy forms were seen to flit and fairy voices whispered, the balloon-shaped hills of the Vosges, which stretched far away to the land of the vine and the olive, and the dark forests of oak and fir that crowned their summits, shaking and bowing their stately tops in the fragrant breezes from the purple vineyards and the smiling slopes of Burgundy. These were all the world to her, through the quiet and peculiarly meditative years of her childhood. The sweet-toned bells in the chapel of Our Lady of Belmont lulled her infant slumbers with their musical chimes. And, as she grew older, her young mind expanded in an atmosphere of legends and myths, of saints and fairies, that gave a wild and boundless range to a naturally vivid imagination. Her mother, in whom a superstitious piety was strongly implanted, kept the little ones quiet while she plied the humming distaff, by telling them tales of valiant knights and fair ladies, carried off by demons, or visited by angels and attended by a troop of fairies, all which the young listeners most devoutly believed. The young Joan never lost a word of the wonderful legends, storing them in her memory till her brain became peopled with imaginary beings, who accompanied all her lonely rambles, whose voices whispered to her in the stirring leaves of the forests, whose forms were wreathed in the mists of waterfalls, and whose tones were as audible to her sensitive ear in the gushing music of winding streams as they had been in the sweet tones of her mother's voice when united with the dreary hum of the spinning wheel. She never danced and sung like the other maidens in the hamlet, nor joined in their merry sports, but preferred to steal away by herself and tell over beads, to kneel in a shaded aisle of the chapel, and to breathe her baptismal vows at the sacred shrine, or at the hour of vespers devoutly repeat the compline before a favorite picture of the Virgin. But if she did not mingle with gay playmates at the sound of the viol, she could boast of a neat and nimble use of the needle, and could ply the distaff with speed equal to her mother's. Reading and writing were unsolved riddles to her, for these were accomplishments known only to the clergy, to those of gentle birth, or to such as depended on them for a livelihood, and there were many a peerless dame and gallant knight who deemed these performances as unbecoming labor, and kept servants in the household to do such menial offices. It is asserted by some that Joan was a servant in a roadside inn, and tended the horses and the guests in the capacity of an hostler, and that she rode them to the watering places, thus acquiring great skill in horsemanship. These facts are not well authenticated, however, and they certainly are not in keeping with the gentleness, modesty, and delicacy of her character. It is related by others that she tended her father's flocks and herds while they grazed on the mountain-side, a not improbable occupation and a very common one in the valley of the Meuse. Here upon the slopes, gorse-flower glowing as the sun illumed their golden glory, she rested the livelong day, watching the grazing herds, and looking down upon the picturesque valley, bordered with a vast forest, its green meadows, luxuriant vineyards, the river with its wooded banks, and her own loved hamlet in the midst, invoking good spirits to guard it against the ravages of war, nor let the clash and din of weapons echo among the blue hills that shut in the peaceful valley. But the occasional traveler brought tidings of unjust and murderous deeds, and, as Joan's spirit began to break away from the enfoldings of childhood, her lonely day watches were occupied with burning thoughts of her country's wrongs. She longed to pass beyond the hills where she was born, and mingle in the mortal strife. Her pale cheek crimsoned when she heard the story of helpless women falling beneath the battle-axe, and children driven forth to suffer the horrors of famine, that their cries might intimidate the stout hearts of their fathers, and make them yield their strongholds. And when at last a troop of fierce soldiers came with victorious shouts along the Meuse, to the very heart of the sacred valley, and Joan and the humble household had to flee for safety, then the martial spirit pervaded her being, and was henceforth inseparable from the religious fervor that actuated her in freeing France from her enemies. The fugitives returned to the unobtrusive village, and found the beloved chapel in ruins. This wanton destruction of her favorite and holy resort awakened a new feeling of heroism in Joan, which, with unfixed purpose, only awaited events which should direct her. In the vicinity of Domremy was a large old tree, whose immense, thick-foliaged branches overspread a wide green sward. It had stood through many generations, and legend upon legend hallowed its remembrances. To the young people it was known as the Tree of the Ladies and Beauty of May, and tradition said the fairies used to meet and converse with brave knights, who, in later times, had become so wicked that the sprites refused to appear to any but the good and virtuous. At early dawn the maidens of Domremy traced the footprints of the fairies where they had danced all night beneath the giant tree, and they hung garlands upon the branches, wishing they might get a glimpse of the forms that Joan assured them she had seen, and whose voices whispered mysterious things to her. Near by was also a fountain, called the Fountain of the Fairies, and here the young girl lingered for hours till she saw the misty waters take shape, and beheld the holy features of St. Margaret or St. Catherine beaming kindly upon her, and she heard them in a low, soft voice call her the Restorer of France, and felt them affectionately embracing her. This she related to her parents and the village maidens, but it only excited their derision, since none of them were equally fortunate. She solemnly chided them for their unbelief, for she evidently had faith in these visions, the result of a morbid imagination dwelling constantly upon one theme. After the intelligence of the marvelous success of the English and the retreat of Charles VII beyond the Loire, she had startled the quiet laborers in the valley and become the theme at every cottage door or fireside. Joan's visions became more vivid, and in her daily visits to the fountain she discovered the mission which the angels had devolved upon her. Saint Michael, the archangel of battles and of judgments, appeared in the midst of a dazzling light, saying, "Jeanne, go to the succor of the King of France, and thou shalt restore his kingdom to him. Saint Marguerite and Saint Catherine will be thy aids." A host of angels in white, wearing crowns and speaking in soft voices, followed the appearance of Saint Michael, and when they had all disappeared, the timid girl wept abundantly, wishing they had taken her with them. Several years had passed in this way, confirming Joan's belief in these messages and commands from God, as she denominated them. She obeyed the voices, which directed her to attend church faithfully and perform all her duties. She was known to all the villagers in her pious and charitable acts, and her youthful friend Haumette assured her companions that Joan was a good, simple girl, and always talked of God and the angels. She entered maidenhood, pure and beautiful, the impress of her unsullied thoughts stamped upon her pale, calm face, full of childish innocence, yes, adorning a mind of rare sense and shrewdness. Both her mother and father reproved her firm belief in the mission that had been given her, and with alarm found her already practicing military exercises, mounted upon a horse and tilting her lance against trees, as if in knightly combat. Her father declared that, rather than see his daughter among men-at-arms, he would drown her with his own hands. Hoping to divert her from her wild, unwomanly schemes, her parents used their authority to secure her marriage. A young man declared she had promised him her hand in childhood, and to enforce his claims, cited her before the ecclesiastical judge of Tooke. This they thought would frighten her into acceptance, since, with her timidity and modesty that suffused her face with blushes at a word from a stranger, she could never summon courage to defend herself. To her surprise, she appeared in court, and declared the falsity of the charge. A visit from an uncle at length secured an opportunity for her to execute her purpose. He was convinced of her divine mission, and promised to take her to Robert de Baudricourt, captain of Vaucouleurs, to whom Saint Michael had directed her for aid. Bidding farewell to her beloved home, her cherished mother, and dear companion Haumette, she journeyed with her uncle to Vaucouleurs, in her simple peasant's costume, a coarse red dress and little close white cap. They travelled nearly 4 leagues among the banks of the Meuse, and traversed the valley spread with verdant meadows, enamelled with flowers from which the town derived its name, and at the extremity of which it lay in the form of an amphitheatre. They arrived in the busy streets, where all was new, stirring life to the young girl who had never before wandered beyond the hills that encircled her home. They sought the dwelling of an hospitable wheelwright, whose wife was captivated with the gentleness and beauty of the strangely commissioned maiden. Joan's uncle had previously obtained an interview with Baudricourt, giving an account of her and asking the aid she desired, to which the blunt soldier replied, "Give her a good whipping, and take her back to her father." Nothing daunted by this scorn of her pretensions, she succeeded in obtaining admittance to the castle, and soon stood in the presence of the hardy captain. Speaking in a firm tone, she told him she came from her lord to succor the king, and that she would raise the siege of Orleans and bring Charles to Reims to be crowned. The captain, struck with her appearance and astonished at her words, believed her possessed with a devil, and sent immediately for the curé. Upon entering her presence, the frightened priest exhibited his stole or scarf, and commanded the evil spirits to depart, if they guided her. She simply smiled upon him, and conversed with so much honesty and unaffected simplicity that the curé himself was bewildered. The news that the prophecy concerning a Pucelle of the marches of Lorraine, who was to save the realm, was about to be accomplished, and that the maid had actually appeared, threw all Vaucouleurs in commotion. Crowds hastened to see her and hear her words, and all were equally vehement in their admiration, and confident of her saintly commission. Several of the nobility were won over to her cause, and promised to conduct her to the king, for she assured them that no one in the world, nor kings nor dukes, nor daughter of the King of Scotland, could recover France but herself, and that it was her lord's will she should do it, urging them to hasten, for she must be at Orleans before Midland. Baudricourt sent messages to the king, to obtain his consent to an interview with Joan. Orleans being closely besieged, the inhabitants not able to defend it much longer, and Charles' crown being dependent on the preservation of this last stronghold, he was willing to grasp any aid, however supernatural, if it would but serve his purpose. Receiving his orders for her advance, she set out from Vaucouleurs, equipped in man's attire, mounted upon a fiery black charger, the gift of the admiring inhabitants, and armed with a sword bestowed by Baudricourt. At her departure, a message of entreaty, threats, and commands came from her parents, who were frantic with the thought of trusting their youngest and delicate daughter to all the horrors and exposures of war. But Joan, still firm in her resolves, begged their forgiveness, and continued her journey with an escort of 3 knights. The district that lay between Vaucouleurs and Chinon, where Charles held his court, was overrun with men of arms at both parties, making the journey extremely perilous. But Joan fearlessly traversed it, cheering her companions, who regretted the undertaking and began to fear that their charge was a witch or sorceress. She continued to face danger with the utmost tranquillity, and insisted upon sojourning at every little town to hear mass or to repeat her prayers in the churches. At Fierbois she remained a long time, kneeling before the altar in St. Catherine's Cathedral, in spite of the entreaties of her impatient escort. After escaping an ambuscade that had been laid for her, they arrived safely at Chinon. Here, in a strong castle, the ruins of which still ornamented the town, Charles and his courtiers were assembled. A rich suite of apartments was occupied by his queen, Mary of Anjou, and her ladies of honor, among whom was Agnes Sorel, known by the appellation of Fairest of the Fair and Lady of Beauty, and celebrated as much for her gaiety of temper, entertaining conversation and grace of manner, as for her beauty. The gentle, submissive queen had consented to live amicably with this beautiful woman, who shared the affection of the king and had a powerful influence over him. Seeing the hopeless condition of Orleans, he would have fled to the remote province of Dauphiné and abandoned his crown, but for the spirited Agnes and the prudent, sensible queen, both of whom warned him that his followers would forsake him if he betrayed his despair of success by flight. End of section 12. Recording by Aubrey Kirkham.
Section 13 of the Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda John Quinn. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 13, Part 2. The news of the coming of Joan excited hope, fear, and curiosity in the occupants of the castle. Uncertain whether to receive her, and fearing lest he should place himself in the power of an evil spirit, Charles called a council of warriors, priests, and bishops to consider the dangers or advantages of accepting one who might be a sorceress for their leader. As for trusting the events of war to a woman, such an objection was not raised, since it was a common occurrence for the fair sex to engage in battle, and in those very years the Bohemian women fought like men in the wars of the Hussites. The council, however, debated for 2 days the expediency of even admitting her to the king's presence, but it was finally decided that if she could prove the divinity of her mission, by selecting the king from among his courtiers, she should receive the equipment she desired and accompany such forces as could be raised to Orleans. In the meantime, Joan was conducted to the queen's apartments, where the 2 friendly rivals received her with equal interest and curiosity. The rustic peasant girl exhibited no wonder as she entered the luxurious abode of the queen, where, in the soft shade of purple hangings, richly worked with golden fleur-de-lis, sat the attendants, industriously engaged with their embroidery frames, while the queen, with fur-bordered robes, occupied a slightly raised platform covered with tapestry. Her face was expressive and gentle, with a shade of subdued sadness resting upon it, and in her eyes beamed a soft winning radiance that reassured the timid girl, who modestly approached, though not overawed by the royal presence. She answered the questions relating to her childhood and the "Voices" with the same simplicity and sweetness as when among her companions. The beautiful Agnes, whose vanity always found her a position and light that best displayed her faultless form, and a complexion clear as the coloring of Correggio, half reclined in a rich costume, her sandaled foot resting upon a velvet cushion. With a keen, penetrating gaze, she bent her full dark eye upon Joan, so cross-questioning her as might easily have bewildered an intentional deceiver. The result of this interview was the unreserved approval of the two who most influenced the king, thus preparing him to place greater confidence in Joan's account when she appeared before him. When the hour for presentation arrived, Joan was conducted to a magnificent hall arched and ornamented with dark fretwork, upon which was thrown the brilliant and waving light of 50 torches. A crowd of nobles and more than 300 knights in emblazoned court dresses added to the splendor of the scene. The king, in no way distinguished by his attire, mingled with the courtiers. To the surprise of the assemblage, upon Joan's entrance they beheld, instead of a woman of masculine form and courageous front, only a slender, delicate girl, a poor little shepherdess, who with a face pale and chaste as the icicle that's curdled by the frost of purest snow and hangs on Dian's temple, advanced with composed air, and with as modest a countenance as if she had been bred up in court all her life. Being led to a knight of distinguished bearing, she said he was not the king, and immediately selected the true Charles from among the brilliant throng, fell at his feet, and, embracing his knees, exclaimed, "Gentle Dauphin, the King of Heaven sends you word by me that you shall be consecrated and crowned in the city of Rheims." The king raised her, and, still unconvinced, led her aside, when she told him of a circumstance he had supposed known to himself alone, namely, that he had prayed in his oratory that God would restore his kingdom, or allow him to escape safely to Spain or Scotland. Charles paled at this revelation of his secret prayer, and no longer doubted that the maid was the appointed rescuer of his crown. It did not occur to him, nor to those present, that she had been in the queen's apartments and might have heard of it there, as well as have seen or listened to some outline of his personal appearance which enabled her to distinguish him. She was certainly a girl of good sense and shrewdness, but in her honesty and simplicity might have been but vaguely conscious of what occurred in the royal apartments, and mingled her impressions with the revelations of the Voices. Still there were many who were not willing to rely upon the mysterious pretensions of the maid, and it was resolved to refer the matter to the doctors of theology. They were equally puzzled for a decision, either because of their superstition, or because they were careful not to take sides in a matter which divided the court, shirking their responsibility, by referring an examination to the University of Poitiers. By a proclamation from the Archbishop of Rheims, also president of the Royal Council, which held its sittings in Poitiers, a great number of doctors and professors of theology, including priests and monks, besides members of Parliament, assembled at the capital of the department to determine the case of this little peasant girl. Joan, always attired in the dress of a man, was conducted to Poitiers, but without trepidation or concern for the result of the trial, looked with admiring eyes upon the varied scenery while journeying, sure to dismount at every little church to repeat an Ave Maria before its altar, whether its spire upheld the cross in the midst of a town through which she passed, or whether humbly nestled in a hermit-like retreat among the hills and valleys that lay between Chinon and the parliamentary city. Poitiers was easily descried in the distance, for it crowned and girdled a hill at the junction of two rivers. A thick wall, flanked by strong towers, guarded the city, which boasted the remains of an old Roman castle and amphitheatre, besides its splendid cathedrals and imposing palaces. Joan approached the city that had so much interest for her, passed through the gates without fear, and guided through the narrow, crooked streets, was conducted to the house of an advocate of the Parliament and left in the care of his wife. The following day, the pompous prelates having assembled, the maid was conducted to the vast hall where they sat. Upon being questioned, she related all that she had seen and heard in a sweet, heart-touching voice, and with a simplicity and innocence that already won the grim judges before whom she meekly stood. After she asserted that she obeyed the directions of God and his angels, a Dominican friar said, "Joan, thou sayest that God wishes to deliver the people of France. If such be his will, he has no need of men at arms." To this she readily replied, "Ah, the men at arms will fight, and God will give the victory." A professor of theology in the university demanded a sign from her by which they might believe in the holiness of her mission. To this she quickly retorted, "I have not come to Poitiers to work signs or miracles. My sign will be the raising of the siege of Orleans. Give me men at arms, few or many, and I will go." With all their cross-questioning, they could find nothing to condemn in her, and therefore countenanced the granting of the forces she asked. The people of Poitiers went in crowds to see her, wept at her winning childish purity, and declared, "The maid was of God." Messengers from Dunois, the celebrated bastard of Orleans, who with his forces was in the besieged city, urged hasty measures to be adopted. In reply to his impatient demands, Joan was fully equipped and provided with a suitable escort. She wore a complete suit of white armor, a small axe, and at her side a sword upon which was engraved the royal insignia of 3 fleurs-de-lis. This sword she had demanded from the learned assembly, telling them that they would find it behind the altar of St. Catherine's Cathedral at Fierbois. This information proving correct, the odd monks bore the miraculous sword to the girl, whom they seriously began to fear, forgetting that she had prayed at St. Catherine's altar for hours, when she might have heard the whisperings of priests, or have spied the sword herself, yet undoubtedly she believed it had been placed there by her favourite saint. She bore a white standard in her hand, embroidered with fleurs-de-lis, and upon which was represented a shield and sword surmounted by a crown, and a beautifully painted image of the Saviour. Thus equipped and mounted upon her black charger, accompanied by one of her own brothers, a page, a maître d'hôtel, an old knight, his valets, and a confessor of the order of St. Augustine, she set out for Blois, where a large body of troops were rallying to follow her charmed standard. The impatient army waited on the banks of the Loire, with a large convoy of provisions for the relief of the beleaguered city. Joan was received by them with enthusiastic shouts. Young, beautiful, modest, and courageous, with the attributes of a saint, the soldiers looked upon her with mingled admiration, worship, and fear. She found herself surrounded by the cavaliers of Italy and Aragon, the valiant Scots, the Gascon nobles, the fierce fire-eaters of the gallant Count Dunois, and the cruel but brave Armagnacs, a band of ferocious brigands, with captains at their head, who had long been the terror of France. One of them, Gilles de Retz, was not only the robber hero of his own times, but as the original of Bluebeard has been immortalized as the bugbear of nursery tales through every succeeding generation. With such a promiscuous and fearful host, the brave girl unfurled her sainted banner and turned her face toward Orleans. It was springtime, the hills were blossoming with the yellow fruits, the meadows were carpeted with velvety green, the vast forests had put off their sombre dress and sported fresh fragrant leaves. The deep arches of the wilderness halls echoed the notes of the nightingale. The bluebird winged from grove to perfumed vineyards, while the oriole, drifting like a flake of fire, whirled to the loftiest tree-tops and joined its sweet notes in the universal concert. The air, clear and invigorating in its freshness, inspired the army with buoyant hopes and a goodwill that made them readily obedient to the commands of their gentle leader. She banished from the camp all profligacy, endeavoring to elevate the debased character of her followers. During the first day's journey she caused an altar to be erected on the banks of the Loire in the open air. She also partook of the communion and required the same of the soldiers. Hearing one of the robber captains, La Hire, swearing violently, she mildly rebuked him, fierce as he was. He received it with humility, promising in future to swear only by his baton. Joan's purity, gentleness, and religious zeal gained her a strong power over those Armagnac brigands, who would have devotedly followed her wherever she chose to lead, even on a crusade to the Holy Sepulchre. The remainder of the army were scarcely less infatuated. Their enthusiasm increased daily as they saw her sharing their hardships, sleeping unpillowed upon the damp earth, encased in her protecting armor. They marched rapidly along the southern banks of the Loire, where the heights were covered with orchards, vineyards, castles, and villages. Passing Chambord and the clustered turrets and towers of an imposing castle that marked its boundaries in the midst of a neighboring wood, they approached within a few leagues of Orleans. Joan was impatient to cross the river and enter the city on the northern side, where the English encampment lay. This the chiefs would not hear to, and their counsel was supported by the Count Dunois, who came from Orleans with an escort to meet them, and induced Joan to adopt a less perilous entrance by water. Orleans stood at the extremity of an elevated plain which terminates near the banks of the Loire. The broad, rapid river washing its southern walls prevented the English from investing it completely. In the beginning of the siege, the French had burned the entire suburbs, which were extensive as a city, and contained a countless number of churches, convents, and monasteries that would have served as so many strongholds for the English, besides many finely built houses, the resorts of the burghers of Orleans. The inhabitants had retired within the embattled walls that encircled the city, flanked by square towers at short intervals, and thickly planted with cannon which, by the destruction of the suburbs, could play freely among advancing ranks of the besiegers. The English were protected by 50 or more bastilles and forts, erected and strongly garrisoned by men-at-arms, whose commanders were selected from the flower of the English army. The commander-in-chief, Salisbury, and the distinguished Talbot occupied the nearest bastille, while the one next to the Loire was entrusted to Sir William Gladsdale, as being a post of danger. Moving towers and battering engines added to the formidable and firm appearance of their position. The English soldiers were nearly as superstitious as their foes, and their army was partly composed of French troops of the Burgundian party. They were filled with dread and fear at the thought of fighting against a maid, commissioned by heaven, or, as some thought, a sorceress or a saint who had the power of striking them to the earth by a word. Her fame had arrived before her, but her entrance into Orleans escaped the vigilance of the English, since it was covered by the darkness of a midnight tempest, as is asserted by some. Others record her arrival at, quote, 8 o'clock of the evening, April 29th, when so great and so eager was the crowd, striving to touch her horse at least, that her progress through the streets was exceedingly slow. They gazed at her as if they were beholding an angel. She rode along, speaking kindly to the people, and after offering up prayers in the church, repaired to the house of the Duke of Orleans treasurer, an honorable man, whose wife and daughter gladly welcomed her." End quote. The succeeding day she rode gaily around the walls of the city to reconnoitre the English bastilles, followed by a crowd who afterward repaired with her to the church of St. Croix to attend vespers, and with French readiness to laugh or shed tears, so occasion may direct, feasted and smiled upon each other at the prospect of a near deliverance from their enemies. The army were raised above all fear, drunk with religion and war, and furious with a fanaticism equal to their previous despair. The first attack which she led was directed against one of the northern bastilles, strongly defended by men-at-arms. Talbot came to their assistance with a formidable detachment, but a fresh outpouring from the gates of Orleans and the approach of the maid in her white armour and emblazoned surcoat so filled them with fear that wherever her magic standard appeared, the soldiers threw down their arms and fled in consternation. The Bastille was taken, razed to the ground, and its defenders either put to the sword or carried prisoners into Orleans. Joan at this first scene of carnage wept to see so many perish unconfessed, and commanded the following day to be observed by fasting, prayer, and confession. The next morning she addressed her troops, and assured the commanders that victory was certain. They sallied out in the early sun, the knights with glittering helmets and polished shields, and coats of mail over which were thrown elegantly embroidered surcoats of silk or satin, whereon were curiously beaten the arms of their house in gold. The men-at-arms, bristling with murderous weapons, the scalers and the archers, filed out of the city, and throwing themselves in boats crossed the Loire, and attacked the Tournelle, erected on the opposite bank and defended by Gladsdale. Joan, in the beginning of the onset, was wounded by an arrow and fell, but was rescued, borne away from the scene of conflict, and laid upon the grass. Upon unloosing her armor and examining the wound, she found the arrow had pierced her through, and, terrified, wept with womanly weakness. This was but for a moment, for her voices came again. She rallied her strength and courage, dressed the wound with oil, and remained till nightfall in communion with her protecting saints, who appeared to her excited vision surrounded by a halo of light. Her standard was borne by a Basque soldier in the thickest of the affray, and never failed to disperse the enemy. While victory was still wavering between the two parties, the citizens of Orleans became impatient to decide the contest, rushed forth in a body, and assailed the French forces, who were urged on by shouts from the Maid, exclaiming, "Enter, all is yours!" At a bound they gained the redoubt, and the English, terrified at the rush, and believing they saw the patron saint of the city or the Archangel Michael protecting the French, fled in dismay to a bastille connected with the redoubt by a small bridge. A cannon ball shivered the bridge while they were crowded upon it, precipitating them into the river, and placing them at the mercy of their foes. Glasdale, who had heaped epithets of shame upon the head of the Maid, was drowned before her eyes. "Ah, how I pity thy soul!" she exclaimed, as she saw him borne down in useless struggles by the weight of his armor, to rise no more. These and other decisive defeats completely disheartened the English commanders, who saw their own troops paralyzed in the presence of the reputed sorceress, fall down in terror before her standard, and at the same time beheld the Orleanists possessed of a ferocious courage and fanatical confidence of success that made them irresistible. Unwilling to risk another battle, Talbot and Suffolk ordered a retreat, leaving on the plain their artillery, the bastilles, the sick, wounded, and such prisoners as they had taken. While they were marching away, Joan had an altar erected on the plain, and mass sung in the hearing of the retreating enemy, tingling their ears with the sound of triumph and thanksgiving as they went out of sight. There was no longer a doubt entertained of the divine mission of the peasant girl, henceforth called the Maid of Orleans, and admitted to the councils of war. Messengers were now sent to Charles VII., still indolently whiling away his time in the castle at Chinon, to come speedily with whatever forces he could collect, and follow up their success before the English should be strengthened by detachments sent by the Duke of Bedford at Paris, under the command of Sir John Falstaff. As soon as the king arrived, the French were eager to see the accomplishment of the remainder of Joan's promises, and hastened to take possession of Sargeau and Beaugency before these places could be relieved by the English. The armies of Talbot and Sir John Falstaff had meanwhile effected a junction, and being in a section overgrown with thickets and brambles, the Orleanists in pursuit of them could not discover their position. Joan now rode at the head of a rapidly increasing army. Recruits poured in from all quarters, wrought to the highest pitch of enthusiasm at the reported miracles Joan had performed, and elated at the late successes. "The English are uniting," said she, "but in God's name advance boldly against them, and assuredly they shall be conquered." "But where shall we find them?" asked some. "Ride boldly forward, and you will be conducted to them," she replied. A band of 60 horsemen were sent in advance to reconnoitre. Unable to discover the English, they started a stag which rushed into the enemy's ranks. A loud shout of surprise from them betrayed their position, while the French men-at-arms galloped up to the disordered army, gave them no time to rally, and rushed upon them. The soldiers, from fear of the Maid, had been deserting in great numbers, and now, as she rode fearlessly at the head of a force multiplied into a host in the bewildered vision of the enemy, the English leaders could do nothing with the dismayed troops. Sir John Falstaff, though he had won honours for his courageous conduct in other battles, seemed overwhelmed with fear and confusion, and catching the superstitious spirit that infatuated his troops, turned and fled from the battlefield without striking a blow, for which cowardice the enraged Duke of Bedford deprived him of the Order of the Garter. Talbot was unwilling again to show his back to the Royalists. He fought bravely, but was deserted by his followers and taken prisoner, while the rest were pursued and put to the sword. At the sight of the awful carnage, the maiden leader wept. She obeyed the impulse of her tender sympathy. She dismounted and held the head of one who had been cut down before her, praying for his soul while she attempted to soothe his dying agonies. After the signal victory of this battle of Patay, the French, eager to see the king crowned at Rheims, went triumphantly from town to town, carrying everything before them. Quote, The indolent young monarch himself was hurried away by this popular tide which swelled and rolled northward. King, courtiers, politicians, enthusiasts, fools, and wise were off together, either voluntarily or compulsorily. At starting they were 12,000, but the mass gathered bulk as it rolled along." Upon approaching Troyes, it was found so well garrisoned that the army, large as it was, despaired of forcing it without artillery. A council was assembled after taking their position under the walls, in which the leaders unanimously advised the abandonment of their march to Rheims, since it would be poor policy to leave such a stronghold in their rear, and impossible to besiege the city since they lacked both provision and artillery. One Armagnac captain disputed the retreat. While they were warmly debating, Joan herself knocked at the door, and assured them they should be in Troyes in 3 days. "We would willingly wait 6, said the Chancellor, "were we certain you spoke sooth." "6! You shall enter to-morrow," exclaimed the heroic girl, seizing her standard and calling upon the troops to follow her. Section 13.
Section 14 of the Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Joan of Arc, Part 3. A portion of the ditch or fosse that surrounded the city was quickly filled in by her direction, and, while they prepared to cross and make the attack, the English offered to capitulate, reserving the privilege of marching away with their effects without molestation. As they passed from the gates, Joan perceived a number of French prisoners manacled and driven before them. She refused to let them pass, and the king was obliged to ransom them. The way was now open for their progress to Rheims. Upon approaching that city, a deputation of the citizens went out to meet the king, presenting him the keys of the city and acknowledging him their sovereign. Joan led the way with her white banner always unfurled and floating like a beckoning spirit before the impetuous and worshipping army who followed wherever it conducted them. Her face beamed the triumph and joy she felt. Passing through the massive gateway, they went with a conqueror's step along the thronged streets, and then to the cathedral to offer prayers and thanksgiving. This cathedral stood in a square, from which the 6 principal streets of Rheims diverged. It was here that, 2 days after, the promised coronation took place. The holy oil of Clovis, secretly kept in the old church of St. Remy's, was brought with great ceremony by priests who were met at the entrance of the cathedral by the archbishop. He received it, and approaching the king, who bowed reverently before it, consecrated him with all the state and pomp that the mysterious aid by which the event had been attained could suggest. The dark, massive walls, from which graceful arches sprang and fell, resting upon tall clustered columns, the curious and elaborate carvings everywhere visible, the vast interior crowded with ferocious soldiers, bearing their battle-axes and crossbows, knights with plumed helmets and gold-embroidered surcoats, the glittering mail of the men-at-arms, the fair and noble ladies of Rheims in their enormous and lofty headdresses, the nobles in rich coronation robes, grouped about their monarch, who stood prominent in the stateliest array of royalty, the pompous archbishop, and above all, the maid with helmed head, like a war-goddess, fair and terrible, standing near the king, her sacred sword sheathed, and her banner dropping in folds upon her white armor, together formed a scene that filled the superstitious throng with a feeling of awe and wonder, and hushed them all to silence. When the crown, a golden bauble to gain which such rivers of blood had flowed, was placed upon the monarch's head, Joan burst into tears and prostrated herself at his feet, beseeching him, now that her promises were fulfilled, to permit her to return to her own valley, and with her sisters watch the flocks upon the hills, and be happy and peaceful again with their grieved parents. All who listened wept with her, but Charles, unwilling to lose one upon whom his battles depended, would not consent to her departure till the English were driven from France. As a mark of his gratitude, he ennobled her family, giving them the title of Du Lys, in allusion to the lilies on her banner, and presented her with a handsome estate. The movements of the army were now like so many triumphal processions. City after city surrendered without resistance, till it arrived at St. Denis. Joan refused to proceed further, warned by her voices, or presentiments, that she could not advance with safety. Regardless of her advice, the commanders, elated with past success, pushed forward to Paris. The Duke of Bedford was alarmed at the rapid progress of the Orleanists. He sent to the Duke of Burgundy for assistance, and afterwards to the powerful Cardinal Winchester, who hastily raised forces in England, and came to Paris with the young Henry VI. In order to crown him there. Thus strengthened, and in possession of the Seine both above and below the city, it was impossible for Charles VII. To besiege it with his army, ill provided with the necessary provisions and equipments. In the very face of impossibilities he advanced towards the strong and well-prepared city, depending on the mysterious power of the Maid and the enthusiasm of his followers. They carried one of the outposts, and the brave and fearless Joan cleared the first fosse with a bound, firmly maintaining her seat, and in another spring was beyond the mound that separated it from the second, where but few dared to follow her. Her conspicuous dress was a fair mark for the showers of arrows falling thickly around her. Regardless of her danger, she sounded the depth of the fosse with her lance, but, while urging the troops to follow, an arrow darted through the links of her armor and pierced deeply, causing such a flow of blood as obliged her to seek shelter. The French were repulsed with severe losses. The headlong impetuosity that had served them before would not calmly brook reserves, and they were ready to heap reproaches and harsh epithets upon the brave girl who had warned them not to make the rash attempt upon Paris. Disheartened, and weak with pain and loss of blood, she could not be prevailed upon to return to the camp till after nightfall. The French now abandoned the hope of securing Paris, and occupied the winter in laying siege to 2 towns, one of which was successfully carried by the exertions of Joan, the other abandoned in a panic. In the meantime, the Duke of Burgundy assembled a formidable army, and with the English troops in the spring of 1430 laid siege to Compiègne, where the French were concentrated. The Maid threw herself into the city, and on the second day headed a sally against the besiegers. In the beginning of the struggle her party was successful, but the English rallied and drove back the assailants. Joan remained in the rear, to cover the retreat of her followers, reached the bridge too late to enter the gates which suddenly closed, and, betrayed by the governor of the city, she was left among the crowd upon the bridge. Conspicuous by her dress, a purple surcoat brilliantly embroidered with gold, thrown over her armor, she was immediately seized by a Picard archer, and dragged from her horse. She surrendered to the Bastard of Vendôme, a distinguished knight, who conducted her to the English camp and placed her under a secure guard. The soldiers crowded about and gazed upon her, and the English nobles and Burgundians could not restrain their exclamations of surprise at finding the witch, the sorceress, the great object of terror, to be only a simple, delicate, and fair young girl. They were more delighted at her capture than if they had taken a host of French prisoners, and assembling in showy array in the plain before Compiègne, sent up shouts of victory. Joan was sold to John of Luxembourg, who sent her under a strong guard to the castle in Beaulieu, in Picardy, where she was confined in the highest tower. But soon after, from political motives, he had her removed to his own castle of Beaurevoir. Here she could only gaze from the narrow windows of the loftiest tower upon the meadows, the streams, and the blue hills, beyond which she could fancy see her peaceful home, her mourning parents, and her young and loved Haumette, with whom she would have given worlds to breathe the free air again. A close prisoner, and in despair for France, fearful too for her own fate, she passed the weary days in prayer and weeping. She was filled with forebodings of evil. She had endeavored to effect her escape from the castle of Beaulieu, and even now from the high towers of Beaurevoir the intrepid girl attempted a descent. She fell, and was taken up half dead by the ladies of Luxembourg, who bestowed the most tender care upon her. They were won by her gentleness, and doubly attracted by sympathy for her grief that she could no longer aid France, and her tears and anxiety for the king for whom she suffered, but who made no effort for her deliverance. She knew that her present captor had sold her to the Duke of Burgundy, and suffered herself to be led away from her new-found friends, who in vain pled with tears at the feet of John of Luxembourg, entreating him not to deliver her into the hands of the English, thirsting, as they did, for the blood of one who had cost them so dearly. She was conveyed to Arras, and from thence to the dungeon keep of Crotoy, where she could look out upon the sea and watch the ships gliding to and fro, or driving along on the waves of a tempest. A clear day revealed the distant coast of England. It reminded her of the Duke of Orleans, who, like herself, a close prisoner, wore his life away in chains on a foreign shore. All her fire and spirit was roused, for it had been one of her treasured hopes to secure his release, when the French arms had triumphed. Joan was consoled and strengthened by a priest who, likewise a captive, said mass daily in her presence. In this she heartily joined, her old enthusiasm returning and her courage revived by the voices which assured her that she should be delivered when she had seen the King of the English. Nearly a year had passed since her first imprisonment, when she was claimed by the bishop of the diocese in which she was taken, at the instigation of Cardinal Winchester, whose plan was to crown Henry VI, and at the same time disgrace the pretensions of Charles VII, by burning the girl who had secured his coronation as a witch or sorceress. By order of the Vicar of the Inquisition, Joan was taken to Rouen in February 1431. Released from her long confinement, she exulted in the pure fresh air of freedom, and rode cheerfully along with her keepers, though still manacled with chains. Approaching Rouen, the inhabitants thronged the entrance to catch a glimpse of the wonderful being who was represented at one moment a beautiful woman, an angel, and at the next described as a demon who possessed a terrible power over her enemies. They hardly knew whether to shrink from her gaze or touch and kiss her garments. All were filled with amazement at beholding so fair and harmless a girl. The women of Rouen, in their tall muslin caps, red petticoats, and clattering cabots, followed her through the streets, and with motherly protection would have shielded her from the denunciations about to descend upon her, could they have rescued her from the grim monks who closely guarded her. Joan felt her spirit depressed as they traced the narrow winding streets of Rouen, lined with peak-roofed houses, decorated with curious carvings and innumerable balconies. Towers and spires with rich-cut ornaments loomed up along the narrow way, which was crowded and confused with passing donkeys, laden with well-filled panniers and driven by quaintly dressed women and children, while men, in silken jackets and long peaked shoes, added their sonorous cries to the babel of voices. Joan, weary and bewildered, was soon led before the impatient assemblage, eager for their victim. Bishops, monks, doctors of theology and of the canon law, enveloped in stately robes, sat ready to pronounce judgment upon a girl whom they were bribed to condemn by some means, if she were guilty or not. Alone in the midst of this subtle court, without the sympathy of a friend or the aid of a counsel, Joan sat with intrepid bearing, her spirit free, though her limbs were chained. Upon being required to swear to speak the truth, she consented, but refused to reveal anything connected with her visions. She was ordered to repeat the Pater and the Ave, her judges thinking that she would not dare to if possessed with an evil spirit. To their surprise she readily assented if the presiding bishop would hear her confess. This touching and confiding demand overcame the bishop, who adjourned the sitting, and afterwards deputed one of his assessors to question the accused. As it was found impossible to convict her on the ground of sorcery, she was charged with heresy, since she refused to acknowledge the authority of the church militant. She told them she held her belief in God alone. The long-continued trial, and her efforts to sustain herself, induced an illness, from which she had not recovered when she was again summoned to the hall of the castle where the court sat. Threats of torture were given to intimidate her, but she adhered firmly to her account of the voices, and would still acknowledge none but the one God. They insisted upon her discarding the man's dress she wore, but to this she would not consent, it being her only protection, and the dress which her saints directed her to wear. Led back to the tower, where every movement was watched by keepers stationed near her, she became more severely ill. In this situation her tormentors visited her, hoping to make her yield her belief while too weak to maintain courage in her assertions. "The angel Gabriel," said she, "has appeared to strengthen me." They were obliged to leave her, firm and unyielding as she had ever been. In order to terrify her into submission, a scaffold was erected in the cemetery of St. Ouen, behind the church of the same name. Joan was placed upon it in the midst of huissiers and torturers, a preacher and an executioner in his cart below her. Opposite, on another scaffolding, sat Cardinal Winchester and the bishops, with their assessors and scribes. The preacher, who was to exhort and urge her to submission, overdid the matter by exclaiming violently against Charles VII., calling him a heretic in accepting Joan for a leader. This roused the indignation of the brave girl, who, in spite of threatened terrors, had the nobleness to defend the king who had deserted her. "On my faith, sir, I undertake to tell you, and to swear on pain of my life, that he is the noblest Christian of all Christians, the sincerest lover of the faith of the Church, and not what you call him," exclaimed she, boldly. "Silence her!" cried out the bishop, who began to read the sentence of condemnation. "Abjure, or be burnt," reached her ears. Those about and below her entreated her to save herself by acknowledging the power of the Pope. "We pity you, Joan," urged the people who crowded about the scaffold. Overcome at last with fear and entreaties, she consented to abjure, on condition she should be delivered from the power of the English, and be placed in the hands of the Church. "What is to be done next?" respectfully asked Carrichon, the bishop, turning to Cardinal Winchester. "Admit her to do penance," answered the wily Englishman, which penance was to pass the rest of her days in imprisonment, "on the bread of grief and the water of anguish." "Take her back whence you brought her," continued the bishop, while Joan, dumb with surprise and despair, could scarcely move. The poor girl had thought at least she was to be spared chains and the hateful dungeon. Even at this respite the English were so enraged that they pelted the bishop with stones, and the priests and doctors could escape only by promising they should soon have her again. She was led away to her prison-house and chained to a beam. But this did not satisfy the English, who attributed the continued success of the French arms to her sorcery, exerted even within the walls of a prison. The guards were ordered to hang her armor within reach, hoping she would be tempted to resume the dress, and thus break the conditions she had signed. The result was what they wished, and, as soon as the news reached the cardinal, he gladly exclaimed, "She is caught!" The inquisitor and others were deputed to visit and question her. She bravely faced them, and told them she had resumed the dress because it was fitter for her as long as she was guarded by men. "Put me in a seemly prison, and I will be good and do whatever the Church shall wish," said she. The next day it was told her she must die. She wept pitifully, tearing her hair and mourning that she was to endure the frightful torture of being burned. After the first burst of grief, she confessed, and asked to receive the sacrament, which was granted her, with the inconsistency of condemning her as a heretic, and at the same time granting her all the ordinances of the Church. The following morning she was dressed in female attire, placed on a cart, accompanied by priests, and surrounded by a guard of 800 Englishmen, armed with sword and lance, who conveyed her to the old market-place. She wept as they went along, crying out, "Oh, Rouen, Rouen! Must I then die here?" 3 scaffolds were erected, one upon which a throne was placed for the Cardinal Winchester and the prelates, and the third, built high and filled underneath with faggots, was for the harmless victim. The ceremony began with a sermon preached by one of the doctors of the University of Paris. This was followed by exhortations from the bishops to recant all she had said concerning her angels. But, though she was bitterly disappointed that none had come to rescue her, and her confidence in the voices thus sorely tried, because they failed to deliver her, still she affirmed the truth of her assertions, and persisted in rejecting the Pope and his minions. "Though you should tear off my limbs and pluck my soul from my body, I would say nothing else," she cried. She knelt upon the platform, invoked God, the Virgin, St. Michael, and St. Catherine, then turned to those who had accused her, forgave them their injuries, and besought their pardon, asking them to pray for her. She entreated the priests each to say a mass for her soul. Her manner, voice, and look were so full of grief, and her appeals so touching, that, with contagious sympathy, every beholder wept, even the cruel cardinal. Vexed at betraying such weakness, the judges dried their eyes, and crushing the momentary feeling of kindness for the lovely and friendless girl, proceeded to read her condemnation in a stern voice. The faggots were kindled, and as they crackled and burned beneath the platform, she cried out for a crucifix. An Englishman gave her one he had hastily carved out of a stick, but she entreated them to bring one from the neighbouring church, which, after some hesitation, was obtained and held up before her. At last, overcome with terror, and suffocated with the smoke and flames that curled about her delicate form, she expired with prayers on her lips. The multitude wept at her sufferings, and silently dispersed, full of consternation at the deed. Even the executioner hastened to relieve his terror and remorse by confession. Thus perished a fair and innocent girl, who had committed no crime but that of seeking to rescue her nation from the grasp of a hated enemy. Pure, gentle, and heroic, imbued with the superstition of the times, gifted with a vivid, intense imagination that had become morbid through her early habits of lonely communion, it was not wonderful that she should imagine she conversed with spirits in an age when every one consulted unseen spirits and fairies to some extent. She was educated from the cradle in the belief of visions of saints and angels, assurances of which fell daily upon her ear in tales and legends from her mother's lips. The French believed and accepted her as a celestial deliverer, investing her with a supernatural power which she did not claim. On one occasion at Bourges, when the women prayed her to touch crosses and chaplets, she laughed merrily and said, "Touch them yourselves, they will be just as good." Her success was simply that of a warrior who inspires his troops with his own courage and confidence of victory, and rushes to battle with an impetuosity that sometimes supplies a lack of skill. She took advantage of the superstition of those she led, as well as those she opposed. She embodied their ideal of an angel in mortal form, by the purity of her beauty, manner, and words, which was manifested even in her equipments, and thus they followed her with a unity and enthusiasm that gave strength to a party that previously owed its weakness to an indolent and despairing prince, and to the divisions and feuds among the leading nobility. Through all the deference and honours paid her, she never lost the childlike sweetness and simplicity that were singularly united in her character with good sense, shrewdness, and woman's subtlety. Charles VII, who owed his crown and kingdom to her heroic exertions, acknowledged the debt by causing a monument to be erected to her memory in Paris, so soon as his power was established. The inhabitants of Rouen testified their admiration of her and their disapprobation of the unjust sentence by erecting a statue that still stands in the marketplace of the old city. The house in which she was born was afterwards repaired on the original plan by the king's orders, and still remains in Domremy. It stands near the church and is easily discovered by a Gothic door that supports 3 scutcheons adorned with the fleur-de-lis, and a statue in which she is represented in full armor. It became national property during the reign of Louis XVIII, who granted the village 12,000 francs to build a monument to the memory of Joan, 8,000 for the education of young girls in Domremy and the neighboring hamlets, and another 8,000 as a support for a sister of charity to teach the school. A fine painting, the gift of the king, decorates the principal room of the house. In the marketplace, which is surrounded by poplar trees and watered by a fountain, is placed a statue of the maid. On the monument is the simple inscription, "To the memory of Joan of Arc." End of section 14. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 15 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in September 2010. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 15. Maria Theresa, Part 1. We will not from the helm to sit and weep, but keep our course, though the rough wind say, No. Shakespeare. Austria is a name that suggests the ideas of despotism, cruelty, and bigotry. In these respects it is a land that has no rival, except Russia. Every humane and free heart must burn with indignation at the mere mention of those empires. But Austria, however repulsive as a bloodthirsty power, has much attractive interest in its several provinces and noted places and in portions of its history. Bohemia, Moravia, and Hungary have associations that are dear to art, to religion, and to liberty. Austerlitz is a word of potent influence, and Vienna is full of picturesque imagery, for it is the name of a capital than which there is none more gay, magnificent, and enriched with curiosities. Not in any other town with statelier progress to and fro the double tides of chariots flow, by park and suburb, on the brown of lustier leaves, no more content or pleasure lives in any crowd, when all is gay with lamps and loud with sport and song, in booth and tent, imperial halls or open plain, and wheels the circled dance, and breaks the rocket molten into flakes of crimson or in emerald rain. And as for the history of Austria, it would have enough charm if it only bore the noble name of Maria Theresa. In her we behold indeed some of the worst peculiarities of her royal line, but softened by her womanly nature and receiving from that nature many a balancing virtue. If her censorship of the press and espionage of private life were worthy of her detestable successors, her great and successful enterprises, military, educational, and industrial, and her reforms in church and state were worthy of her beauty, talent, and exalted character. Vienna was her birthplace, and her birthday the 13th of May, 1717. As usual, the royal child received a baptismal name proportioned in length to her imperial ancestry, and superfluous as her fortune. It was Maria Theresa Valperga Amelia Christina, a grand name, like a carriage of state with 6 horses. Nothing short of a family that, like Maria Theresa's, the House of Habsburg, had reigned 400 years, and had absorbed so many states and races into its vast empire, should justify such a parade of praenomines. Her father, the Emperor Charles VI., was a man of dull perceptions and extraordinary gravity, very punctilious in all matters of form, and of a benevolent disposition. He labored to improve the condition of his dominions, rebuilt roads, encouraged commerce, manufactures, and art, revised the laws of Hungary, and established museums and libraries. He was fond of athletic sports, such as hunting and shooting at a mark, but his ruling passion was music. He composed an opera, and himself led the orchestra, while his daughters acted as ballet dancers. The costume and scenery of one of these exhibitions cost him over $130,000. From Italy he attracted to his court Metastasio, who composed some of his best operas at Vienna, and was Italian preceptor to the young princesses. But, in consequence of the imbecility of Charles and his advisers, his reign nearly ruined his empire. His best general, Prince Eugene, died, and his enemies made encroachments on every side. The English ambassador wrote home that, "Everything in this court is running into the last confusion and ruin, where there are as visible signs of folly and madness as ever were inflicted on a people whom Heaven is determined to destroy, no less by domestic divisions than by the more public calamities of repeated defeats, defenselessness, poverty, plague, and famine." The loss of Belgrade, surrendered by a treaty to the Turks, and the menacing conduct of the French, preyed on his spirits, undermined his health, and inflamed his ailments of gout and indigestion. With reckless imprudence, he insisted on taking a hunting excursion, and eat immoderately of mushrooms stewed in oil. This prostrated him beyond recovery. He took an affectionate leave of his family, and died in 1740, when Maria Theresa was 23 years of age. His wife was Elizabeth Christina, daughter of Louis Rodolphe, Duke of Brunswick. By her he was the father of a son, who died in infancy, and 3 daughters, one of whom died in childhood. The others were Maria Theresa, the eldest, and Maria Amelia. They married brothers, Francis, Duke of Lorraine, and Prince Charles of Lorraine. The latter, Maria Amelia's husband, was distinguished in the wars of Theresa's accession to the throne. The mother, like the daughters, was famed for beauty, elegant manners, and kind disposition. The sisters, who bore the title of archduchesses, were very unlike in their style of person, mind, and character. Equally fascinating, Maria Amelia had less intellect and confidence and brilliancy of feature. Maria Theresa was full of life and dignity. She seemed every way constituted for a queen. Her form was tall and well proportioned, her face regular, her eyes a bright gray, her complexion clear, her voice musical, and her bearing at once majestic and graceful. In her youth, her temper was sufficiently gentle and yielding, her heart overflowing with tenderness. It was not until she assumed the sceptre and found herself threatened on every side by hostile invasions that the unrelenting determination of her character was drawn forth, and indeed a degree of resoluteness was demanded that hardly differed from the obstinacy peculiar to her family blood. She was educated, after the manner of the age, more in feminine accomplishments than in the solid acquirements that would best fit her for a station of great authority. From her father she inherited a passion for music, which was carefully developed under her distinguished instructors, among whom was Metastasio. He took much pride in her proficiency, especially in the Italian language, and could not praise too highly her talent and gentleness. Happily, the family pride so assiduously nourished by the house of Habsburg induced in her a studious acquaintance with the history and condition of her expected empire, so that a foundation was laid for her able administration. At the same time, the seeds of her after bigotry were sown and cultivated by the 1,000 Romanish observances to which a great part of her time was set apart. It fostered, however, a strong religious inclination that might have made her a saint in the annals of a more enlightened creed than that of Rome. At the age of 14 she was required, as a matter of custom for the heir apparent to the crown, to be present at the meetings of the royal council. She had no share, of course, in the debates, but however long and tedious the sessions were, she always showed the liveliest interest in everything said, whether intelligible to her or not. The need of being well versed in affairs of state was apparently anticipated by her shrewd apprehension. The only part she was permitted to take in the proceedings was the offering of petitions, entrusted to her care. Her immature years and ready goodwill made her frequently subject to such applications, and when her father rebuked her with the words, "You seem to think a sovereign has nothing to do but to grant favors," she replied with a precocious wisdom, "I see nothing else that can make a crown supportable." At so early a period of life, she saw that her father's miseries were not outweighed by the empty shows of imperial grandeur. The young Francis, Duke of Lorraine, whose mother was a first cousin of the Emperor, had been brought up at the court of Vienna as the destined husband of Maria Theresa. From infancy they had associated together, and now, in youth, became more romantically devoted to each other. He had every quality to captivate her heart. Though not powerful or brilliant in mind, he was intelligent and kind, and he was brave, manly, accomplished, and remarkably handsome. When the Archduchess had reached the age of 18, her father's government was so much endangered by the triumphs of foes and the indifference of pledged friends, that he was urged to break up the proposed union with Francis, and give his daughter to Don Carlos of Spain, as a last resort to uphold his own power. The Spanish minister at his court recommended that both daughters be married to princes of Spain. But Maria Theresa, already betrothed, remonstrated so warmly that the emperor knew not what to do. In the words of the English minister, quote, "She is a princess of the highest spirit. Her father's losses are her own. She reasons already, she enters into affairs, she admires his virtues, but condemns his mismanagement, and is of a temper so formed for rule and ambition as to look upon him as little more than her administrator. Notwithstanding this lofty humor by day, she sighs and pines all night for her Duke of Lorraine. If she sleeps, it is only to dream of him; if she wakes, it is but to talk of him to the lady in waiting, so that there is no more probability of her forgetting the very individual government and the very individual husband which she thinks herself born to, than of her forgiving the authors of losing either." The Empress joined her own to the entreaties of her daughter, the German ministers interfered in behalf of the Duke, and the Emperor, driven to sleepless distraction, finally yielded to the wish of his family, and strengthened his power by a treaty with his old enemy France, giving the Duchy of Bar and France's inheritance of Lorraine in exchange for Tuscany. Francis and Maria Theresa, thus saved from separation by her constancy and resolution, were married at Vienna in February 1736. 2 sweet children crowned this year's happiness. Blessed in these and in their own youth, beauty, love, and splendid position and prospects, nothing could exceed the brightness of their union. But the common lot of trouble was in store for them. The Duke was appointed to the command of an army set against the Turks in the first year of his marriage. He was courageous and often risked his life, but he was not a great and successful commander, and he was, moreover, fettered by the instructions of the court and by the lack of needed means. Victorious at first, the army suffered sad reverses and was weakened by pestilence. Francis returned to Vienna to meet the complaints of the Emperor, the cold welcome of the powerful, the unjust contempt of the people, but to be greeted also by the warm sympathy of his wife, whose fear for his exposures was now changed to indignation at his treatment. Her father found it advisable to send her and the Duke to Tuscany, ostensibly to visit their new estates, and he talked of changing the heirship of the crown to his youngest daughter, and betrothing her to the Elector of Bavaria. All this was probably done to appease the popular feeling. At Florence, the young wife was very discontented. The climate was disagreeable to her more northern associations. She saw little to admire in the people, or the city and scenery. She was in continual distress about the misguided state of affairs at home, whereby her vast inheritance was rapidly dwindling. And Charles himself did not long manage to dispense with his daughter's clearer mind and firmer character. 4 years passed since her nuptials, when she was called to the throne by the death of her father, whose end was hastened by his repeated misfortunes. She was 23 when she thus began to enjoy the various titles of Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, Archduchess of Austria, Sovereign of the Netherlands, Duchess of Milan, of Parma and Placentia, and Grand Duchess of Tuscany, all of which honors are summed up in the one name of Empress of Austria. She swayed the scepter over various nations, with diverse languages and laws, and only held together by submission to one sovereign. It was the richest empire of Europe, but its treasury was drained, its armies scattered, its provinces disaffected, and on every side were greedy governments, to whom her accession was the signal to fall upon her dominions and divide them among themselves. The famous Pragmatic Sanction was to be broken by all. This was a treaty which it had been the labor of Charles' life to establish. By it, the European powers had guaranteed to support the claims of Maria Theresa to the imperial crown, instead of the daughters of Emperor Joseph, the predecessor and brother of Charles, and to whose family the succession should have reverted according to Charles' own solemn promise. These daughters had married, the eldest the Elector of Bavaria, the youngest the Elector of Saxony. France, jealous of the ascendancy of Austria, with various false excuses, deferred to acknowledge Maria Theresa, and prepared to assist the pretensions of the Bavarian Elector, who claimed Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. The King of Spain made the same pretension, and set on foot an expedition against the Italian dependencies of the empire. The Sardinian king had his eye on Milan, and the King of Prussia, Frederick II., marched for Silesia before his designs were known at Vienna, and took possession of it. He proved to be the almost lifelong and very dangerous enemy of the Empress, although he entertained high personal respect for her character. His father, without engaging much in war, had made it his empty pride to discipline a vast standing army, amass money, and drill his son in military science. Frederick had resisted this stern schooling, and devoted himself passionately to literature and art. But, so soon as, about this time, he mounted the throne of his father, he suddenly revealed extraordinary ambition and skill as a politician and commander. Thus was the young and beautiful Maria Theresa, at the instant a diadem was placed on her head, called to take arms against the sea of troubles. Her own strong understanding and strong will were all that she could rely upon. Her husband was brave and tender, but with no talents nor disposition to assume the guidance of affairs. He was devoted to pleasure, and seems to have trusted more to his wife's intelligence and decision than to his own. The members of the State Council were weak men, who were confounded by the difficulties that beset them. Bartenstein, who was their chief, and had been under Charles, was a man of facile pen and tongue, faithful to his trust, but too shallow for his responsible position. England alone, although afterwards tardy in many of her engagements, was enthusiastic in favor of the Empress. The English ladies, indeed, subscribed some $450,000 in her aid. But she did not find it consistent to accept it, and, for the present, was virtually without allies, armies, counsellors, and money. Never was a sky darker than hers. All who were around her expressed only despair in their countenances. The army that had been hastily raised to oppose the aggressions of Frederick was defeated by his troops in Silesia. The French, appealed to in remembrance of the pragmatic sanction by which they were bound, gave evasive answers, until they marched their forces across the Rhine, joined the Elector of Bavaria, subdued Bohemia, and approached the gates of Vienna itself. Still was Maria Theresa undaunted, although the crisis of her fate grew desperate even to sublimity. The birth of a son, whose destiny was involved in that of the empire like her own, was perhaps opportune at this dark hour, for it roused all the lioness within her. The mother will dare for her offspring that which she would shrink from for her own sake. The bold and wise resolution of the Empress was taken. By it she at once saved herself and her magnificent realm. History and romance have no more inspiring and memorable story to relate. It is glorious as a dream. The Hungarians, whose struggles in this century have excited universal sympathy, had been relieved from political evils by Maria Theresa, who restored to them their privileges. For this they were deeply grateful to her. She was their queen, in virtue of a previous union of Austria and Hungary by the marriage of their respective sovereigns. In the great emergency of their dominions, therefore, she went to Pressburg to be crowned, it being the custom to repeat the act of coronation in each of the several kingdoms acknowledging one head. The ceremony took place on the 13th of June, 1741. According to the ancient usage, the iron crown of St. Stephen was placed on her, having been lined with cushions to make it fit her womanly head. His ragged and venerated robe covered her jeweled dress, and his scimitar was girded at her side. An eyewitness of the scene writes that, quote, "The antiquated crown received new graces from her head, and the old tattered robe of St. Stephen became her as well as her own habit, if diamonds, pearls, and all sorts of precious stones can be called clothes." End quote. She rode gallantly to the top of the Royal Mount, a hill near Pressburg, and went gracefully through the ceremony of waving the drawn saber and defying the four corners of the world. Then she returned and dined in public. The heat and fatigue had heightened the color of her transparent complexion, the crown was removed, and her rich masses of hair fell in curls over her shoulders and breast. Her appearance, her recent liberal concessions, and her defenseless situation aroused the warmest enthusiasm of the brave and chivalric Hungarians. She knew that she could trust herself and fortunes to their generosity and invincible prowess, and, having summoned the representatives of all orders of the state to meet in diet at the great hall of the castle, she appeared, clad in mourning and the Hungarian costume, and still wearing the crown and scimitar which were regarded by the nation with such religious respect. With slow, stately steps she walked through the apartment and ascended the tribune, from which it was customary for sovereigns to address the states. After an impressive silence, the Chancellor stated her distresses and requested speedy assistance. Then she herself made a short speech in Latin, a language in common use among the Hungarians. She appealed to the deputies, declaring that her only resource was in their faithfulness, arms, and tried valor. She called on them to deliberate as to the best means of rescuing her from danger, and promised always to seek their happiness. Her words and her loveliness set on fire all the admiration and martial spirit of the assembly. They half drew their swords and flung them back in their brazen scabbards with a loud ringing sound, and shouted, "We will consecrate our lives and arms. We will die for our king, Maria Theresa." It was a law that no queen could reign over them, and hence they called her king. She was overcome by this outburst of zeal, and wept for joy and gratitude. Such an evidence of sensibility kindled their enthusiasm almost to madness. They shed tears of sympathy, and wildly gesticulating their resolution, retired and voted abundant supplies of men and money. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in September 2010. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 16. Maria Theresa, Part 2. A similar scene occurred when the Duke of Lorraine appeared to take oath as co-regent of the kingdom. At the conclusion of the act he waved his hand and said, "My blood and life for the Queen and kingdom." At the same moment she held up her infant son. An exulting cry again arose, and the deputies repeated their vow, "We will die for our king and her family. We will die for Maria Theresa." Fair Austria spreads her mournful charms, the queen, the beauty, sees the world in arms. From hill to hill the beacon's towering blaze spreads wide the hope of plunder and of praise. The fierce Croatian and the wild Hussar, with all the sons of ravage, crowd the war. The coup d'etat of the Empress soon changed the whole face of affairs. Numerous half-savage tribes from the far-off banks of the Save, the Theiss, the Drave, and the Danube sent their wild warriors to rally around her standard. Croats, Pandurs, Sclavonians, Varazdinians, and Tolpaches, as they are called, astonished the eyes of civilized Europe by their ferocious looks and their strange dress, arms, and mode of warfare. The students of Vienna, whose modern representatives were bravely active in the Revolution of 1848, mingled their delicate young faces with the shaggy beards of the Croats and Pandurs. All classes pressed into the army, while the enemies of Maria Theresa became jealous of each other and divided in their councils. Frederick sought peace in view of this turning of the tide of success, yet he was too proud to yield his claim to Silesia. The Empress, having long and heroically resisted this claim, at length ceded to him a part of that province, well knowing that she was not, with all her new supplies, a match for so many powerful enemies on the right hand and the left. The Elector of Bavaria, aided by France, had already seized Bohemia, was crowned King of Prague, and soon after crowned Emperor of Germany at Frankfurt. This was a great offense to Maria Theresa, who wished her husband to be elected to the imperial diadem. And she was speedily avenged. The Austrian army, headed by the Duke of Lorraine, entered the capital of Bavaria as conquerors the very day that the Elector was crowned at Frankfort. The Austrians, supported by England and Holland, achieved one victory after another. The English king, George II., was himself present at hazardous battles. The semi-civilized Croatians swam rivers, each with his saber in his mouth, and, mounting on each other's shoulders, scaled castle walls. The provinces in Italy were fortified, and the Spanish and French invasions repulsed in that direction. Cardinal Fleury, for 17 years the animating soul of the court of France, died and left his nation without a pilot. The French, besieged at Prague, were weakened by disease and famine, and at last fled to the Rhine, leaving 1,200 men, destroyed by cold and hunger, to mark their track. Through the whole campaign, Maria Theresa issued her orders with great determination and wisdom. Her will seemed to have grown relentless and imperious by the difficulties she had met and overcome. She was vexed exceedingly at the escape of the perfidious French, for whom she had no mercy. She celebrated the evacuation of Prague with public chariot races in imitation of the Greeks, and herself and her sister, habited in appropriate costume, took the reins, among others, and drove adventurously around the course, with flushed faces, erect forms, and streaming robes, to the admiration of all beholders. After the victory of Dettingen, the Empress Queen, returning from a boating excursion, was cheered by the Viennese, who came forth to meet her and crowded the banks of the Danube for 9 miles. She celebrated the event by a Te Deum in the cathedral and joyous festivities. Elated by unexpected success, her ambition and her animosity to the powers that had conspired to crush her at length knew no bounds. She rejected the compromises offered, and meditated nothing less than the complete dismemberment of the French and Prussian territories. But discussion began to prevail among her allies. Frederick, who was always wide awake, guessed her designs, captured Prague, and threatened her capital itself. Bavaria also was again seized by her foes, and Maria Theresa was forced to apply once more to her sympathetic Hungarians. She went to Pressburg, and appealed to their loyalty with still greater effect. Count Palfy, the aged Palatine, erected the great red banner of the kingdom, a signal for a general insurrection, as a general levy of troops was called. 44,000 men took up their march, and 30,000 others were collected in readiness. "This amazing unanimity," writes a man of that day, "of a people so divided amongst themselves, especially in point of religion, could only be effected by the address of Maria Theresa, who seemed to possess one part of the character of Elizabeth of England, that of making every man about her a hero." An ecstasy of zeal prevailed from the highest to the lowest rank of society. The Empress sent a horse, a sword, and a ring to the Palatine. The horse was her own and richly caparisoned, and the saber was studded with diamonds. The tide of war turned again. Bohemia and Bavaria were reconquered, and Charles VII., who had been from the first a puppet emperor in the hands of France, died from chagrin and indigestion, like Charles VI. He enjoined on his son to make no pretensions to the crown. The advice was complied with, and Austria seized the occasion to secure the election of the husband of the Empress, Francis, Duke of Lorraine. He was crowned at Frankfort, October 4th, 1745. Maria Theresa witnessed the ceremony from a balcony, and cried, "Long live the Emperor Francis I!" A general acclamation echoed her words. After this, she visited the army at Heidelberg, numbering 60,000. She met the new emperor at the head of his troops, rode along the lines, saluting each rank with charming grace and majesty, dined under a pavilion, and gave largesse to each soldier. Her husband being thus regularly invested with the imperial dignity, she was henceforth known as the Empress Queen. Germany being the empire, and Hungary and Bohemia the queendoms. But though she had fairly, according to the code of force, won these high titles, she was compelled, out of regard to the Elector of Saxony, who was a constant sufferer in her cause, to resign Silesia to Prussia by a final treaty. This humiliation she had resisted for years, and with an immense expenditure of gold and blood. It was her pride to preserve entire the whole empire. Frederick had been her first assailant. She could not forgive him for opening the general war against her, and she had declared that she would sell her last shift before she would yield 1 inch of Silesia. But in Italy and Holland her foes were triumphing. Marshal Saxe was retrieving the glory of French arms. England was tired of furnishing money to Austria at the rate of £1,000,000 in 1 year, and had, moreover, a rebellion at home to attend to, and thus she was forced to consult prudence. In 1748 a general peace was ratified by the celebrated Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, at which the plenipotentiaries of all the leading powers met. Even then and there Count Kaunitz, acting under the instructions of the indomitable Empress Queen, endeavored to break up the conference, so unwilling was she to lose any territory, while a florin was left in her coffers, or a soldier under her command. As it was, she gave up Silesia, Parma, Placentia, and Guastilla. She now turned her attention to the internal administration of the realm. To be well prepared for any new wars, she adopted a better discipline of the army, founded a military academy at the capital, and inspected the camps and garrisons. The discerning Frederick acknowledged that her power over the hearts of her soldiers was magical, and that the Austrian army, never before so well trained, had been made to achieve successes worthy of a great man. In civil affairs her energy was no less conspicuous than in military. Among many other beneficial measures, she revised the courts of justice, abolished the custom of torture, and carried out a new plan of taxation, by which, after 8 years of war and the surrender of 4 states, the revenues still exceeded those of any former reign by 6 millions of florins. She undertook to civilize the gypsies, who abound more in Hungary and Bohemia than elsewhere, but neither rewards nor punishments could induce that strange race to mingle with others and adopt a stationary and laborious life. The glory of her family and the good of her people seemed to be the animating motives of Maria Theresa in all these reforms and enterprises. She sought advice or information from all quarters, yet would not be dictated to in her plans. Her vigilance and activity were commendable, but were carried to an extreme injurious to her own health and comfort. She rose at 5, breakfasted on a cup of milk coffee, and then attended mass. "The floor of her room was so contrived that it opened by a sliding parquet, and mass was celebrated in the chapel beneath. Thus she assisted at the ceremony without being seen, and with as little trouble and loss of time as possible. She then proceeded to business. Every Tuesday she received the ministers of the different apartments. Other days were set apart for giving audience to foreigners and strangers, who, according to the etiquette of the imperial court, were always presented singly and received in the private apartments. There were stated days on which the poorest and meanest of her subjects were admitted almost indiscriminately, and so entire was her confidence in their attachment and her own popularity that they might whisper to her or see her alone if they required it. At other times she read memorials or dictated letters and dispatches, signed papers, etc. At noon her dinner was brought in, consisting of a few dishes served with simplicity. After the death of her husband she usually dined alone, like Napoleon, to economize time. After dinner she was engaged in public business until 6. After that hour her daughters were admitted to join her in evening prayer. If they absented themselves she sent to know if they were indisposed. If not, they were certain of meeting with a reprimand on the following day. At 8:30 or 9 she retired to rest. When she held a drawing-room or an evening circle, she remained till 10 or 11, and sometimes played at cards. Before the death of her husband, she was often present at the masked balls or ridottas, which were given at court during the carnival. Afterwards, these entertainments and the number of fêtes or gala days were gradually diminished in number. On the first day of the year, and on her birthday, she held a public court, at which all the nobility and civil and military officers, who did not obtain access at other times, crowded to kiss her hand. She continued this custom as long as she could support herself in a chair. Great part of the summer and autumn were spent at Schönbrunn or at Luxembourg. In the gardens of the former palace there was a little shaded alley communicating with her apartments. Here, in the summer days, she was accustomed to walk up and down, or sit for hours together. A box was buckled round her waist, filled with papers and memorials, which she read carefully, noting with her pencil the necessary answers or observations to each. It was the fault, or rather the mistake, of Maria Theresa to give up too much time to the petty details of business. In her government, as in her religion, she sometimes mistook the form for the spirit, and her personal superintendence became more like the vigilance of an inspector general than the enlightened jurisdiction of a sovereign." Her nature, in short, was one of those endowed with an inborn perpetual motion and uninterrupted industry. What she lacked in genius was made up by carefulness and persistence. Francis does not appear to have participated much in his wife's enterprises. He might have felt a humble consciousness of his inferiority to her in governmental capacity, but, more likely, the long delay in his receiving the imperial crown, and his taste for quiet pursuits and pleasures, had confirmed him in habits averse to public business. The love, also, which he and Maria Theresa had entertained for each other from infancy, had made it a second nature for each to yield to the other, without so much as thinking which used the greater authority or influence in their united decisions, without knowing whether, in domestic matters, one or both or neither ruled. With a mutually respectful and cordial affection, such a question never arises, and is impossible. A oneness of choice is always realized without dispute. A tender love is the harmonizer of opposite natures and wishes, the solvent of difficulties. If carefully fed with the oil of kindness and guarded against all the winds of passion, it is a clear flame that fuses the most stubborn and diverse characters into a flowing union that runs smoothly, and is at length cast in one mold. The instance of Maria Theresa and her husband is remarkable. Never were there more or greater proofs of a happy companionship than theirs, notwithstanding her superior position in affairs of state and his infidelity to marriage vows, which was well known to her. Their long and deep-rooted regard apparently led a spirited, intelligent emperor to surrender all political power to his wife, while the virtuous, resolute empress calmly allowed her husband to indulge his licentious propensities as he pleased, provided his purer devotion was still hers. There could be no more extreme and hazardous tests of their mutual sympathy. It effected such a strange compromise of choice and exchange of privilege, as almost to disprove its own existence on the part of both these persons, especially on the part of Francis. Indeed, this solution of the wonder would be inadmissible, were it not that those who wear crowns seem to regard the most iniquitous liberties as innocent in themselves. The emperor had some share in public acts, and might have taken the direction of affairs from one who exhibited undying constancy to him. He was associated with the skilful Khevenhüller in leading several of the Austrian campaigns, but for the most part he kept himself in the background. At a grand levee, when the Empress Queen was receiving a crowd that came to pay respect, he slipped away from her presence to a remote corner of the room. Two ladies rose in reverence as he approached, but he said, Do not mind me. I shall stay here till the court is gone, and then amuse myself with looking at the crowd." One of the ladies replied, "As long as your Imperial Majesty is present, the court will be here." "You mistake," replied he. "The Empress and my children are the court. I am here but as a simple individual." In the latter part of his life he had an intrigue with the Princess of Auersberg, and squandered a great amount of money and jewels on this fascinating woman, but the Empress treated the princess with careful politeness, and never manifested to any one her knowledge of the commonly reported affair of Francis. Much of his time was given to masques, balls, festivities, and the opera. Through his influence Vienna became a city of great gaiety and splendor. Much of his attention was shared by his family. To his children he was kind and generous, and they regarded him with enthusiastic affection. He found time, also, amidst all his duties and recreations, to cultivate a love for the fine arts, for natural history and chemistry in particular. This branch of science then included the wild belief in alchemy. Francis spent no little time and money in the pursuit of the philosopher's stone, and in attempts to fuse many small diamonds into a larger one, not knowing that this jewel is combustible, and any persons devoted to these schemes were provided with materials at public expense. But the spendthrift disposition of the emperor was also turned to good account. His charities were on as liberal a scale as his luxuries and scientific attempts. While her thoughtless and handsome husband was busy with his flirtation, music, and alchemy, Maria Theresa was engaged in carrying on, or preparing for, wars of defense and conquest. After 8 years of compulsory peace, subsequent to the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which had terminated 8 years of war, she took a step which resulted in the 7 Years' War, wherein France, Russia, Sweden, Denmark, and Spain were united with her against her old enemy, Frederick of Prussia, who was saved from annihilation only by the great aid of England and his own great genius. Before the campaigns of Napoleon, this war was the wonderful one of modern history, in view of its display of skill and courage, its dreadful waste of blood, and its surprising victories. Maria Theresa's long-cherished enmity to the Prussian king was the cause of it. Though worshipped by her people, abundantly blessed in all the relations of life, and naturally of a humane mind, she could not forget the loss of Silesia, the guilt of Frederick as her first foe, and the bitter jests he had more recently uttered concerning herself and her husband's character. His insulting language, which came to her ears, kindled to a flame the suppressed fires of her former mortification, to which every thought of her lost province, everything that reminded her of it, had added fresh fuel, for 8 years. There was no way to gratify this revenge, except by an alliance with France, and thus an ungrateful rupture with England, her old and valuable friend. 300 years of implacable hatred between Austria and France were forgotten, the faithless deception and fierce efforts of France towards herself were overlooked, the danger of alienating all her allies by the junction of two great powers was risked. There was no other way to crush Frederick but by clasping hands with perfidious France. And there was no way to do this except by stooping to flatter Madame de Pompadour, the influential but low-born and shameless mistress of Louis XV. Kaunitz, the now confidential and able adviser of the Empress, apologized for suggesting this expedient, but she, the daughter of 100 kings, virtuous, devout, and proud, at once wrote to Pompadour, calling her "my dear friend and cousin." The artifice succeeded. France was soon hand in glove with Austria. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in September 2010. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 17. Maria Theresa, Part 3. The Emperor, as soon as the treaty was made known to him in the council at Vienna, struck the table with his hand, declared he would never consent to it, and walked away. His eldest daughter, Marianne, and his eldest son, Joseph, also protested with vehemence. But Maria Theresa soon won over her family to her schemes, and when England, astonished at the incredible news, remonstrated, she stained her pure name with a falsehood, declaring that the treaty had not yet been signed. Little did she foresee, when she thus abused the long-tried friendship of England, resorted to degrading artfulness, and let loose the hounds of a general, protracted, and bloody war, little did she foresee the retribution that followed, especially the deplorable end of her own fair daughter, Marie Antoinette, who, in consequence of this same alliance, afterwards became a Queen of France. The leaders of the Austrian armies were Marshal Daun, a Bohemian, Marshal Loudon, a Scot, and Marshal Lacy, of Irish descent. Francis was intrepid even to rashness. This fact, together with his moderate talents, and her fear of the confusion that might follow his death, may have induced the Empress to dissuade him from taking any command in the ensuing contests, in the course of which Silesia was regained and once more lost, and the vicissitudes of success so great that at one time Vienna was nearly overwhelmed, at another the Prussian sovereign driven from his capital. One of the chief victories on the Austrian side was that of Kolin, June 18, 1757, by which the empire was saved from alarming danger. In gratitude for this deliverance, and in celebration of this triumph, the soldiers were generously rewarded, medals were struck, Te Deums chanted, and the Order of Maria Theresa founded, as a mark of honor to the officers who had distinguished themselves. Nor was the Empress less magnanimous to bravery when unaccompanied by success. At Torgau, the same Marshal Daun, conqueror at Kolin, was defeated in a critical battle after heroically sustaining it, and the Empress showed him unprecedented regard by going forth to meet him on his return to Vienna, and addressing him in words of kind encouragement. Though many thousands fell in many battles, to appease her ambition or resentment, she was still a noble and sympathizing woman whenever adversity appealed to her better feelings. And in this she was unlike the insensible Frederick, who refused to ransom or exchange one of his princely subjects when taken prisoner, or even to notice his letters. Maria Theresa, however, liberated him, without ransom, when he tried to redeem himself. After 7 years' war, Frederick, contending almost single-handed against the 3 greatest powers of the continent, and many of the smaller ones, was nearly exhausted and overthrown. Such was his despair that he carried poison with him, determined to die rather than be taken prisoner. He, who had despised all women and abused his wife and sisters, was almost crushed at last by the retaliation of 2 women, the Sovereign of Austria and Elizabeth, Empress of Russia. Against the latter, as against the former, he had spoken sarcastically, though too justly. She retorted with an army of 50,000 men. The 2 empresses were his mightiest foes, and were just at the point of final triumph, when Peter III, an enthusiastic admirer of Frederick, succeeded to the Russian scepter by the death of Elizabeth, and took the part of Prussia. This event put the contest on a more equal footing again. But all concerned were tired of so protracted bloodshed, and of melting even jewels and church plate into money. An Austrian prisoner assured Frederick that his queen would consent to terms. The king seized a half-sheet of paper, wrote 10 lines of proposed treaty, and dispatched it to Vienna, requiring an immediate reply. Maria Theresa accepted it at once. By this treaty all things were to be as at the commencement of the war. 500,000 men had been slain, Bohemia and Saxony laid waste, Prussia left with hardly a man, and all Europe kept in 7 years' alarm, in order that 2 or 3 crowned heads might settle their personal grievances. Nor were the devastations of the sword and torch confined to Europe. England and France carried their part of the quarrel wherever the possessions of each came into contact. France lost the most of her ground in America and the East and West Indies, together with the best part of her armies, commerce, and treasure, and all these disasters hastened the reign of terror wherein Marie Antoinette lost her head. The Treaty of General Peace was signed in 1763. 2 years afterward, the imperial court journeyed to Innsbruck to attend the marriage of Maria Theresa's second son, the Archduke Leopold, with the Infanta of Spain. Leopold succeeded to his father's duchy of Tuscany, and, being a man of strong mind and good heart, contributed greatly to the reform and prosperity of his state. While at Innsbruck, his father, the Emperor Francis, died. Already ill and with some premonition of his danger, he took leave of his children who remained at Vienna. Marie Antoinette, then 10 years old, was his favorite child, and he kissed and pressed her to his heart a second time. At Innsbruck his wife was alarmed at his symptoms, and urged him to be bled. But he replied in sad jest, "Do you wish to kill me with bleeding?" He was again entreated on Sunday, August 18th, to try the remedy, and said, "I must go to the opera, and I am engaged afterward to sup with Joseph," though it is affirmed that he was really to sup with his paramour, the Princess of Auersperg. But, as he left the opera, he fell dead with apoplexy. Maria Theresa was inconsolable, and the more so, doubtless, on account of her conviction that he was unprepared to die. She wrote the next day to her family in these words, quote, "Alas, my dear daughters, I am unable to comfort you. Our calamity is at its height. You have lost a most incomparable father, and I, a consort, a friend, my heart's joy for 42 years past. Having been brought up together, our hearts and our sentiments were united in the same views. All the misfortunes I have suffered during the last 25 years were softened by his support. I am suffering such deep affliction that nothing but true piety, and you, my dear children, can make me tolerate a life which, during its continuance, shall be spent in acts of devotion." End quote. She could not bear the scene of her affliction, and sailed immediately for her capital, accompanied only by her son, an officer, and a lady attendant. Francis was buried at Vienna, in a family vault, constructed under the Capuchin church, by the order of Maria, when she was but 26 years of age. At every anniversary of her husband's death, during the 15 years that she survived him, she visited his tomb and engaged in devotions. Through all those years, also, she wore mourning, inhabited plainly furnished rooms, draped with black cloth, and, shunning scenes of gaiety, confined herself to state business and religious observances. At the next court occasion after the emperor's death, she directed all the ladies to appear in mourning. This order was complied with, except by the Princess of Auersperg, who appeared in a rich dress and highly rouged. The empress drew back her hand in surprise and contempt when the princess offered to kiss it. But, though the frivolous woman never appeared in the royal presence again, Maria Theresa treated her interests with the same scrupulous regard that she had shown when she insisted on the payment of 200,000 florins to the princess, according to an order on the public treasury, written by Francis the day before his death. She did not take the course of conduct prompted by virtuous indignation, but, from first to last, she acted with a lofty magnanimity. In this world of petty jealousies and small resentments, too much admiration cannot be rendered to a high-minded independence. Maria Theresa's retaliations were on a great scale, were either grandly national or nothing. It is wonderful how much she managed to accomplish. She was the mainspring of every enterprise, and attended to everything personally. She necessarily gave much time to the 1,000 forms and ceremonies of her station. She never forgot her many devotional tasks, and she was the mother of 16 children in the course of 20 years. These children were brought up to simple habits, benevolent acts, a proficiency in music and Italian, an empty knowledge of the lives of Romish saints, and an overweening family pride. The incongruous results of such an education were seen in their after lives. Many great or good deeds were mingled with their bigotry in their excessive and sometimes fatal devotion to family interests. Nearly all her sons and daughters who grew to maturity occupied positions of importance. The eldest son, Joseph, succeeded to the German Empire and displayed great talents, though timid and taciturn in childhood. A younger son, Charles, died at the age of 16. He was bold and brilliant, and his parents treated him with partiality, mistakenly regretting that the government would not fall to him. Joseph first married the Princess of Parma, a dark-eyed Italian of remarkable beauty. She was very melancholy and cold to all persons, from the hour of her marriage. It was supposed that her heart had been given away previously, and this belief has been embodied in a story. She died soon, and Joseph married the Princess of Bavaria, who was as homely as her predecessor was charming, and was treated with cruel neglect by all her husband's family, except the Emperor Francis, at whose death she exclaimed with tears, "Ah, miserable! I have lost my only supporter." Leopold, the next surviving son, has already been mentioned. Ferdinand, the third son, was gentle and beneficent, married the daughter of the Duke of Modena, and inherited that duchy. Maximilian, the youngest son, was Elector of Cologne. The daughters were all gifted, and all beautiful, like their mother, excepting the eldest, Mariana, who was deformed. She and Elizabeth were never married, and lived at home in seclusion, engaged in study, prayer, or deeds of benevolence. Christiana was much like the Empress, who was very partial to her. Her talents were greater, and her determined attachment to her chosen lover equal to her mother's many years before. It is said to have hastened the peace of Hubertsberg. With her husband, Prince Albert of Saxony, she governed Hungary, afterwards the Netherlands, and exercised great influence with her sisters, the Queens of France and Naples. Amelia was surpassingly bright in mind and person, and excelled in amateur dramatic performances. She married the Duke of Parma, and occasioned some trouble by her frivolity. Joanna, affianced to the King of Naples, died of the smallpox. The next sister, Josepha, who was to take her place, died of the same disease. The circumstances were very affecting. She was 15, lovely and tall, with a clear face and long light hair. She was publicly betrothed and treated as a queen already, but she dreaded her destiny. In this state of extreme sensitiveness, she was directed by her mother to visit her father's tomb and pay her last respect to his memory. With many tears she consented, but, while in the vault, was seized with chills and faintness, and the next day was attacked with the smallpox, from which she died, to the great grief of the Empress, who too late lamented her imperious treatment. The next daughter, Caroline, equally intelligent and lovely, finally married the Neapolitan king, whose dullness and amiability easily brought him under the entire control of his cunning wife, and her more cunning and famous coadjutor, Lady Hamilton. Marie Antoinette, the youngest daughter, was the wife and fellow victim of Louis XVI of France. The many family afflictions of Maria Theresa, calmly borne during all her arduous reign, enhance her heroic merits. Her habits of devout meditation and worship, no less than her strong character, enabled her to do and suffer so much. Hers was a most exacting, unnatural, and puerile round of religious ceremonies. She spent the entire month of August in penance and prayer for her husband's departed soul. She gave 5 hours every day to the same monastic occupations, but the spirit of piety may live under any forms, however cumbrous, and, if she acted according to her best knowledge, her zeal should provoke respect and admiration. Certainly, if faith is to be judged by its fruits, hers had much that was praiseworthy. She was eminently beneficent, and deeply affected by all forms of woe. Meeting some half-famished persons in Vienna, she said, "What have I done that Providence should afflict my eyes with such a sight as this?" Her charities amounted to more than 80,000 a year, says an English writer. Her virtue, however, at length took one shape that was more odious than injurious. From no love of gossip, apparently, but with the idea that her vigilant superintendence and reformatory power should be almost omniscient and omnipotent in her kingdom, she exercised through a multitude of spies a despotic surveillance of the private affairs of families, and any lady of any rank who overstepped the chaste decorum was banished to the limits of the realm. Throughout her dominions she instituted or improved academies, schools, observatories, systems of prizes, regulations for the encouragement of agriculture. She founded a hospital for smallpox and promoted inoculation, for the want of which she herself suffered great disfigurement of her beauty, which was finally obliterated by her obesity and by an accident which mangled her face. She suppressed the Inquisition and the Society of Jesuits, interdicted many of the useless saints' days, and opened the royal parks to common use as a public promenade, now known as the Prater, a magnificent feature of Vienna. But her censorship of the press and prohibition of French and English literature was, to a great extent, very bigoted and oppressive. A book was condemned if, in it, "a doubt was thrown upon the sanctity of some hermit or monk of the Middle Ages, or if it attacked superstition in the slightest degree." The partition of Poland in 1772 is the greatest blot that rests on the reign of Maria Theresa. But her own share in it has many mitigating considerations. The dismemberment was first resolved upon by the Prussian and Russian governments, and Maria Theresa was persuaded by her son Joseph, already clothed with powers equal to hers, and by her chief counsellor Kaunitz, to join in the iniquitous measure, in order to check the ambition of her old rival Frederick. Her consent shows how a spirit of policy may extinguish the liveliest impulses of the heart, for she acted towards Poland as other governments, to her everlasting indignation, had designed to act towards her in the beginning of her reign. Her grandfather and his dominions had been saved from the Turks by the bravery of the Poles a century before, and the portraits of that ancestor and his Polish deliverer were the only ones that graced the room she daily occupied. So inconsistent and ungrateful was that ambition which further persuaded her to consent to another war with Prussia, occasioned by a revival of the Austrian claim to Bohemia. Yet she remonstrated against this step with tears, sent 500 ducats to those who suffered by the ravages of her army, and herself wrote a frank letter to Frederick that terminated the conflict. The two aged enemies now exchanged messages of kindness, and the question was settled by the intervention of Russia, at Maria Theresa's earnest solicitation. She wept for joy at this, and said, "I am overpowered with joy. I do not love Frederick, but I must do him the justice to confess that he has acted nobly and honorably. I am inexpressibly happy to spare the effusion of so much blood." These were among the last acts of her life. She had knelt in prayer that God would avert that war, while her armies, led by her son, were passing forth before her windows, with music and flying banners. Now she publicly returned thanks in the church of the Capuchins for the success of her prayers. It was a fit prelude for her approaching and serene, though painful death. She is described at this period, "as an old lady, immensely corpulent, habited in the deepest weeds, with her gray hair slightly powdered, and turned back under a cap of black crepe." Notwithstanding her many infirmities, her deportment was still dignified, her manner graceful as well as gracious, and her countenance benign. The disorder from which she suffered was a dropsy, accompanied by an induration of the lungs, which brought on fits of suffocation, and at length terminated her existence. Such in her last days was the woman who, in the flush of beauty and vigor of youth, had roused the wild admiration of the Hungarians, and so played upon the strings of those noble hearts that the music of 1,000 sabres rattling in their scabbards rang through the royal halls of Pressburg. The distresses of her sickness were intolerable, yet she endured them with fortitude and patience. Once she said, "God grant that these sufferings may soon terminate, for otherwise I know not if I can much longer endure them." She entreated her son not to weep in her presence, lest sympathy for him would take away her firmness. To his care she affectionately bequeathed her children, as all of hers that did not already of right belong to him, her successor. Until the evening before her death she was busy signing papers and giving him parting advice. When he exhorted her to take repose, she replied, "In a few hours I shall appear before the judgment seat of God, and would you have me sleep?" Remembering her plans of charity, her words were, "If I could wish for immortality on earth, it would only be for the power of relieving the distressed." Just before her last breath, someone whispered, "The Empress sleeps." She opened her eyes and said, "I do not sleep. I wish to meet my death awake." Heroic and memorable words. Her whole people, as well as family, were plunged into sorrow by her death, and for many years her subjects often spoke of their mother, as they affectionately termed one who had tenderly cared for their comfort up to the day of her death, November 29th, 1780. She lived to the age of 63 years, 6 months, and reigned 40 years. Her career has but one rival in splendor in the history of crowned women. Its glory is dimmed only by the bloodthirst and intolerance of her period, and of her family indeed, down to this hour. Never was more accomplished by the life of any female, whether for good or evil. In a private sphere she would have left an example worthy of imitation in all respects. As a queen in a freer and enlightened land, not a breath would have sullied the glorious mirror of her character. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, July 2010. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 18. Josephine, Part 1. A truer, nobler, trustier heart, more loving or more loyal, never beat within a human breast. Baron. The island of Martinique claims the distinction of being the birthplace of Josephine, who was born the 24th day of June, 1768. Her father, Monsieur de Tascher, was a man of influence and moderate wealth, possessing a large plantation and an ample retinue of slaves. He was a man of ambition and unyielding sternness, and to this, in a great measure, was owing the misfortunes which embittered Josephine's early life and threw her into the whirl of events that bore her on to greatness and suffering. Her childhood was spent in lively sports and amusements, attended by young negresses who were permitted to indulge her every whim, and accustomed to obey instantly the most childish requirements, till, by unlimited indulgence, her naturally sweet disposition was in danger of being spoiled. Fortunately, Madame de Tascher was wise enough to see this, and brought Josephine more within her maternal influence, allowing her a larger share of the affection which had been almost exclusively bestowed upon the elder, more beautiful, and only sister, Maria. The latter, like her mother, was of sedentary habits and a mild, unimpassioned temperament. Thus they had more sympathies in common, while Josephine was all vivacity and enthusiasm. She was a favorite with her father, and from him came all the instruction she received, till, On reaching her 12th year she was placed under the superintendence of Maria's teacher, who gave her lessons in the form of amusements. Her sociability and excessive fondness for dancing led Madame de Tascher often to give fetes, at which the young Creoles of the island were assembled, but the sombre Maria rarely participated in these festivities, much preferring to pursue her studies, or to ramble alone. She was busily occupied in cultivating such talents as she possessed, and acquiring those accomplishments deemed necessary to a woman of the world, in anticipation of a future home in France, where an aunt, in influential circumstances, had offered to provide her with an establishment, and designed her hand for the son of the Marquis de Beauharnois. Josephine, on the contrary, looked upon the island of Martinique as her continued home. When she gazed over the ocean that separated her from the rest of the world, it created no longings to mingle in the dissipation and reckless folly that her mother described to her as pervading La Belle France, but the sight inspired in her a strong love of grandeur and sublimity, and increased her already lively imagination. But there was a spell that bound her heart to Martinique, which gave her contentment in its quiet retreats, or otherwise her active, restless spirit must have sought a wider world. Through all her childhood, Josephine had shared her amusements with William de K., the son of English parents, who had sought refuge in Martinique after the fall of the House of Stuart, whose cause they espoused, and therefore suffered prosecution. The two children had grown up together in happy companionship, and formed an attachment that was never effaced. When Josephine reached her 12th year, she had made so little progress in her studies, though an apt scholar, that Madame de Tascher decided to send her to France and place her in a convent till the completion of her education. But this was a terrible stroke to the young lovers, to whom separation would have been the greatest grief. By the most earnest assurances from Josephine of her future application, she was permitted to remain on trial. During the following 6 months, she made such rapid progress as persuaded her mother to recall her threat of sending her from Martinique, and she not only allowed her to continue her studies with William de K. under the same master, but, through the interposition of his mother, Josephine's hand was promised him conditionally. Thus they happily and lovingly remained together, studying or rambling for shells along the seashore, carving their united names upon the trees, or gathering the beautiful blossoms of the Amaryllis gigantea, a plant which she so admired for its associations as well as its beauty, that she afterwards planted to the garden of Malmaison, where it still grows luxuriantly. Not long after M. de K. was called to England, and was accompanied by his son, with the avowed purpose of pursuing his studies at Oxford, but unknown to himself or Josephine. The real object of the voyage was to assert heirship to an estate which M. de K. was to inherit on condition his son should marry the niece of the testator. The months of silence that ensued were so full of anxiety on Josephine's part, that her health was evidently suffering from it. No letter nor message came from the young Creole, who had seemingly forgotten her in the new interests of the great world, yet she would not believe the representations of her friends that he had ceased to love her. To console and divert her, Madame de Tascher gathered young companions in their pleasant home, and endeavored to occupy her mind by an interest in the study of languages, and accomplishing herself upon the harp. She possessed a sweet, plaintive voice, and that kind of talent which readily acquires anything placed within its reach with little application. She chiefly enjoyed quiet walks with Mademoiselle de K, when they would lounge together under the shade of romantic cedars, talking for hours of William, or throw stones at tree marks, to ascertain by the stroke if her lover was faithless. But this friendship was of short duration, for Mademoiselle de K deceived her. Josephine's true, transparent nature had affinity only with candor and simplicity, and she could no longer endure her artful friend. While the Pagerie mansion was gay with the young Creole girls, gathered to amuse Josephine, a new excitement one day aroused them from a languid siesta, and inspired them with all the vivacity which so especially belongs to the French, the fortune-telling fame of an old Irish woman, or, as some have it, a negress, called Euphemia, who lived in a sequestered and wild retreat called the Three Islets, reached their ready ear. Curious to lift the veil of futurity, they one and all decided to consult the oracle. Josephine accompanied her companions more for their pleasure than her own, not wanting to believe what might be predicted, but with a secret thought of William she followed the gay party, who, with laughter and harmless sallies at each other's expense, hastened to the dark, rocky glen, where the fortune-teller's hut was half hidden among a wild growth of large-leaved plants and tall trees. Their courage began to fail, however, as they approached the dwelling, but, after some whispering hesitation as to who should dare to enter first, they summoned boldness enough to make their errand known. The old woman sat upon a cane mat in the center of the cabin, and, perceiving the shrinking girls, called on them to come nearer. Each successively submitted her hand for inspection, and to all were predicted extraordinary adventures and misfortunes. Josephine presented hers last, though she would have gone away unenlightened but for the persuasions of her companions. The lines of her hand being attentively examined, she was told, "You will soon be married, but not to the one you love. The union will not be happy. Your husband will perish tragically. You will then marry a man who will astonish the world, and you will become an eminent woman and possess superior dignity." The young girls returned to Madame de Tascher, half frightened, half unbelieving at the strange destinies predicted. But Josephine made light of the whole affair, entirely unwilling to have faith in a prophecy which, if fulfilled, must separate her from William de K. Not long after, the sudden death of Maria, who was in the midst of preparations for a voyage to France, cast a deep gloom over the family, which had hitherto known only joy and gaiety. The mother could not be consoled at the loss of her favorite daughter and companion. Touched by her mother's grief, Josephine determined to imitate her sister so closely as in a manner to fill the sad vacancy, which, with her sensibility, she felt most poignantly herself. At once the child became a woman. Her amusements, her reckless rambles, her gay companions, were all rejected, and she remained at her mother's side or employed her hours in the most studious application to pursuits hitherto neglected. Her efforts and rapid progress surprised and attracted Madame de Tascher, and henceforth the amiable Josephine felt herself fully repaid for her exertions in receiving the unlimited affection and approbation of both her parents. At this time, the arrival of a package from France, and the proposals it contained, afflicted her with a new and serious anxiety. The wishes of her aunt to receive her in Maria's place, and also to bestow her hand where her sisters had been promised, were quickly made known to her by her father. "You promised me to William de K," replied she in surprise at her father's tone of assent to the arrangement, but he assured her that was no barrier, as William was obliged to marry a joint heir of the estate fallen to him, or forfeit the bequeathment, which his father would not permit. "Besides," said he, "William has forgotten you. You should cease to think of one who has so neglected you." Knowing nothing of the affectionate and overflowing letters which her parents retained from her, she was persuaded to consent to what her father would allow no refusal of, and after many tears, regrets, and useless entreaties, she separated from her family, her quiet home with all its happy associations, and left the wild and romantic island of Martinique for a home in a land where she was to reach a position and acquire a fame exceeding the wildest dreams of ambition her father could have entertained for her. As the ship, which was to convey her to France, left port, a singular phenomenon attracted the attention of all on board, as well as those assembled on shore. A phosphoric flame, known to mariners as St. Elmo's fire, attached itself to the masthead of the vessel, throwing out jets of light and encircling the ship with crown-like rays. Those who had heard the prediction in respect to Josephine looked upon it with superstitious awe, but she was too much overcome with grief to regard it in any light, and remained unconsoled during the whole voyage. To a young girl scarcely 15, it was a severe trial to be separated, perhaps forever, from her family, and more especially from the affectionate sympathy of an amiable, cultivated, judicious mother. She was kindly received at Marseilles by her aunt, Madame Renaudin, with whom she repaired directly to Fontainebleau. During the ensuing month, Josephine could not overcome the depression of spirits, fast infringing upon her health, and not lessened by her knowledge of the presence of William de K in Paris, his frequent attempts to see her, and the discovery of his unchanged affections. To see him would but add to their distress, since he was betrothed to another, and the negotiations for her own marriage were in progress, while, on the other hand, the young Viscount Beauharnois was extremely repugnant to the match. Though he had admired the picture of Maria, he was extremely disappointed in Josephine, and at the same time was entirely devoted to a Madame de V, who possessed his affections. Josephine, bewildered and ill, but still dutiful to the commands of her parents, permitted her aunt and the Marquis de Beauharnois to use their influence with the Viscount, but she entreated permission to retire to a convent, on the plea of her ill health. The Abbey de Panthemont was selected by Madame Renaudin. Josephine remained there nearly a year, and, at the expiration of that time, became the wife of Alexander de Beauharnois. He is described as an amiable, accomplished man, of noble and dignified bearing, and a favorite at court, where he obtained the sobriquet of the Beau Danseur from his graceful participation in the festivities of Versailles. He highly esteemed Josephine, but his unabated attachment for Madame de V, together with the scandal continually poured into the ears of his wife, gave rise to such jealousy on her part as to destroy their domestic peace. The birth of her son, Eugene, for a time diverted her, but, through the maliciousness of her rival, Beauharnois in his turn became jealous of her early love. Annoyed by her tears and reproaches, he left her, on the plea of business, to remain several months at Versailles. Josephine then withdrew entirely from the gaiety in which her new position had thrown her. Though her debut at court had been a flattering one, and the favors shown her by Marie Antoinette were sufficient to give éclat to her present, yet she gladly escaped from the vortex of pleasure in which the giddy French were continually involved, and retired to a quiet retreat at Crecy, where she resumed her long neglected studies, successfully cultivating the talents that, now fully awakened, gave a more decided tone to her character. She was grieved at the neglect of her husband, but she was greatly consoled in her trials by the birth of Hortense, the more welcome since she was deprived of the society and care of her idolized son, whom his father had placed at a private boarding house. Hearing from Madame Renaudin of Beauharnois' intentions to obtain a divorce, she retired to the convent which had before received her, determined to remain till the suit was decided. Confident of her own innocence, and sincerely attached to the man, who was strangely blinded to her faithful affection through the misrepresentations of spies upon her movements, and overwhelmed with grief at the turmoil in which her sensitive heart was continually plunged, she shut herself within the gloomy walls of the Abbaye de Penthémaux, submissively enduring and performing the innumerable penances imposed upon her by the abbess. Hortense was her companion in this grim, sombre prison house, lessening the tediousness of the long melancholy hours. 2 weary years dragged away thus, serving at least to obliterate every trace of frivolity that might have remained from her light-hearted girlhood, and giving that dignity and composure to her manner which are the impress of long-continued grief. It also enabled her to cultivate, though unconsciously, a fortitude of character valuable in her after trials, and so chastened her spirit as to inspire her with ready sympathy in the afflictions of others, a trait that endeared her to the French nation when she wielded the power of an empress, and one which she could not have possessed to so keen a degree but for her own early trials. As soon as the Parliament at Paris had decided the suit of divorce in her favor, she determined to return to Martinique, but, unable to prevail upon Beauharnois to allow Eugene to accompany her, she was obliged to embark alone with Hortense. 2 years of quiet home life in her native island somewhat restored the natural cheerfulness of her temper. Yet the remembrance of her husband and son, widely separated from her, often disturbed the otherwise complete rest under her father's roof. Another interview with Euphemia the fortune-teller confirmed the superstitious belief she entertained in the destiny that awaited her. It was with both fear and joy, therefore, that she again left Martinique for the scenes which henceforth tended towards the accomplishment of her elevation. The news of Beauharnois' acknowledgment of his wife's innocence, and the readiness to receive her again, reawakened all her affection, and had induced her to seek the shores of France, and reunite the divided family. They met at Paris. Hortense, who already gave promise of much beauty, was presented to her father in the free, graceful dress of a young Creole. He was surprised to find himself possessed of so lovely a daughter, while Josephine rejoiced equally in meeting with Eugene, from whom she had so long been separated. Several months of peaceful reconciliation succeeded, and Josephine was at last happy. Beauharnois had at this time attained the rank of major of a regiment of infantry. He was also a representative in the National Assembly, and, in the following year, 1791, was appointed president of that body. Josephine listened with deep interest to the political discussions now carried on in her saloons, which were the resort of the most prominent members of the Assembly, but she could not conceal her anxiety as to the future of France, and the fate of those who, she foresaw, were to take the lead in the rapidly approaching struggle. Beauharnois preserved a mild, firm bearing throughout the storm that soon burst with frightful havoc upon the nation, remaining loyal to his king, whom he venerated and loved, while he saw and urged the necessity of the monarch's compliance with the demands of the people. At the flight of the king, he displayed a firmness and calmness that challenged even the admiration of his enemies. He loudly declaimed against the execution of the monarch. In 1793 he was appointed general-in-chief of the Army of the Rhine. He was accompanied during that short campaign by Eugene, then scarcely 12 years old, and who had already exhibited military capacity of a high order. In consequence of political difficulties and the withdrawal of the most efficient men from the army, General Beauharnois sent in his resignation, and, on his return to France, was ordered to retire 20 leagues from the frontiers. He remained in quiet seclusion during a short period, until he fell under suspicion, was arrested, brought to Paris, and, like the host who already crowded the prisons, awaited in chains a speedy death. Section 19 of the Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marsatich, July 2010. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 19. Josephine, Part 2. Madame Beauharnois was filled with terror at the news of the long-dreaded catastrophe. She exerted all her influence and eloquence to save him. She, too, was imprisoned in the gloomy walls of a monastery belonging to the Carmelite priests, the other prisons being already crowded. Hortense was kindly cared for by a friend of Josephine, and Eugene was adopted by a poor artisan, with whom he labored, employing his leisure hours in study and military exercises. Madame Beauharnois was not alone in her imprisonment. Her room and the adjoining ones were occupied by ladies of rank, who, like herself, suffered innocently and waited in hourly expectation of being led forth to execution. In the midst of all this terror and grief, Madame Beauharnois preserved a calm, fearless aspect, in part supported by her belief in the prediction of her strange future. To inspire her terrified companions with courage, she assured them it had been foretold she was to be Queen of France, and if the prophecy was to be fulfilled, they should surely escape death. Thus she consoled and amused her trembling companions, while, at every entrance of the harsh, unfeeling jailer, they were nearly paralyzed with fear lest their turn had come to be conducted to the guillotine. To their own perilous condition was added a distressing anxiety for the fate of relatives. They managed to obtain journals in which were lists of the executed, but no one had courage to glance over those pages of crime, or could read with unfaltering voice the names of friends numbered among the victims of the bloody Robespierre. One morning, as Josephine read the list, she came to the name of her own husband, a cry of agony announced to the pale group about her what her lips could not articulate, and she fell senseless to the floor. Surrounded by companions to whom her kindness and gentleness had endeared her, she received every attention in their power to bestow, yet was restored with great difficulty. Repeated fainting fits succeeded the shock, and the ensuing illness delayed her execution. A few days afterwards, a friend found means to allay the intense anxiety of the remaining prisoners, by adroitly thrusting a slip of paper through the grating of the window. It contained the cheering words, "Rouspéry and his accomplices are marked for accusation. Be quiet, you are saved!" What a relief to the long-continued fears of the exhausted prisoners! And when, on the following day, the great iron doors were thrown back for their free egress, with what joy they left behind the grating locks, the barred windows, the cheerless cells, and breathed a pure, free air again! Then came the thought of beloved and dear faces they were to see no more, the remembrance of the family circle broken, scattered, and bleeding under the iron tread of a mad tyranny. They could not seek even the fireside, doubly dear for the sake of the lost. Without home or shelter, they could only depend upon the bounty of those who had escaped such an accumulation of calamities. With nothing left of all her estates, her relations equally deprived of their wealth and unable to assist her, Josephine was nearly reduced to a state of indigence, and depended upon her own exertions, and those of her young son Eugene, for support. To him she read and reread the treasured letter Beauharnois had penned just before his execution, full of touching affection, regret for the doubts he had ever entertained of his wife's love, anxiety for her and the fate of their children, and overflowing with tenderness towards them all. This last gift, these words of remembrance, were dwelt upon with tears by mother and son, while they fired Eugene with the wrongs of France, and made him impatient for the arm and voice of manhood. Straitened in their means, Josephine applied to Tallien, and succeeded, after a time, in obtaining a small indemnity from the public property, which enabled them to live comfortably with economy. She educated her children by the exercise of her own abundant talents. The only amusement in which she indulged was a daily visit to the saloons of her friend Madame Fontenoy, where were assembled those who, like herself, suffered from the events of the Revolution, and had not even their titles remaining. Thus Madame Beauharnois passed a long time in seclusion till, through Tallien's exertions, a compensation for her sequestered estates were given her, by which means she perfected Eugene's education, he being placed under the discipline of General Hoche, with whom he acquired the military skill for which he was afterwards distinguished. Napoleon Bonaparte was now the rising star of France. He was received in society as a distinguished guest, notwithstanding his lack of noble blood. He commanded notice by his unquestionable talent, energy, and ambition, as well as by his exciting wit and his eccentricities. He had heard much of Madame Beauharnois through a friend, entitled in her secret memoirs, Madame Chat, Rennes, whose soirées he frequented. He was also interested in her as the mother of Eugene, who attracted his particular commendation by the bold, manly freedom with which he had presented himself, and demanded the privilege of wearing his father's sword. Josephine and Napoleon met one day, just after the daring Corsican's feats, with the Parisian division of troops, newly placed under his command. The meeting was at the house of their mutual friend, and of this occasion she says, "While sitting by a window, I was looking at some violets of which my friend took the greatest care, when suddenly the famous Bonaparte was announced. Why, I was unable to tell, but that name made me tremble. A violent shudder seized me on seeing him approach. I dared, however, to catch the attention of the man who had achieved so easy a victory over the Parisians. The rest of the company looked at him in silence. I was the first to speak to him. 'It seems to me, Citizen General,' said I, 'that it is only with great regret that you have spread consternation through the capital. Should you reflect a moment upon the frightful service you have performed, you would shudder at its consequences.' 'Tis quite possible, madame,' said he. 'The military are but automata. They know nothing but to obey. The most of my guns were charged only with powder. I only aimed to give the Parisians a small lesson. 'Tis, besides, my seal that I have set upon France.' The calm tone, the imperturbable sang-froid with which Bonaparte recounted the massacre of so many of the unhappy citizens of Paris roused my indignation. 'These light skirmishes,' said he, 'are but the first coruscations of my glory.' 'Ah,' said I, 'if you are to acquire glory at such a price, I would much rather count you among the victims.' Madame Beauharnois conceived the greatest dislike for Napoleon at this interview, which was not lessened during succeeding visits. She considered him a vain, ambitious boaster, nor was she at all attracted by his personal appearance. Pale, slender, and short, she donned him the title of Little Bonaparte, and made sport of his eccentricities to his friends. Her dislike for him increased so much that she finally discontinued her visits to Madame Chat Rennes to avoid him, but, as she expresses it, the more she sought to avoid him, the more he multiplied himself in her way. Barras, one of the directors, strongly urged her to accept Napoleon, predicting his future greatness, and informing her of his intended appointment by the Directory as General-in-Chief of the army to Italy. It was some time, however, before she could give her consent to the proposals, or become interested in the singular man who professed the strongest attachment for her. When she finally promised her hand, she concealed the fact from all her friends, dreading their reproaches. Upon her marriage, which occurred March 9th, 1796, 2 days before Bonaparte set out upon his campaign to Italy, all Paris was in commotion at the unexpected event, and more especially her friends, from whom she had kept the secret. Josephine is described in this, her 28th year, as by no means beautiful, but her manners and deportment were particularly graceful. There was a peculiar charm in her smile and sweetness in her tones. She also dressed with an infinite degree of taste. She remained in Paris, at Bonaparte's luxurious hotel in Rue Chantereine, where she was constantly surrounded by the most distinguished persons of Paris, assembled to do homage to the interesting wife of the general who was creating such a lively sensation throughout France. During the 3 following months, nothing was talked of among the Parisians but the brilliant victories of the young general, who was striking terror in all Europe by his skilful strokes and unheard-of success. He had already penetrated into the very heart of Italy. Couriers were daily dispatched to Josephine, keeping her fully informed of all his movements. The victory of Milan achieved, the Austrians were conquered, and the Italians paid homage to the daring commander. He won their admiration while he subdued them. Nothing was needed to complete his satisfaction but the presence of his wife to share his honors. In his frequent letters he entreated her to come. Readily obeying his slightest wish, she left Hortense in charge of Madame Campan to complete her education, and proceeded by rapid stages to Italy, the land of sapphire skies, towering mountains, and hills luxuriant with fragrant vineyards, and rich in palaces and cathedrals, abounding in magnificent cities, and enlivened with a population in gay and picturesque costumes. These scenes enchanted Josephine, who was animated with a glowing appreciation of the beautiful and sublime. Napoleon gave her a cordial and enthusiastic reception. The Milanese were full of curiosity and eagerness to behold the wife of the wonderful warrior. To their excited imaginations, he seemed the god of war personified, or at least possessed of some wonderful talisman by which armies were made to vanish at his pleasure. All the distinguished and the elite of Milan paid court to Madame Bonaparte, who captivated them at once by her irresistible sweetness and affability. If they had honored Napoleon before, their ardor and worship was redoubled at the additional charm with which the musical and love name of Josephine invested him. Balls, fêtes, and concerts succeeded one another in the bewildering profusion of magnificence, and the Princess of Italian states were outdone in the display and state of Madame Bonaparte's court. The expense occasioned by this outlay, together with her generous gifts, caused some reproof from Napoleon, but he was silenced by her adroit reasoning. "In some sort," said she, "your wife ought to eclipse the courts of the sovereigns who are at war with the French Republic." Napoleon continued his conquests, forcing his way even to the midst of Rome, and humbling the Pope in his own high and hitherto invulnerable place, while Josephine remained at Milan, conquering the hearts of the people, and keeping them in complete submission by her prompt and efficient measures, munificent gifts, conciliating kindness, and flowing sympathy. It was here in Italy that Napoleon learned the rare traits of his wife. He plainly saw she was to be henceforth indispensable to his advancement, security, and glory. Here she first acquired the strong influence over him that ceased only in her death. With the satisfaction of rendering her position safe, by keeping him informed of the secret jealousies and intentions of the Directory in France, by a clear, unerring judgment, gaining a clear voice in his diplomatic measures as well as martial movements, by her address, securing an unbounded influence over the admiring Italians, with nothing to fear and everything to hope, Josephine was seeing her happiest days. She was sipping from the golden cup of fame and splendor, but like all the rest who partake of its enticing draughts, she found bitter dregs underneath the sparkle and foam. After the campaign signalized by Wurmser's decisive defeat, Napoleon returned to triumph to Milan, where Madame Bonaparte had remained, and celebrated there the anniversary of the Republic with the utmost pomp and costly luxury. The round of pleasure quickly wearied the hero, who delighted most in the sounds and excitement of the battlefield, to which he eagerly returned. The constant display and stately ceremony that Josephine was obliged to keep up during his absence was fatiguing and distasteful to her, but, once freed from this restraint, she breathed with intense delight the perfumed air of the enchanting country around Milan. Upon one occasion she visited with Napoleon the singular and beautiful islands of Lake Maggiore, from which rose luxurious villas, surrounded by terraced gardens, where the citron, myrtle, and fragrant orange trees perpetually blossomed and hung heavy with tempting fruit. These lay in the midst of the lake, and clear, glassy waters rippled here and there before the swift prows of winged boats, plying to and from the Switzer's shores. Beyond, toward the Alps, the eye falling first upon vine-covered slopes, wandered farther over wooded heights, then above and beyond, to where white and gray rocks, boldly outlined, shot up in snowy peaks, lost in a veil of blue mist that shaded into crimson when the rays of the evening sun had left the valley to linger in warmest colors upon the unclimbed heights. The beautiful city of Venice, too, called forth her enthusiastic encomiums. Its massive palaces, costly churches, and wondrous bridges everywhere spanning the streets of water, through which only noiseless gondolas continually plied. Its delicious gardens decorated with innumerable statues, vases, fountains, and the gay, musical people, in endless varieties of dress, everywhere lending a lively aspect, together gave an air of storied romance that threw the French women of Josephine's suite in ecstasies of delight. The Venetians greeted the wife of the victor with flattering honors, while she, with her characteristic generosity, lavished gifts and kindnesses upon them that riveted their extravagant adoration. By her thoughtful intervention, the rigors and devastation of war were in a measure checked. Cities were spared pillage, the vanquished treated magnanimously, and the helpless protected, acts which exalted and endeared her to the Italians far more than her gifts, and secured the devotion of her husband, half jealous by her evident power. "I conquer provinces, Josephine conquers hearts," was his playful comment. Suspicions of the Directory, and knowing their wish and intention to dispose, in some way, of a man whose growing power and ambition they had reason to fear, Napoleon suddenly and promptly returned to Paris, leaving Josephine at Milan. She was not suffered to remain long. Even the most virtuously great do not escape malice and calumny. Knowing this, Josephine could hardly have expected to have been spared the groundless scandal which was cunningly whispered into the ears of the impetuous, exacting, and jealous hero. Napoleon commanded her immediate return, which she obeyed without delay. He received her with unkindness, and, for a time, their domestic harmony was interrupted. By the interposition of a friend, a reconciliation was effected. The hotel in Rue Chancerie was now too humble for the famed and laurel-crowned victor. In order to maintain a household more in keeping with his position, Josephine purchased Malmaison, an elegant country seat in environs of Paris. Napoleon's restless ambition would not allow him luxurious repose, neither did the timid Directory wish the presence of so dangerous a man. The French regarded him as their deliverer, and were already fascinated with the name around which clusters so much glory and so much odium. Fearful of the results, the Directory gladly acquiesced to the proposed expedition to Egypt, which they hoped might give some pretext in the end for aspersions and dishonor if he did not fall in the contest. This he wisely foresaw, and left Josephine to guard his interests at home and use her unlimited influence to keep his star in the ascendancy. Malmaison was her home during the year of the Syrian campaign. Without ostentation, she remained in this beautiful retreat, adorning it with every possible attraction. The gardens and greenhouses were filled with the rarest flowers and exotics, of which she was passionately fond. Rich Etruscan vases and graceful statuary, chiseled by the best masters, ornamented the grounds and imparted an air of taste and expensive refinement that attracted amateurs from every quarter. Josephine's income was large, but she greatly exceeded it in gratifying the love of art, and the lavish gifts she bestowed upon every applicant, from the founder of expensive but valuable institutions down to the poor, threadbare writing master, who claimed the honor of first guiding Napoleon's pen. Her generosity never consulted the length of her purse. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Heroines of History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heroines of History by John S. Jenkins. Section 20. Josephine, Part 3. A constant correspondence was kept up between herself and her husband. He prized her letters, hastily tearing them open and reading them with the greatest avidity, even in the midst of battle. During the last months of his absence, however, he neglected to write with his usual punctuality and affection, since he had become violently jealous of his wife through the misrepresentations of those who watched her with envy and malice. Reports of his defeat and even death reached France, but while the truth of it was being discussed, he suddenly appeared on the shores of France, with his characteristic and startling rapidity of movement. Josephine was at a magnificent levee given by Goyer, the president of the Directory. When the news of Napoleon's arrival was announced, it was received with a thrill of surprise and joy by the guests who crowded the saloon, while Josephine was almost overcome at the suddenness of the event to which she had impatiently looked forward. Immediately resolving to be among the first to meet him on his way to Paris, and thus remove his unjust suspicions, she left the gay circle, and, accompanied by Hortense, set out with the utmost speed. Unfortunately, they passed each other by different routes, which mistake Josephine sought to repair in returning to Paris by the fleetest posts, but too late to meet the arbitrary man, whose tyranny she began to feel. He would not receive her when she reached their city residence, since her absence confirmed his suspicions, nor did he abate his resentment till, by the tearful entreaties of Hortense and Eugene, and the reproaches of her friends, who reminded him of all he might have lost but for her faithful and untiring devotion to his interests in his absence, his temper was finally appeased, and he again welcomed the wife who suffered the most poignant grief from this rude repulse of her tenderest affection. They retired to Malmaison, which at once became the scene of pleasure, of political debates and ambitious schemes. In fine, it was here where Bonaparte perfected his designs upon France. Upon his return he found the government weakened by opposing factions, and Italy, which he had so triumphantly wrested from the Austrians, retaken, with but little resistance from the irresolute Directory. Irritated by this, his determination was the more confirmed to be the master of his own destiny, and the arbitrator of the French nation, if not of the whole of Europe. Through Josephine's foresight and alertness in discovering the designs of all parties, he was enabled to foil the Directory at the moment his real aims were discovered, striking the final blow the very day on which his arrest was to have been made. He had with skilful address secured the enthusiastic services of the military, and when he appeared before the Council of Five, their cries of "Outlaw him! Down with the dictator!" were hushed by the appearance of the soldiery, who rushed to his rescue and scattered the representatives in utter confusion at the bayonet's point. Napoleon was immediately proclaimed First Consul. This anticipated event had been looked to by Josephine with great interest and anxiety, not from ambitious or selfish motives, but because she seriously judged it to be for the glory and good of France, which, since the downfall of royalty, had known nothing but turmoil, bloodshed, and innumerable conspiracies that threatened to enact again the horrible scenes of the Revolution. The consul took up his residence at the Palace of Luxembourg. This soon proving too small in its dimensions, he decided to occupy the Palace of the Tuileries. This was better suited to his aspirations, as having been the seat of royalty. Yet, to blind the lovers of republicanism and to secure the devotion of all, he styled it the Governmental Palace, and had the pet word Republic emblazoned in gold letters upon its front. He took possession of it with great pomp, distinguishing the occasion by military display, fireworks, and general rejoicings among the people. The first soirée given at the Tuileries was attended by all the distinguished and the beauty of Paris, as well as citizens of every class. The crowd was so great that even the private apartments were thrown open to the guests. The first consul entered to receive the congratulations and homage of the citizens, with little ceremony and in plain uniform, distinguished only by the tricolour sash, worn with good taste and with his usual policy. Curiosity and conjecture was at its height as to the style in which Josephine would appear as the wife of the hero of so many battles, the subduer of nations, and the guardian of France. A curiosity greatly disappointed, when she entered, unannounced, leaning upon the arm of Talleyrand, then Minister of Foreign Affairs. She was dressed with the utmost simplicity in white, her hair negligently confined with a plain comb, and with no ornament but an unostentatious necklace of pearls. The unassuming dress was the more noticeable from the marked contrast it afforded to the splendidly attired ladies in showy brocades, flashing diamonds, and waving plumes that had been selected with the most fastidious care to grace the occasion. The first expression of surprise gave way to a murmur of admiration, as Josephine gracefully passed through the apartments, saluting her guests with fascinating affability and natural becoming dignity. She was at this time in her 38th year, but she retained those personal advantages which usually belong only to more youthful years. Her stature was exactly that perfection which is neither too tall for female delicacy, nor so diminutive as to detract from dignity. Her person was faultlessly symmetrical, and the lightness and elasticity of its action gave an aerial character to her graceful carriage. Her features were small and finely modelled, of a Grecian cast. The habitual expression of her countenance was a placid sweetness. Her eyes were of a deep blue, clear and brilliant, usually lying half concealed under their long, silky eyelashes. The winning tenderness of her mild, subdued glance had a power which could tranquillize Napoleon in his darkest moods. Her hair was glossy chestnut brown, harmonizing delightfully with a clear complexion and a neck of almost dazzling whiteness. Her voice constituted one of the most pleasing attractions, and rendered her conversation the most captivating that can easily be conceived. The occurrences which followed Napoleon's seizure of power contributed to his fame and increased the enthusiasm and admiration of the French. He was ready at all times to give redress to those who entered complaints, recalled men of letters and of science who had been obliged to fly, encouraged the arts, gave new impulse to manufactures, and employment to the industrious poor. Through Josephine's influence he abolished the sanguinary laws that oppressed the numerous exiles, brought back the immigrants, and restored their estates or indemnified their losses, till France became gay, happy, peaceful, and industrious, and forgot in this promising era the terrors and sufferings of the past. The consul accompanied Josephine to Malmaison to remain every Saturday and Sabbath, and on these occasions be indulged in amusements, in which he was joined by Louis Bonaparte, Duroc, Josephine, Hortense, and several young ladies of the old nobility, who had become impoverished orphans by the misfortunes of the Revolution, and whom Josephine had adopted, superintending their education and caring for their welfare with motherly kindness. From these unceremonious recreations they returned to the state and pomp of the Tuileries, often with visible reluctance. Napoleon's tyranny over his household and in little things increased in proportion to his power. Especially towards Josephine and her suite he exercised a wayward and annoying surveillance that would have been insupportable to any other than his devoted, patient wife. Her influence over him was widely known, and in consequence she was thronged with applicants of every description. To some she made promises, to some she granted pensions, and for others she interceded with an eloquence that rarely failed. When Napoleon exhibited the selfish, domineering spirit of crushing every obstacle that intercepted the rays of his own glory, wresting from the generals who had faithfully served him dearly worn laurels to crown his own brow, Josephine unhesitatingly reproached him for want of gratitude, and charged him with aiming at kingly power. These frequent altercations opened her eyes to his real designs, and caused an occasional coldness between them. She trembled at the suggestion of his assuming a position some day that might plunge them in as frightful a vortex as that which engulfed the last reigning king with his throne and sceptre. In May, 1800, Napoleon, with a brilliant army, again set out for Italy. Josephine retired to Malmaison, where she remained during his absence, indulging in her predominant passion, the study of botany. She also made a collection of rare animals, many of which were sent to her from distant countries, in remembrance of some kindness she had bestowed. So general was the admiration of her character that orders were given by neighbouring sovereigns to allow these gifts to pass unmolested even during the time of war. Napoleon was absent but 2 months. With incredible speed his army had crossed the Alps, in defiance of danger and death, descended upon the beautiful plains of Italy, and with a few brilliant strokes scattered the astounded Austrians, who believed him quietly reposing upon his laurels at the Tuileries. He returned in triumphal march, heavily laden with testimonials of gratitude from the Italians, and re-entered France, advancing towards the capital amidst the shouts of gathering crowds, roused to the highest pitch of enthusiasm. His arrival at the Tuileries at midnight was first made known to Josephine by his noisy, rapid strides through her apartments, when he came to arouse her with the account of his triumphant success. These sudden interruptions of her rest were not uncommon, for when at Malmaison she was frequently awakened from deep sleep to accompany him in long walks through the botanical gardens and little forest, or to listen to some new plans which had suddenly shot through his restless brain. Not long after his return from Italy, the marriage of Hortense de Beauharnois with Louis Bonaparte took place with great pomp. This union was not prompted by affection, since Hortense preferred General de Roques, an unaccountable attachment, as he was many years her senior, of few attainments, and lacked the qualities which usually attract the admiration and love of a woman. Louis Bonaparte was equally in love with a lady whose name is not transmitted to us. He was pale and slender, with a quiet, sombre air, not at all attractive. Yet he possessed many traits that won upon Josephine, and caused her to prefer him for Hortense rather than de Roques. One would suppose that the sufferings of her own early life would have prevented Josephine from influencing her daughter to a mariage de convenance, but her extreme dislike to de Roques and disapproval of his principles was her best excuse. She hoped that a union with the Bonaparte family would heal the difficulties and prevent the frequent jealousies and contentions arising between them. To these considerations Hortense was sacrificed. She stood in the midst of a gay assemblage, a jewelled, flower-crowned bride, with a heart oppressed with an unendurable weight of sadness. As to her personal appearance, she was not exactly beautiful, for the conformation of her mouth, and her teeth, which rather projected, took away from the regularity of a countenance otherwise very pleasing in all its sweetness and benignity of expression. Her eyes, like her mother's, were blue, her complexion clear, and her hair of a charming blonde. In stature she did not exceed the middle size, but her person was beautifully formed, and she inherited all her mother's grace of movement. At the close of this year the consulship was bestowed upon Napoleon for life, but this additional evidence of confidence and admiration gave Josephine more anxiety than gratification, for with her keen foresight and knowledge of Napoleon's character, she perceived the final result, and knew full well that his ambitious strides would soon carry him beyond the shadow of republicanism that remained. His imitation of royalty in occupying a separate suite of apartments in their new residence, in the splendid palace of St. Cloud, gave her still greater cause for anxiety. It lent a seriousness to the vague hints of divorce from Napoleon, who longed to perpetuate his power and name through descendants. Josephine, however, was not of an unhappy temperament, and was willing to close her eyes to future ills. Her influence was still in the ascendant, and with this she consoled herself, though she sometimes failed in her generous attempts to rescue those who had fallen under the consul's displeasure. She was intensely interested in the fate of the Duc d'Enghien, whose life she pleaded for with unavailing tears and entreaties. The time arrived when Napoleon's crafty and unscrupulous measures enabled him to walk with powerful tread over the very bodies of his foiled enemies, to the throne which, from the first, had been the goal of his ambition. He seemed to throw a mysterious spell over the French people, managing them like a set of automaton toys, making them bow with a blind ardor before the very sceptre that a short time before had been hurled from among them at such a frightful cost. Napoleon and Josephine were crowned Emperor and Empress at the church of Notre Dame, in the presence of an immense concourse of people. Napoleon appeared in a gorgeous state dress, attended by his marshals and all the dignitaries of France, while Josephine was magnificently attired and surrounded by the ladies of her suite. An elegantly decorated platform had been erected at the site of the spacious church. Here, after an imposing performance of mass, Napoleon received the crown from the Pope, placed it upon his head himself, and then rested it a moment upon the brow of Josephine, who knelt before him in tearful agitation. The notes of the Te Deum rolled grandly through the spacious area, then died away in subdued tones, leaving a breathless silence upon the vast multitude. The testament was then presented to the Emperor, who pronounced the oath with his ungloved hand resting upon the sacred book. The ceremonies finished, the imperial assemblage retired amidst deafening shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" Soon after the coronation, Josephine accompanied Napoleon to Italy to receive the iron crown of ancient Lombardy that had been offered him. This second coronation took place in the magnificent cathedral of Milan. Bonaparte immediately appointed Eugene de Beauharnois Viceroy of Italy, and after a triumphant tour returned in state to Paris. Josephine now saw the predictions of her greatness fulfilled, but her happiness and peace decreased in proportion to the unprecedented rise of the man with whose destiny hers was linked. She seldom saw the Emperor alone, he being almost always occupied in affairs of state, or travelling by post to all parts of the kingdom. She sometimes accompanied him, but the addresses to which she was obliged to reply, and the endless code of court ceremonials which Napoleon insisted upon being minutely observed, were so innumerable that, despite her diligence in studying them, she could not retain a fourth part of them in her head, a great annoyance to her, notwithstanding she never for a moment lost her self-possession. Her impromptu replies, rendered appropriate by her quick sense of fitness, imparted a sweetness and sincerity to whatever she said or did, and not only saved her from censure or ridicule, but increased the admiration and respect of those about her. It is said, however, that on one occasion, when departing from Rheims, Josephine presented the Mayoress with a medallion of malachite, set with diamonds, using the expression, "It is the emblem of hope." Some days after, on seeing this absurdity in one of the journals, she could not believe that she had used it, and dispatched a courier instantly to Napoleon, fearing his displeasure above all things. This occasioned the famous order that no journalist should report any speech of the Emperor or Empress, unless the same previously appeared in the Moniteur. It is also amusingly related that when about to visit one of the Rhenish cities, the ladies who wished to be presented, being in doubt as to the ceremony used on the occasion, applied to one who had already been initiated. Among other instructions she gave the following: "You make 3 curtsies, one on entering the saloon, one in the middle, and a third a few paces farther on, en pirouette, whirling on the point of the toes." Immediately all the ladies of Cologne were practising from morning till night, twirling away like so many spinning tops or dancing dervishes. Fortunately for themselves, as well as the dignity of the court, they learned from one of the Empress's ladies of honour that a gentle inclination was all that was required, and thus were relieved from the misfortune of a misstep, and the Empress and her suite were spared what must have excited irrepressible laughter and seriously disturbed the stateliness and equanimity of their Imperial Majesties. End of Section 20.